It's the 15th year of the European Le Mans Series, and actually a championship history that can be tracked back further than that. 23rd season, if you count those many years labelled as the Le Mans Series, where we actually had LMP1s as the top class. LMP2s, though, and a massive amount of them, are the quickest cars here today. Split across two categories, but a total of 23 of them. We also have LMP3s, 10 of those from 10 different teams, and a huge entry for LMGT3, 14 cars in total, making 47 cars for this year's championship. And we kick off, as we did last year, at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, with me, Johnny Palmer, and the editor-in-chief of dailysportscar.com, Graham Goodwin. You have many strings to your bow, though, so that is merely one of them. Good morning to you. The first thing I noticed when I walked in today is that it's a lot cooler and there's a bit more cloud cover. And are we going to get a shower at some point over the next 4 hours?
Well, pretty much every prediction says that we very well might. Good afternoon, everybody, if you're in this kind of part of Europe, and good evening, good morning to those of you elsewhere. The other thing I noticed is there's a lot of people here, again, here at Barcelona. It rather surprised us last year, which was, I think, 25,000 last year.
Okay.
I think it's busier.
Yeah. Well, word gets about in this city and this corner of Spain, Catalunya. We visit here, we visit Le Castellet in the south of France, halfway between Marseille and Nice, in 3 weeks' time. Then the pause for the 24 hours of Le Mans, although the Michelin Le Mans Cup will be racing there. 4 hours of Imola, the 4 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, back to Silverstone that we returned to last year, and we finished the season in Portimão. But we want to know about ELMS itself.
New to the European Le Mans Series? Here's what you need to know. The ELMS is Europe's top prototype endurance racing championship, featuring 6 4-hour races on iconic circuits. Teams of 2 to 3 drivers share each car, making teamwork essential from start to finish. 4 categories race together: LMP2, LMP2 Pro Am, LMP3 and LMGT3, creating intense multi-class battles on track and providing a platform for both professional and amateur drivers to compete in endurance racing. In 2026, a record 47 entries and 9 manufacturers will compete for the European title, as well as a place at the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans for the best teams in each class. With tickets starting from just €8, it's one of the most accessible ways to experience top-level endurance racing. And the absolute best part? You can catch all the thrilling action live and free worldwide on FIA WEC Plus.
That is certainly one of the big draws for teams entering the European Le Mans Series, the automatic invitations if you do well in this year's championship for next year's 24 Hours of Le Mans 2027. Seems very weird to be talking about that, but it will be with us far sooner than you think. We just caught a sight of 2 safety car drivers, Pedro Cachero and Yannick Dalmas, sandwiching Frédéric Luquin of Le Mans Event Management, and Pierre Fillon is here as well as the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest to see the opening round of the European segment of ACO Rules Racing. 4.6 kilometres around this place. It's not a huge amount of gradient change, but it is there when you look more carefully. 14 corners, and some of them are incredibly punishing on tyres. That is why for the GTs, we are going to see the hard tyre being used, and perhaps for the final time, the hard Goodyear tyre. I was referring to the possibility of hard tyres in LMP2, but they don't exist. You can only use the medium in LMP2 this year. What about qualifying, though, to set the grid yesterday? Because it was 4 segments of 15-minute qualifying sessions. The LMGT3s heading out first, and great to see that the TF Sport Corvette got to the front just as it did across the piece last year. TF Sport are defending champions. 2 of their 3 drivers have changed, but they've retained Charlie Eastwood, Alec Udell, and the qualifying driver Blake McDonald. He set a 1:42.352. That was marginally faster than fellow American Matthew Kurzajewski in the Proton Competition Porsche, celebrating 75 years of Porsche motorsport. But Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in the Team Qatar Iron Lynx Mercedes makes it 2 years in a row where an AMG was on pole position. There have been changes in LMP3. That's the 13 car, which has now been put to the back of the grid after it was discovered post-session that the front splitter was below the specified height. So car 13 has all of its time stripped. It's moved to the back. That promotes the 8 car, the locals, or at least the local driver, to second position, and it was a pole position in the end for Hugo Schwarzer, who continues on from his terrific qualifying form last year in the Michelin Le Mans Cup to post a 1:36.5. Then we moved on to LMP2 Pro-Ams. You must use your bronze driver in qualifying, and John Falb was third fastest in the number 19 Rossa Racing by Virage car. His time a 1:31.4. PJ Hyatt, who started on the front row of the LMP2 Pro-Am grid last year, but a greater margin, so he might have been a bit frustrated that there was a full second between Spike the Dragon, the AO by TF car, and this machine, Duquesne team, but it's a very familiar qualifying driver. He's changed teams to Duquesne, and Giorgio Roda, another pole to his massive record. Finally, LMP2s without the Pro-Am suffix would be unleashed onto the racetrack. Tom Dillman for Inter-Europol competition went third fastest for the 43 car. The 29 Forestier by Panis crew, defending champions, Esteban Masson was second fastest, but Richard de Gera is a real track specialist. And the crucial thing is, there are only 2 drivers in the 34 car. So Bijoy Garg, the man in the centre of the picture there, is going to have to do at least 2 hours of this race, because Richard de Gera can't do more than 120 minutes. Back to you, Graham, as I take a big gasp of breath, but we can look at some of these GT cars in more detail now. The 5th placed Kessel Racing car, first of all.
Well, this is the Kessel Racing 74, one of 2 the Swiss team has got in the race this year, and 74 will be started from 5th on the grid by Andrew Gilbert, the bronze ranked driver, as the grid forms up for what we'll get national anthems in just a couple of minutes. Grandstand is packed, and will get more packed as the grid is cleared. Grid walk was very well attended this morning. 4th place on the LM GT3 grid for Racing Split Le Mans, their number 59, Aston Martin. It would be Clément Mathieu, their bronze driver, aboard that. Valentino Hazaclo, who took the win in the Michelin Le Mans Cup GT class last night, will be looking to double up here. We can move forward. This is 3rd place on the grid, number 75. Proton competition, Porsche 911 GT3R. This fantastic commemorative livery for 75 years of Porsche Motorsport. Matthew Kazajewski will be the start driver for Proton and the 75. Then just the front row to go in LM GT3.
2 huge national flags, well, 1 national flag more, perhaps more regional flag, with the Spanish and the Catalan flags alongside one another. And here is 1/3 of last year's driver championship winning crew. But as I said, Charlie Eastwood joined by 2 brand new pilots. Blake McDonald comes here with Alec Udell after great success, though, in the Asian Le Mans series. And welcome back Adam Christodoulou to the ELMS as well, after something like a 15-year gap. But it was Al Khalifi who did the time in the number 62 car, the Team Qatar by Iron Lynx, and the Mercedes likes it around here after Martin Berry's pole position 12 months ago. Let's pause for the national anthems. The Liceo Conservatory Foundation performing both the Spanish and the Catalan national anthems, as is very traditional here. And very proud of this portion of northeastern Spain. I was lucky enough to spend a couple of days in Girona before travelling here to Barcelona. Such a friendly city there as well. Figueres nearby, and Barcelona has always welcomed motorsport. Actually, prior to this track being built, because the old Grand Prix circuit around Montjuic Park was absolutely stellar. I've had a chance to walk around there and can only imagine something like an opening lap of a Grand Prix in those days.
Yeah, I did that back in '92 with the Olympics. We're here, fourth in LMP3. We saw a quick look there at the M Racing car before, but fourth in LMP3. Rinaldi Racing, new look squad, new look car, different car. Rinaldi switched to the Ligier chassis for this season, and it will be Jose Fernandez Cortella to start the car. A quick look at Jamie Chadwick as we move forward on the grid to number 31, third in LMP3 for Racing Spirit Le Mans. Another new livery. Ralph Metri will be the starting driver for this car. Ralph coming back after, I think, about a decade and a half out of sports car racing at this kind of level.
Certainly a number of stories similar to that up and down the order. Not necessarily drivers who've been away from motor racing full stop, but have rediscovered the ACO way of doing it, and a 47 car field has certainly helped with that. Second position, promoted to second because of the stripping of times of Inter-Europol competitions number 13, and Henry Kibides, who did the time in the car in number 13, will have to start that car as well, but from 10th position in class. And Team Virage, therefore, Daniel Nogales put the car third initially, now second, and Louis Stern will start that. No change here, R-Race GP, and this is a big story with this crew moving up the ladder within the ACO, Graham.
Yes, indeed, and a win yesterday in the Michelin Le Mans Cup, continuing their story there, and they'll be wanting to take that form into the European Le Mans Series here today. Start from pole position after the demotion of the Inter-Europol car overnight. It's a splitter issue. Grid is beginning to clear, and we're about to get a look at the sharp end of this grid and LMP2 Pro-Am and LMP2. Nielsen Racing getting ready to suit up. With 23 cars split across two different classes. LMP2 Pro-Am must feature a bronze driver. LMP2 silver and gold and platinum aboard those cars, which leads, by the way, LMGT3 is the largest class this year with 14 cars.
Yes.
That grandstand getting very full indeed. This is the number 19 car, 14th overall and third LMP2 Pro-Am. Rossa Racing by Virage, with more than a sprinkling of magic from APR involved in this as well. And it will be John Falb suiting up and get ready to go. One to watch, I think, this squad.
Well, John set the time yesterday in qualifying because, as you mentioned, each of the LMP2 Pro-Am field must have a bronze in their lineup. There is at least one platinum allowed as well, only one platinum in the trio. And we have got those in the third column. But yeah, great effort from John, put the car on third position. PJ Hyatt, just as he was last year, second on the grid, but as I say, might be a bit frustrated that it was 0.9 of a second that he lost out on pole by, and maybe at AO by TF they've done a little bit of work on that car to make it quicker. Although, are they that concerned about single lap pace? At the end of the day, we've got to do 4 hours.
He will be concerned about the gap, I think, no doubt about it. But it's Giorgio Roderick was in his brand new team for this season. This is the 30 from Duquesne team, shifting from LMP2 to LMP2 Pro-Am. And he'll be joined by Richard Vasseur and Dorian Pan later in the race. But that was a stellar qualifying performance from the Italian. He is desperate to transfer that form in qualifying that's thoroughly proven into race wins, though, and that's been something that's been pretty short of in the last 2 or 3 years. Fifth overall, Algarve Pro Racing's 25 car. Matt Kaiser, we can see aboard the car. And this team just keeps finding ways to win in all sorts of competition in LMP2. This side of the Atlantic or the other, or indeed in Asia, where they've got a record-breaking number of titles now to their name. Portuguese flagged, but run very capably by Sam and Stu Cox, husband and wife. Fourth overall, seen Jamie Chadwick, And Jamie will be, I believe, aboard the car. There she is. Valeria Rincella will join her with Lawrence Hurt. This is the Genesis Magma Racing Trajectory Programme car. Jamie carries over alongside her test and development roles with the hypercar team from the South Korean manufacturer. Third overall for the 43 car. And Kuba Shumagovsky with Tom Dillman and Nick Yellowly. That's quite the squad. And this is another team, Johnny Palmer, that just keeps finding ways to win.
And also potentially signing new talent as well. There's not actually been a great deal of change in the 43 car lineup. Kuba Shumahovsky is obviously the ever-present. It's basically his team. Tom Dillman and Nick Yellowly retained for another season. But Dillman only fast enough to be third yesterday. There was no restriction on which driver you could use during qualifying. It's interesting for me that Dillman was selected. I'm sure we'll see Nick Yellowly behind the wheel of that car on a Saturday, though, before the season is out. Second fastest for a rebranded Panis Racing Crew, but they are effectively the defending champions, but the sponsor this year is Forestier Racing by Panis. Two of the three drivers are the same as last year, but the only two driver lineup in the whole of the field have managed to take pole position. Bijoy Garg was just the spectator standing in the garage. He is the silver-rated American, but he has won Le Mans in the past with United Autosports. Rishad Dejeras is a track specialist here at Barcelona, though. Topped free practice 2 this weekend. He was on pole position last year, and he's done it again. So back-to-back seasons for being quickest, and in different teams. It will be Albert Fabrega, the Formula 1 presenter and content creator, to wave the green flag. And there will be 2 green flag rolling laps in order to get cars, well, mainly tyres and brakes as well, up to temperature, because the track doesn't narrow as such into turn 1, but really you can get through 2 abreast just about, but there has to be some understanding. And it wasn't that long ago, it was that last night actually, that we tried to get 40 odd cars through there for the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and that didn't go so well, Graham, after contact between the 3rd and the 4th place cars. No,
it was suboptimal, I think it's fair to say. The performance of the field through the first section here, and it can be quite tricky. So we'll be looking to see just exactly how clean a start we can get here. Grid is now clearing, cars are firing up. What else can we tell you? 47 car got a 3-position grid penalty, did it not? CLX Motorsport.
Yes, and I can tell you precisely why that was.
While you're doing that, I'll tell you the 51 car that had problems yesterday is starting from the back of the grid, but must start with Davide Rigon, the fastest driver, after missing qualifying. Unfortunate clash with the P2 car for Charlie Samani caused that issue. Yeah, we were actually covering the incident live on TV. The cameras were in the right place to deal with the incident involving Georgios Kolovos.
Green flag in the front of the grid. We'll start to the first of 2 formation laps for the 4 hours of Barcelona.
Georgios Kolovos and Crichton Lendoudis, so 2 bronze drivers trying to qualify their cars. The stewards summoned and heard the drivers and team representatives. The driver of car 47, Georgios Kolovos, explained that he felt another car had earlier hindered his lap, so he slowed down after turn 9 to prepare for another fast lap. Then car 27, Crichton Lendoudis, on a faster lap, approached turn 13, sought to pass car 47 on the right-hand side, and contact was made, and it was basically labelled as Kolovos's fault. And therefore, the 47 CLX Motorsport car gets a 3-place grid drop to start from 8th position, therefore, rather than 5th. And be able to have a chance to do the full grid in just a tick for you, which will include starting drivers that aren't necessarily that obvious, although generally speaking, even in LMP2, it'll be the silver drivers for a first 40-odd minute stint, maybe a double. It's going to be fascinating to me with the Bijoy car.
Let's ask drivers to heat up well those tyres. Yannick is aware of it, that we have a colder track today than we had yesterday. And let's keep those gaps small, otherwise I'm forced to slow the leading car. So please ask your drivers to minimize the gaps from now onwards, otherwise I'll have to slow the leading car.
Bijoy Garg has got to do 2 hours in this race because Richard de Iris is restricted to a 2-hour maximum. I know there's a 40-minute rule in the regulations, but that is purely a minimum of 40 minutes to score points. But for the regulations and to be classified as a finisher, Richard can't do more than 120 minutes. Anyway, Bijoy will start car 34. Louis Rosset for Forestier Racing by Panis is next. Kuba Śmiechowski in the sister Inter-Europol competition 43. Jamie Chadwick, we saw getting into EDEX Sports number 18 on 4th position. Matthias Kaiser and Griffin Peebles for 25 and 22. That's Algarve and United Autosports respectively. Paul Lafargue and Edward Pearson will start the 28 EDEC and the 24 Nielsen Racing cars on the 4th row. Ian Aguilera for CLX Motorsport ahead of Vector Sports' Ryan Cullen and Jonas Reed in car number 9. Onto this bank of 12 LMP2 Pro-Ams, headed by Giorgio Roda with another pole. Second was PJ Hyatt, AO by TF.
Okay, GTs seem to be behaving well for the first time. It's the first race of the season. LMP3s are not behaving well, and LMP2s, it's quite big gaps. Let's close the gaps, please. Let's close the gaps, please.
John Fowl for Rossa Racing by Virage. Car number 19 starts alongside Jens Reno Moller for Vector Sport. Then it's Jean Glurieux and Stephen Thomas, DKR and TDS Racing. Michael Jensen for Algarve Pro Racing. In CLX Motorsports, Georgios Kolovos. Francois Perrodo's AF Corsa 83 LMP2 Pro-Am car starts alongside Horst Felbermeyer's Proton competition version, number 88. And Crichton Lendudis in number 27 alongside the 21 car of United Autosports' Daniel Schneider. In LMP3, RHGP, flying after their 2025 Michelin Le Mans Cup title, take another pole. Fabien Michel didn't set the time, that was his teammate Hugo Schwarzer, but Fabien the bronze will start. Louis Stern alongside number 8, the Team Virage car. Then Ralph Maestri for Racing Spirit of Le Mans number 31. Rinaldi Racing's Jose Fernandez is in car 5. Nick Adcock for M Racing. Matthew Richard Bell for the 11 crew, Euro International. Then Paul Lancher in the number 17 CLX Motorsport car. Antti Ramo for the number 4 DKR Engineering Squad. Terence Woodward for Ultimate number 35. Into Europol competitions, Henry Kubides put to the back of the grid after the front splitter was too low on that car. And finally, Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi becomes the first Qatari pole sitter for the first Qatari team, at least Qatari flagged, though by Iron Link, so there's very much an Italian flavour there.
Let's close all the gaps, please. Let's close all the gaps, please. I do not want to put Yannick at 60, okay? Let's close all the gaps, please.
TF Sports
Car
Corvette
30, close the gaps.
Starts alongside on the front row for Blake McDonald. Then it's Matthew Kurzajewski for Proton, their 75 Porsche. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Clement Matter, the 59 Aston Martin. Andrew Gilbert and Takeshi Kimura make it an all Kessel Racing third row in LMGT3. Duncan Cameron Spirit of Race returning with yet again another year of an unchanged squad. Car 55 starts 40th overall.
Reminder to all drivers, cars to grid positions, exiting T10. Exiting T10, 2 lines of cars, please.
Custodio Toledo for Richard Mille AF Corsa. Amir Naran for Iron Lynx in the other Mercedes, number 63. Banksy for Proton Competition, number 77. It is Mike Wainwright's GR Racing, number 86, alongside the United Autosports' Michael Berg. And Dennis Anderson and Davide Rigon starting at the back.
2x2 exiting T10, please. 2x2 exiting T10, please.
Remember that Davide Rigon has to start that car. He's been told to by the regulations after they were given special dispensation to start the race. They did not appear in qualifying.
It's up to the leaders to keep the 5-car gaps to the class in front.
So after many months of waiting, we were last racing in the European Le Mans Series back in October. That season really did crescendo after 6 races at the Portimão Algarve International Circuit. We're still in Iberia, but this is a brand new year. And for the 15th season of the European Le Mans Series, we are about to go racing for 4 hours for LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP3 and LMGT3. The lights go out, and for 2026 we're underway again, and it's a good getaway, at least initially for Bijoy Garg, but he is going to be joined on his outside by Louis Rosset. Rousset in the Forestier Racing by Panis car. The race start is under investigation. That's kind of a staple message from Eduardo Freitas, as now cars are off all over the place down at the gravel. That's the Algarve Pro Racing car needing to recover, but 1, 2, 3 cars with heavy damage and causing a chicane, and there are more off at the first corner, including the number 4 DKR Engineering car, which has arrived backwards at turn 1 and cleaned out 2 fellow LMP3s in the process. One of them is Paul Lancher in car 17 for CLX.
And the 68 from M Racing. 3 cars stationary in turn 2. I think one of them is the number 9 Proton car. I think it's the Ford back car.
So at least 3 LMP2s have already been damaged. I have no idea how the DKR Engineering car was already backwards with anti-Ramo. Did he get a hit to provide that?
I don't think he did. Something very odd happened to that LMP3. There was a heavy hit on Jonas Reed. He was spinning and caught by another car. Safety car inevitably has been called here. 2 separate incidents.
Well, I was certainly concerned about whether we would get everybody through cleanly at turns 1, 2 and 3.
I'll tell you who's involved in this, by the way. It is the number 9 Proton competition car started by Jonas Reed. Georgios Kolovas in the 47 car is in trouble, as is Crichton Tudis. The 2 cars that got involved in the clash in qualifying are both involved in that second turn shunt, and it was a big one, Johnny Palmer. Nick Adcock, Paul Lancher and anti-Ramo are the 3 in LMP3, and I don't think any of those cars have left the scene of that incident.
So Bijoy Garg was out and clear and was not affected by that, so he will continue to lead under the first safety car of the race. Louis Rousset tried around the outside of the American to take the race lead, but I think decided that discretion was the better part of valour, and he would have an awful lot more racing to do with potential chances to get in front of the first Inter-Europol competition car. Kuba Śmiechowski, who started the 43 car, is in third, ahead of Matthias Kaiser for Algarve Pro Racing. So that was not the Algarve car that was affected, it was the sister machine, as you, I think, have mentioned.
Yeah.
And so 25's okay. Yeah. Griffin Peebles could still do a fair bit from 5th position. And then further down, the other class leaders, LMP2 Pro-Am is Duquesne and Giorgio Roda from pole. And the RHGP, Fabien Michal, hung on to the lead, as did Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi in his team Qatar by Iron Lynx machine. So amazingly, even though there was that kind of bomb burst right in the middle of the track, we haven't altered anybody as the class leaders from their pole position starting places.
No, we haven't. So cars are following the safety car through the incident site. This is the number 4 car that triggered the incident in LMP3, and it'd be good to see again what happened there. It was very, very odd. Also on pit lane, by the way, Blake McDonald in the TF's car. Well, here's the drone shot coming into turn 1. The LMP2, to call it action, started rather later, but there was a lock-up in the middle of the pack, triggered by the number 9 car, but who... yeah. And then hit very hard indeed, I think, by Crichton Tudis. So 3 P2 cars involved in that. And looking again, I think it was a CLX car that had the major hit.
So do we get to see anti-Ramo from this angle? No, we don't. And in fact,
it's a red flag. I'm not surprised.
Flag now, but that won't stop the clock ticking down. So this will still count towards the race distance. But yeah, that was a full-on T-bone, and then he got hit again, the 47 car of Georgios Kolovas.
I just think he was braking and he was on the curb. I think that's what's happened with anti-Ramo. He's gone wide, he braked on the curb, and I could then see in the pack, by the way, there was a clash with the Corvette.
Who's this on board with? Could be Kolovas, actually. If we now T-bone, yeah, the number 9 car, nice. Bang.
That's a big hit.
And from Georgios's position, he just couldn't go anywhere anyway. I mean, it was all too late. To try and turn left or right, there were probably cars alongside him. This is PJ Hyatt's viewpoint, so how close was he to being involved with it?
I don't think there was contact. I don't think there was contact.
For the 9.
For the 9.
But I was amazed that PJ Hyatt avoided it, and probably the car behind just about squeaked through. This is what was going on in the LMP3 field.
This was...
So you've got the second of the Mercedes in front, not Al-Khalifi. I'm just trying to work out who that onboard is from. The Aston Martin.
I thought for a moment it might have been Blake McDonald, but it's not, because there was no contact then. He definitely had contact.
Well, yeah, because Blake's been into the pits to sort that out and rejoin. Remember, Blake McDonald in the Corvette started the race in second, so he's going to continue. We haven't lost any of the LMGT3s, incidentally, because Blake McDonald's back in the race, but he is in 14th, therefore last.
Well, the field is being brought to a stand under red flag conditions in a single file on the pit straight. So let's just remind you what's happened here. 2 separate incidents in corners 1 and 2. The first of them triggered by some kind of issue for Jonas Reed, sent that car turning around, was then collected hard by the 47 CLX Motorsport car of Georgios Kolovos, and a further hard impact on that car from Crichton Lantudis and the following 27 Nielsen racing car. About the same time, Antti Ramo seemed to lose control under braking. I think he was on the curbs coming down into turn 1 in the number 8 DCAR Engineering Ligier, and that then collected, unfortunately for CLX Motorsport, another of their cars, Paul Encher in the 17 and the 68 of Nick Adcock. So none of those 3 cars, well, one I think has just moved. DCAR Engineering is on pit lane. Managed to come back. Was
that Paul Encher driving away? It certainly looked like an LMP3 car, because there was a collection of P3s in the gravel at turn 1, and then further around, it is Paul Encher. Further around, that was the P2 incident, which accounted, I think, entirely for LMP2s. And one of those damaged LMP3 cars is at least going again. Gravel all over the place, and one of the rear bullets, the cheese wedges, is well out of alignment, but at least it's still connected to the car, so they can attempt to fix that, but it will need to be fixed in order for the car to remain legal for the rest of the race.
Dragging on the rear wheel as well there. But this will have been called. They will have been getting information from the intervention teams as to what was required on site, and clearly the extent of the incident site and the intervention required, Eduardo Freitas has taken the decision to red flag this race. We'll wait for race control to give us further information.
I mean, it just gives the marshals the best opportunity to tend to the drivers. Drivers are the key thing, making sure that everybody involved in this incident is okay and the extraction of the drivers is done as safely and efficiently as possible. Then you start to recover the cars, potentially sweep up the track as well of debris and any gravel that has ended up on the racetrack. What you can't do under a red flag is do much to the cars, not that you'd need to, because they're full of fuel and we're at the very start of the stint. But what we will probably find now, depending on how long this red flag lasts for, is that driver times will be adjusted very slightly now, because we've lost at least 5 minutes of the race, and if it ends up being 15 or 20 minutes, then clearly pro rata, each of the drive time minimums and in some case maximums are going to have to be adjusted with a simple percentage calculation. So I'm going to have to look out on the Alcamel website for the adjusted drive time document. It's fairly simple for the 3 driver lineups in LMP2, as in regardless of driver grading, bronze, silver, platinum or gold or platinum, all you have to do is a minimum of 1 hour to be okay to be classified at the end of the race. What's more complicated is the pole sitting and currently leading car, because there is a maximum there, as I've described for Richard de Giras, for gold or platinum drivers joined by a silver, and we only have one of those cars in this year's race, a maximum of 2 hours together with the minimum of 1 hour, which still stands. So that is definitely something for Inter Europol to be thinking about. However, as I say, there will be some adjustment to those drive times now. So Bijoy Garg will be thinking, well, I don't actually have to drive for the full 2 hours now, shouldn't have to. He is in the car right now, and the team members with their red armbands are at least allowed onto the grid to speak to their drivers, and then the main reason they're there is to make sure that the cars restart okay. So they've all got battery packs and the necessary equipment to make sure that the cars fire back into life.
The message from race control, very sensibly, they will be allowing tyre changes before resuming, and that's because these cars have driven through 2 incident sites.
Yeah.
And tiny bits of carbon fibre can do catastrophic things to tyres. Mechanics now being allowed to join each of these cars. There will be a nominated person from each team allowed to do that. And recovery underway. And it will be, as I say, 2 things here, Johnny. It's recovery of the cars to the track if they can, to flatbeds if they can't, but also any medical intervention that was needed. And with impacts of that sort of nature, not a surprise if care was being taken getting drivers out of cars.
Now, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm assuming that if you can change tyres, then effectively the tyres you started the race on are not in your allocation anymore. So you effectively get a brand new set now to be included in, and there has been a tweak in the number of tyres you can use over the winter period. It's no longer 12, it's actually 14 now, so 3.5 sets to provide 2 Joker tyres each weekend. But I can't think that they're going to be taking these tyres off everybody and saying, right, well, that's 4 of your 14. They'll be saying, forget about those. We'll give you a new set, and imagine that those were the tyres that you started the race on.
We'll tell you the race control is telling us an estimated restart for this race at 12:27. That's in, what is that, 15 minutes time. Now on your screens, so we'll keep you posted if that changes at all.
So the order as described in LMP2 is Bijoy Garg for Inter-Europol competition, Forestier racing by Panis in second, Kubish Michalski in third. But let's have a word with that Panis driver, with Steph Wentworth.
Yes, I am joined by Louis Rousset, driver of the number 29 Forestier by Panis. Louis, quite a good start from you. It looked like you had a lot of pace off the line. Will you be able to replicate that at the next restart?
The car felt very good. I know that I have very good teammates. I have to do no mistake, and if I do no mistake, I'm sure that my teammates will do the job too. So I'm confident, and we'll see what's going on.
And is there a podium on the cards today? Of course, you had a great qualifying session yesterday, and you're in a good position. Of course, the race is long, but what can we expect from you and the team?
I don't want to say expectation. We'll do the 3 driver will do our best, and we'll see the result.
Thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Well, keeping his cards close to his chest, there may be an element of, for Bijoy Garg and Louis Rousset and Kubish Michalski thinking exactly why we've red flagged this race, because they will have been completely unaware of the chaos that was kicking off behind them. Everybody getting the 15-minute signal now. So look at Bijoy Garg's start in the green-nosed Inter-Europol competition car. Really, Rousset had little choice but to pull into line. Some decent movement from Matthias Kaiser as well, trying to hang on to 4th position. And the LMP2 field, both in standard LMP2 and Pro-Am, threading their way through. All was well until this spin mid-pack, and the number 9 car of Jonas Reed then got absolutely T-boned by Georgios Kolovos in the CLX Motorsport car. And you can see Georgios Kolovos just presented with the side of Jonas Reed's car, and then he got hit himself by Crichton Lendudis. So, I mean, those two had already got together previously this weekend, yesterday in qualifying. Nothing that either of them could have done about this time, of course. And that is not a nice noise at all. Gilles Duquesne watching on, hoping that Giorgio Roda would get through the madness, and he did, retaining the class lead. And then Antti Ramo up on the curb, cold tyres, cold brakes, but the car made unstable by slowing it up on those red and white curbings, the ripple strip that chucked the car into a spin. And pinball style, he then cleaned out 2 fellow LMP3 cars. So Antti Ramo in the DKR Engineering Ligier this year, no longer a Ginetta. Paul Lancher, who has subsequently got going again, although quite how far around the track the CLX Motorsport car remains to be seen. And Nick Adcock was the third and final LMP3 car involved in that Turn 1 incident in his number 68 M racing car. And the marshals were still dealing with the recovery of Nick Adcock's car the last time we checked. But clearly the priority is making sure that the drivers involved are okay. The initial suggestion is that they are conscious, drivers are conscious, but just making sure that everything is done to the letter of the law to prevent any further injury. I will say that the medical centre here at Barcelona is absolutely phenomenal. There's so much modern equipment in there, and the paramedics will have been ready to go as soon as we were on the way and racing, because of course that's the most likely time that a big shunt like that could happen. So drivers could be treated here. They may be treated locally down the road at the hospital as well. This does provide us a chance to catch up with more drivers, though. Here's Steph.
Joined on the grid here by PJ Hyatt, driver of the number 99 AO by TF and reigning champion here in the European Le Mans Series. An unchanged driver lineup and an unchanged team. Does that give you a lot of stability coming into the new season?
Yeah, for sure. We know who we are. We know the car. We know the driver lineup. So it's like putting on an old shoe that just fits perfectly.
And it's always a pleasure to have you back in this championship. What do you love so much about racing here in LMP2 Pro Am? As we can see, you're having your tyres changed.
Yeah, I love the format. I love the tracks that we race on in the LMS. It's an absolute pleasure coming over here and racing with this team and racing with these guys.
Right, we hope to get you back out there soon. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
PJ Hyatt, a wave from Spike the Dragon. He rides that car. He doesn't sit inside it and hangs on for grim life, frankly, but does it so well. And the AO by TF crew have championships in their recent memory.
Yeah, just a quick look at the team car, by the way. That's the just a quick look at Blake McDonald with the Corvette, and on the right-hand side of that car, the dive planes have indeed gone. So there was contact, as we said a little earlier, in that furore through turn 1 in the aftermath of the LMP3 incident that's been causing some concerns. DK Engineering's number 4 car is still on pit lane, by the way. No news of whether or not we're going to see that car rejoining. We've seen the number 9 from Proton competition, and the 47, I believe, being recovered to, and there indeed is the 27. So I think we've seen the last. There's the 47, top of your screen. Very heavy damage to the front of that car. So I think we've seen the last of all 3 of those, unfortunately. Paul Ancher certainly was attempting to get his number 17 car back to pit lane. I think there's rather more damage to the 68. Took quite a hit to the back of the car from my memory of the incident.
Yeah, Paul's just, he hasn't triggered the second sector timing loop, which concerns me. And that, I mean, that might be just a quirk of the red flag in that the timing system doesn't work as it would do under the green flag conditions. But yeah, the end of the first sector, or indeed the end of the first sector, I'm not seeing Paul through that either. More damage, this time for an
That's the 86.
86.
No, it's 86
car.
GR.
Oh, the Ferrari.
Yep.
Yeah, okay, so GR Ferrari of Mike Wainwright. And here is a chance to catch up with Matthew Richard Bell.
I am joined by Matthew Richard Bell, driver of the number 11 Euro International. It's been a while since we've seen you. Welcome back to the paddock.
Thank you very much.
Chaotic start to the race, of course. We're under red flag, but it must be good to be getting back in the car in this championship.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I hope everyone's okay in the accident. It's never good to see a red flag. But no, obviously, I'm loving being back in the new car. I like the colour pink. Suits me, I think. So yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. And like I say, hopefully everyone's okay and we can get racing again.
Of course, and we're at the start of the season, so it is a lot to think about your expectations over the course of the whole season, but what do you hope to get out of this year?
I don't want to come second again, so obviously I want to win, but it's the first round. I think everyone's got to find their feet. There's new teams, new drivers on the grid. Obviously our race are very fast, so let's just settle and ask me the same question again later in the year.
All right, I'll come back to you. Best of luck today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We call him Matthew Richard Bell because there is a Matt Bell that races elsewhere on the package. Who
there's two other Matt Bells.
Well, yeah,
there's
you're right.
American Matt Bell as well. But
has American Matt Bell ever taken part in a European Le Mans Series weekend?
Don't think so. But I know
right.
other Matt Bell has taken part in a US race with other Matt Bell.
Yes, that is true. And I don't think we're covering all of the universes or indeed our planets, Matt Bells, either. It would imagine it's quite a common name. So always good to try and differentiate, but he doesn't introduce himself if you're to meet him in the paddock going, hello, I'm Matthew Richard Bell.
No.
It's just a means of us telling the difference.
I think it speaks more than anything as a remarkable lack of information on the part of the parents of all three people concerned.
Yeah, okay.
But we'll put that aside. It's just a run up the cars as they sit on start-finish line. We're about 6 minutes from the point at which race control was suggesting we might be getting back to a race, and there's every sign that drivers are getting ready. This is Banksy, Japanese driver for the very pink Proton competition Porsche.
And again, I would imagine Banksy's got a few other names, but he reveals them to very few people. Where actually the UK's version of Banksy, the graffiti artist, although he's globally known, to be honest, his cover's been blown, I think, in the last few months, with lots of people saying we know who he is, whereas the Banksy in the ELMS, far more mysterious.
Aren't they rotters? Just, come on, can we have some mystery in our lives?
Well, he's created a lot of mystery for many, many years, so and that relies on the fact that anybody's actually got it right, of course. Maybe the real Banksy has become the European Le Mans Series driver.
Maybe. Ooh, that would be good, wouldn't it?
Just to create a bit more camouflage. Been very impressed with this gentleman, though.
Abdul Al-Khalifi.
Abdul Ali Al-Khalifi, who I know from many seasons racing in races like the 24 Hours of Dubai, and he also competed in a 12-hour race at Sepang last year, not the Asian Le Mans Series, although was he in the Asian Le Mans Series races as well?
He was in the Asian Le Mans Series this year,
right.
In a AMG, put the car on pole for a couple of races, a historic moment for his nation, of course, and he's done the same here.
Yeah.
Extraordinary performance from him and his one-lap pace.
But coming out of actually a lot of one-make Porsche racing, so adjusting still to the front-engined Mercedes. But certainly that appears to have been an accomplishment he's taking well in his stride, because he took a comfortable pole position yesterday, and an impressive one as well. I say comfortable, it was a 10th or so. But nevertheless, the Mercedes does appear to fit nicely here at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, because Martin Berry in a similar machine was on pole position last year too.
It doesn't lack for pace, the old girl. His final year, it would seem, in full-time frontline performance for Mercedes AMG. Well, we talked about Abdul Al-Khalifi, and Steph is down with the Qatari driver right now.
Indeed I am. He is the driver of the number 62 Iron Lynx. It's great to chat to you. You had a fantastic qualifying session yesterday.
Yeah. We struggled to push 2 sets, so I'm happy that we got to get the fastest lap by the end.
And you had a really good start of the race, managed to keep that first position. Obviously, we'll have another start to the race very soon. Will you be able to replicate that same start?
I think I will manage. First one was crazy enough. I hope the drivers involved are safe and sound, and hope for speedy recovery for the injured drivers.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Yeah, tough time for his home country and their near neighbours right now, as we all know, geopolitically. But great that they could be here in Barcelona and in 3 weeks' time at Le Castellet as well. They are very much enjoying their racing in Europe, but they've been busy in other places as well. So they were in Dubai for the 24 hours earlier in the year, and have been to Mugello along with other places too. So certainly getting the air miles in, and good to be able to represent the Qatar Motor and Motorcycle Federation, the QMMF group, which their letters are emblazoned on the side of that very smart maroon Mercedes.
Going to get another look at the start that's triggered this red flag, 2 separate incidents. All amongst the LMP2 runners. Car to look for here is the number 9 at the back of that first gaggle. See, going through turn 1 with the Duquesne car, just ahead of the Duquesne car, in fact. And what happens here? He hit the side of the Vector car. Hit the side of the Vector LMP2 car. That would be Ryan Cullen, but I don't think Ryan had any blame at all there. And which again here, yes, he did. He got into the side of Ryan Cullen. That spun him around, collected first by George Kolovos, who was then collected in turn by Krytel and Tudis. And while that was all happening, there was further chaos behind in LMP3, but that was 2 or 3 big hits. They're not nice to see.
So the other Vector Sport car, did that get through okay, Jens Moller in number 7? Because it does appear that the first, the second and the third place cars in LMP3 Pro-Am were all right.
Yeah, I think he did. This was the incident in LMP3 triggered by a spin from Antti Aramo, I think, on the curbs and braking. Spun the car out and then across, hitting Nick Adcock in the 62, isn't it? 68, my apologies, and racing car, and also impacting the 17. That's a big incident site.
Well, this is on board one of the Porsches. I could see the Porsche badge in the middle of the steering wheel and try and make sense of which onboard that was, therefore, behind one of the Iron Lynx Mercedes. So this is back to live pictures now, where everybody had been given the 15-minute warning not so long ago, but that could well have been extended in actual fact. I just wonder whether that onboard that followed the Mercedes through of Amir Naran was Dennis Anderson's high-class racing number 54 Porsche. Nevertheless, tyres have been called, and as I say, the Goodyear tyres for the GTs and the LMP2 Pro-Ams and LMP2s are permitted to be changed, as are the Michelins on the LMP3s. And there are different tyre allocations to worry about. But as I say, it's worth pointing out that the change from last season to this is that you now get, rather than 3 sets of tyres, 12 individual tyres, it's 14. So there are 3 plus 2 spares in LMP2 and LMP2 Pro-Am. It's not an issue in the GT class because there's no limitation on tyres across the weekend, and in LMP3 you actually get 4 sets of tyres. But again, I think the starting tyres for all of the cars are effectively null and void in the allocation, and we start with a brand new set. So it's a good job. Goodyear and Michelin will have bought plenty of spares.
We've got a message that car 3 must give back a position to car 14. That is the DK Engineering LMP2 car must give a place back to Stephen Thomas in the 14, the TDS racing car. I think we're going to get this race extended, by the way. I don't think we're going to lose out on track time. We'll wait to get that confirmed, but every indication is that we're going to see this race extended to its full running time or very close to it. So the patience of everybody online, on watching their TV sets and in particular here trackside, I think is going to be rewarded. Keep you posted with that once we get back and running.
Yes, there is enough wiggle room in the schedule for that to happen, because the race, a 12 p.m. start, due to finish at 4 p.m. originally. We actually were racing until after 8 o'clock, beyond 8 o'clock last night. Might be a slightly stricter curfew on a Sunday here at Barcelona, because although we're not in the city centre, we are near a fair bit of the urban sprawl of the Barcelona city. So noise will have to be thought about, but yeah, as I say, probably can run for an extra hour beyond the 4 o'clock original finish time if necessary. And we've actually only got 25 minutes or so to bolt onto this. The 1 minute board being displayed to everybody then to get engines fired up again. And that is the reason why one team member was permitted initially to head to each of their cars to ensure that the engines would fire into life successfully. So on brand new sets of tyres, without hopefully the concern of any niggly punctures heading into this stint. And it will also mean that the drive times will not have to be altered as well, which saves any complication from a stewarding point of view. 30 seconds to go. And thank you for your patience, whether you're sitting at home, in your front room, or whether you're sitting here at the racetrack, maybe in the top deck of the grandstand with a superb view of the Barcelona circuit. The remaining cars, and there are still plenty of them, seeing as we started with so many in the first place, then one or two have dropped by the wayside after two massive crashes, and we will resume right now under the safety car again.
Yep, well done to all concerned. It was, beyond the two incidents, neat and tidily done into a red flag situation. Cars recovered. Car is back where they need to be, whether that be back with the teams or for a quick check over in the medical centre. We'll bring you any news on that as and when we get it. So we're not hearing anything that causes us any major concern at the moment. There were heavy impacts, and in any heavy impact, Johnny, as we know, the automatic default is you go for a checkup, on what may. So the fact that there were medical staff on site and ambulances and attendants, that's not unusual. So I can tell you that our race clock has readjusted to 3 hours and 55 minutes.
Okay, so there is confirmation that the race is extended to take into account the 25 minutes or so of red flag.
Again, well done.
Just had.
It's I think it's something we've seen when they can of late, and I heartily approve. We're here to race. It's a properly elite sport, but we're here to entertain as well. And an endurance race is many things, but what it is most certainly is an investment of time and attention. We'll try and live up to a bit of that.
No promises, no promises.
Deco engineering.
Yeah, not the happy sound at all of a fairly large hammer smacking things back into position.
Well, they won't have been allowed to work on the car under the red flag. It would have been parked firmly, so now we're only just able to get stuck into the car.
And obviously, well, probably something quite far down on the list, but will need to be looked at eventually, is do those rear cheese wedges, are they still present? Do they still fit on the car? Because they have to be present as per the technical regulations. But unfortunately, as Antti Ramo arrived into turn one, he had rotated through 180 degrees already, and then rearward T-boned a couple of cars himself.
Nick Adcock first, and then the 17 got caught up in the accident. 17, by the way, I think is at the back of this grid.
Good.
I think they've made a way through, but they do have that rear damage. I think will need to pit.
And they are not on the lead lap anymore either for LMP.
No, because everybody came through, didn't they? Once. That's why we had the tyre change.
So already a lap down, and if they're going to make a pit stop for repairs, that could get worse. There's the final corner. So a bit of construction happening in the distance. That's the first time I've spotted that, but maybe more buildings going up, either related to the circuit or nearby facilities.
We'll confirm, by the way, 17 is there and on our tracker, so the 17 car has rejoined. Hasn't pitted. I think we'll need to do so. So we've lost, confirmed, 4 cars. 3 damaged LMP2 cars, and number 9 from Proton Competition, Jonas Reed, whose contact with the Vector car triggered that incident, and he was then hit by both the 47, Georgios Kolovos, that car out, was then in turn hit by the number 27, Nielsen Racing, the Hans of Crichton and Tudis. Also confirmed out is Nick Adcock. He was the unwitting victim, I'm afraid, of Antti Ramo's spin. Paul Loncher has now pitted. Pits would, of course, have been closed when he came back around. So Paul Loncher has pitted for attention to the rear of that CLX Motorsport car. And he is on pit lane together with the number 4 DKR engineering car. There is the 17. They'll fuel the car. And dollies are ready for that car. It's going into the garage for attention.
There can't actually be that much space for fuel, so, I mean, they may label this pit stop as emergency service anyway because of the rear right cheese wedge and various other bits and bobs that need to be sorted. There's a question mark as to whether the pits are actually open for legal pit stops right now. I know that the first phase of the safety car before the red flag will probably count as in this is not a separate safety car, I don't think. But have we quite got to 3 laps completed?
No.
I don't think we have. So, but they don't really care down.
They're lap
CLX.
down. They're lap down. They're looking at potential for a penalty anyway for this pit stop. I think they believe the time saved is worth it. But so here we go, behind the safety car. 41 cars now behind the safety car. Safety car is coming in this lap, and we're going green flag racing, Johnny.
Well, that's the benefit as well of a long red flag, is that all of the track has been tended to. Thank you so much for waiting for the period of time that was necessary, but clearly driver safety, driver situation is the priority, and then clearing the cars. Thankfully, we're not going to be denied any race time after an extra 25 minutes has been bolted on. So 3 hours and 50 minutes to go as the barge board underneath Bijoy Garg's seating position is whacking the road surface. Now it's side by side between 2 LMP2s that are getting their elbows out. That's the 2 EDEC Sport cars that are leaning on one another and did just about sort it out. Still, tyres are very, very cold. You can see how the cars are twitching through turns 2 and 3. And in LMP3, RHGP's Fabian Michel leads the way from Euro International's Matthew Richard Bell, but Louis Stern is right on Bell's tail. Then there's a recovering Francois Perrodo as down the inside of the first of the EDEC Sport cars has a long look, Ian Aguilera for CLX, but he decides to just sit and wait. This is the restart lap after all, with everything still very, very cold, and will take some time to get back into the window.
Yeah, calm heads at the moment. Let's hope it stays that way. There's still Bijoy Garg leading this race, but plenty of action, plenty of battles underway, including, as you say, the 2 EDEC Sport cars have found each other in this pack. That switch, by the way, that was told they had to happen between the 3 and the 14 did happen as we went back to safety car.
They found one another, but it was more serious than that. They were taking chunks out of one another. You were looking down at your laptop at the time, but they were side by side with contact, the 2 EDEC Sport cars, which is not ideal from a team perspective. And that was Jamie Chadwick making sure that Paul Lafargue did not get in front. But because it was fairly clean level pegging contact, I don't think it will have damaged either car too badly. A tad wide there for the number 8 car of Louis Stern, and that's going to open the door now for the number 5, 4th position for Jose Fernandez Cartela, as Henry Cabides is heading through the order as well. Now remember, the 13 car is a fast car this weekend, took 2nd place in qualifying yesterday. Cabides had to start the car because he's been the quickest driver all weekend. They wouldn't, on the balance of play, have wanted to put Cabides in at this early stage, but he's making no shortage in the opportunity to gain places in LMP3.
Clement Mathieu, meanwhile, is all over our pole sitter, the Team Qatar car of Abdallah Al-Khalifi.
Cabides has pitted, in fact, so
they're going to switch drivers now.
Right. We gain a whole load of places, but yeah, they want to get the bronze in early as possible.
Francois Perrodo, by the way, in some trouble here. He's getting the black and orange flag. That car must come in for attention. Having rejoined the back of the LMP2 Pro-Am grid. Also in Blake McDonald for a 2nd time in the 33 car.
Interestingly, AF Corsa, the 51 car that was permitted to take the start after it could not qualify, too much damage from free practice 2, they haven't elected to get Davide Rigon out of that car yet.
Well, he's up to 5th.
Yeah, and so do you deny yourself good track position to try and get the bronze in for what is still 90 minutes? He says, checking the notes, for bronze, silver and gold or platinum combinations, the bronze has to do an hour and a half.
Side by side there between the 31 and the 8, that's Racing Spirit Le Mans and Virage, and that's beginning to hold up. GT3 battle that's right under the rear wing. So Abdallah Al-Khalifi feeling the pressure from Clement Mathieu as a quick Aston Martin underneath him at the moment. But, unfortunately for the AMG man, through that sweeping final turn, that's where the Ligier is stronger, pulls away. LMP3 from Inter-Europol pulls back out into traffic. That's given an opportunity here for the CLX car to get by the 2nd of the EDEC Sport cars. Ian Aguilera makes it past Paul Lafargue. Just a slight stumble in the traffic that was the Europol car, which is shown as on pit lane, but it's not. You can see it very clearly.
Okay.
So that's a timing glitch for that.
So you're talking about the LMP2 car of Henry Cabides.
Caused a little bit of a stumble for Paul Lafargue, enough to allow Aguilera to get alongside, but it's shown on our timing screen as stationary. Yeah. That is not correct.
Yeah, okay.
I think our timing is frozen.
Fine, okay, well not fine, but it's useful to know that at the end of the day. 3 hours and 45 minutes, the race clock is correct, and Kuba Śmiechowski versus Griffin Peebles is one to feast our eyes on, as Śmiechowski goes wide, in fact, and that will allow Griffin Peebles through. So Śmiechowski has to take to that escape road now, stay to the left-hand side of the two bollards and rejoin. Meanwhile, the 75 Porsche is overtaken by the brilliantly driven Davide Rigon 51 car, remember, from the back of the field, and it is monstering its way up the order. It will be not that long into the future when Rigon leads this race, I would say, because he's up against bronze racing drivers and he's now into 4th place.
He is. There's a move on the 43 car. Now, is Cooper in some trouble here? That car did not look like it was up to full speed. Has he got a problem? So, through the field come. Davide Rigon is clearly pushing to the front of this field. That is the aim. He's already passed. He's definitely past the 77.
So that was Kuba Śmiechowski running wide, and did he take entirely to the escape road? It looks like he was obeying the rules there.
I think he's got an issue. I think he may have an issue.
Okay.
With apologies, we can't tell you against timing, because our timing has frozen.
I can tell you he's dropped to 12th position, Śmiechowski, and that is not just him running wide.
This is Aguilera going by the other EDEC Sport car, so he's now picked up 2 places and a couple of laps. Ian Aguilera pushing on here. Young man coming through the Ligier European Series and into Michelin Le Mans Cup last year, straight into LMP2 here, and he looks right at home, doesn't he?
Up to 5th position then for Ian Aguilera in the CLX Motorsport car. Kuba Śmiechowski is still running. This is not him, this is Bijoy Garg, who leads the race by 2.3 seconds over Louis Rousset still, but Griffin Peebles is on the move in the red visor for the United Autosports car. Griffin changing teams over the winter to the well-established United Autosports in LMP2 though, and now into pit lane from Pro-Am is Francois Perrodo in car number 83, and hearing from Steph Wentworth that he's also missing the legality panel on the back of the car as well.
Well, that should be just a rear clip change for the AF Corsa car, so that's obviously a car that also got caught up in the melee that brought out the red flag. Damage to the front right, we're hearing from Steph as well.
Lots of good speed from all of the LMGT3s right now, so the bronzes are getting more and more used to this set of tyres. They will probably throw this set of hard Goodyear tyres in the bin at the end, because you can just keep replenishing. There's no limit on allocation in the GT category, but we're seeing best laps of the race so far for Banksy in the 77 Porsche, for Custodio Toledo, for Mike Wainwright, for Amir Naran as well. But the LMGT3 field is still led by Abdullah Al-Khalifi in his number 62 AMG. He's got a second difference now on Clement Matter, but Davide Rigon's up to 3rd position.
Yeah, and pressurising 2nd place in LMGT3 as we watch this battle in LMP2. It's the released 83 car in amongst, here's the new look for SDA Racing by Panis, and then the familiar look of United Autosports, the 22, Griffin Peebles. This is going to be a name we're going to be talking about a lot, I think, this season, Johnny. This young man impressed mightily, burst onto the scene in LMP3, helping Breton Racing to a title in the Asia Le Mans Series. Side by side here with the 2nd place, Aston Martin makes that easy. Davide Rigon is going to be all over that AMG very quickly indeed, isn't he? So they have taken the opportunity. Choose attack.
100%, and you know, they wouldn't have chosen to be in this position, clearly with the damage that needed to be repaired after free practice 2. This is how Davide got underneath Clément Matter at turn 13, and then the drag race out of the penultimate corner, throwing the car at turn 14, Rigon, and despite the tighter line, was able to get good speed out of that corner, down the long straight. And yes, that's real estate between Al Khalifi and Davide Rigon is going to be eaten up very quickly by the chasing Italian.
Battle here between the 25 and the 37, Algar Pro Racing and CLX Motorsports.
So 10 laps done for Inter-Europol competitions Bijoy Garg. He has a 2.7 second lead over the Forestier Racing by Panis Louis Rousset. Meanwhile, CLX Motorsport in their LMP2 car having a good little dice. So this is Ian Aguilera and Matthias Kaiser, and Aguilera down the inside at turn 5, got the position initially, and I reckon then held onto it as well. So that is Aguilera up to 4th place now. This is where the fun really starts, because the LMP2s are starting to catch the tail enders in GT, and with Louis Rousset going to the high side now of that GT Ferrari number 74 from Kessel. So that'll be Andrew Gilbert in for the opening stint in the 6th placed car. But the green and black LMP2 of Louis Rousset for Forestier Racing, he is having his move shadowed all the way by Griffin Peebles in 3rd place, and that United Autosports car over the line. Will this be a chance for Peebles to go down the inside? I think he's a bit too far back to be able to take advantage of that. The gap to the race leader is still 2.7 seconds. Aguilera in amongst traffic too. The 83 car, remember, has already been in for a pit stop, so that LMP2 Pro-Am car is at least 1 lap down and is part of the Pro-Am part of it. Impressive speed so far from Jamie Chadwick, by the way, although as he tries to shake Paul Lafargue in the similarly liveried EDEX Sport car, although the difference between the EDEX liveries is that one has the 2 central black stripes, the other one has 2 central red stripes, and it's Jamie Chadwick with the black stripes ahead of Paul Lafargue, and that again is a slow LMP3 car. I think Paul Lancher, which might be a legacy of what happened to him at turn 1 on the opening lap.
Just a quick message from Steph on pit lane, just a hint of a couple of spots of rain, but just a couple of spots of rain at this point, nothing to be concerned about at this stage. Frenetic pace at the front, all sorts of movements between cars in class and between classes. The 2 EDEC cars again doing battle with each other.
Jamie Chadwick, oh, she's almost joined alongside by Paul Lafargue, and in fact Lafargue now to the high side, but there's no way through because of Banksy's Porsche just up ahead, so he's surely going to have to get out of the throttle. They hit each other again, that's for the 2nd time in this stint, taking chunks out of one another once more. That'll be an interesting chat between Jamie and Paul when they both get out of their cars, but Chadwick keeps the place just about, and they're fanning out further behind as well.
2-3 wide there too. There's the recovering AF Corsa car, one of the Nielsen cars, and the Vector Sports number 10. Ryan Cullen, I think, started that car, didn't he?
Yes, he did. So Vector Sport currently in 9th position, but Giorgio Roda, as the leader in LMP2 Pro-Am for Duquesne, is not that far away either in car number 30. He is in 10th position. Yeah, there he is, in fact, creeping into shot with PJ Hyatt. Close quarters. The EDEC freight train arrives at turn 5. Clément Matter has waved goodbye to Davide Rigon, although Rigon, according to my records, is still not quite ahead of Abdullah Al Khalifi. Clément Matter, a bit of heads-up driving there, peering into the mirrors to allow a very quick LMP2 car through at turns 7 and 8. So around the back section, there's Rigon in the red and black Ferrari, not yet in front then of the half and half livery for the QMMF car. And the Qatari Racing, or the Team Qatar by Iron Lynx car, is in the next few corners really going to have a decision to make. Does he just allow Davide Regon through for fear of there being some contact, because really that's not a fair race, and there were definitely some spots of rain down at the first corner. Steph Wentworth confirming that to us in the pit lane, and I'm seeing that they are evident now on the cameras down at turn 1 as well. Maybe just some psychological rain, as Mike Jordan used to call it, not necessarily affecting the grip levels down at the track. There's the change in LMGT3. Regon on the brakes a little later than Al Khalifi, and I don't think Al Khalifi wanted to fight that, to be honest, because there'll be plenty of bronze time for that 51 Ferrari later on.
He'll be getting instruction from the team, and they would have basically said, don't make it easy, but don't risk the car. And that's exactly what he's done. Look at the gap now to Clement Matur, though, because Al Khalifi has had an absolutely stellar start to this race.
He's been really impressive. Behind, it's bunching up again between Giorgio Roda and PJ Hyatt. Hyatt's right with him, you know, so whereas there was a 0.9 of a second gap in qualifying yesterday, the American is certainly giving the Italian, oh so dominant in qualifying for the last number of seasons, he's not allowing him to have all his own way. As Bijoy Garg and Griffin Peebles, that gap starting to come down. So Peebles did get ahead of Louis Rousset, and we're looking at I was about to say 0.7 of a second gap, but it's actually now down to half a second. Bijoy Garg to second place Griffin Peebles, and they have checked out from Louis Rousset, who's much further down on the start-finish straight, and there they are side by side in LMP2 Pro-Am. Hyatt to the inside line, and out in the dust and the gravel is Giorgio Roda, but he's kept hold of the lead just about. That was coming through turn 13. PJ Hyatt looking far more comfortable in this opening segment of the race. He sounded very chilled when Steph Wentworth was talking to him. And again, using the traffic, Davide Regon's Ferrari, the new leader in LMGT3, was the fly in the ointment there, but could have done PJ Hyatt a massive favour. There again are the spots of rain on the camera lens at turn 1, but I can really only see them down on that camera itself. So very, very localised rain. And I can't imagine any teams will be thinking about any sort of tyre change. The difficult thing is there are no intermediates again this year. You're either on the slick tyre or the wet tyre. Two, though, to the pit lane, and they are the 50 Ferrari. Oh, drive-through penalties by the sounds of things. And if they were issued earlier on, I've instantly forgotten them. But Custodia Toledo and Amir Naran are those two cars in question. As here's the fight for the race lead again. Griffin Peebles, I had a feeling he might not be wasting too much time to try and take the race lead. And Bijoy Garg in the colours of Inter-Europol competition up against one of his former teams actually in United Autosports. Cars 29, 50, 63 and 77 all being given drive-through penalties for not respecting the starting procedures, so presumably being out of position at the start of the race, therefore.
So that will be the Frestia Racing by Panis car, 63. That is the Iron Lynx, that's the orange car, isn't it? 77 is the Banksy Porsche. I've completely forgotten the other one. 50.
Which has just come in, yeah. The track is declared wet officially now, so that means that's more of a point of, from the statistical point of view, housekeeping, if you like, that legally you can now put wet weather tyres on any of the cars. The team manager of car 23 is now being summoned to race control. That's the United Autosports McLaren that Michael Berg started, with Garnet Patterson and Wayne Boyd to come. But lead change. Griffin Peebles is still second. I thought for a moment he was in front then, as I caught sight of the close-up of number 22, but he's still just tucked in behind Bijoy Garg. What happened a moment or two ago for Giorgio Roda in the black and green Duquesne car? He went to the outside of Francois Perrodo, and I don't think there was anything to worry about there, no. So everybody got through, but Perrodo is no longer on the lead lap in LMP2 Pro-Am. That might have been the case for some time, unfortunately. Not been the ideal start for sure for that AF Corsa LMP2 car. Now here's maybe a bit of inter-team tactics, because Griffin Peebles is attempting to lap the LMP3 from Inter-Europol competition. But there, it actually made it relatively easy there for the chasing car to get through. Into Europol's LMP3 car is being driven at the moment by Alexander Bukantsov, car number 13. So that was the driver change that we were talking about. The team had to start with Henry Cabides, the Colombian who did the qualifying yesterday, and he's the quickest driver in that car. But now the bronze Alexander Bukantsov has taken it over.
We get a quick look at a radar screen which shows there is rain in the area. Which direction and how quickly and how much remains to be seen. But teams are getting wet weather tyres ready and in the garages. Timing is back.
Oh, splendid. You would never have known, I hope. I was trying, you were working frantically to get that going again. I was attempting just to read our graphics tower on the left-hand side of the shot, plus a bit of extra timing here and there that I could pick up on, but it's always nice to look across and see that 16 laps have been completed, and yes, that is the correct amount for you.
30 minutes pretty much up now. Guard leads, but with Griffin Peoples right behind him. Good start to both of these drivers. Guard, remember, a Le Mans winner with United Autosports back in the day. And Griffin Peoples, the coming man aboard this 22 car, he's had a very impressive start to this race. Ian Aguilera, another standout performer here. Well, we said the lead up to this season, Johnny, there were going to be some new names emerging. It was a different feel to this European Le Mans Series grid this year, and so it is proving. The ladder is in readily apparent operation again. The Sports McLaren unwittingly just slight delay there to the sister car battling for the overall lead. Battle here in LMP2 Pro-Am. It's Vector Sport, DKR and the Rossa Racing Virage car. Three battling at the moment for third place. Stephen Thomas, Jens Moller and Jean Glorio. The trio aboard those cars. 14, Stephen Thomas pushing on. Fourth.
Now, because of so much safety car and obviously a lengthy red flag, I'm intrigued as to how long we might be able to get into this race before the first LMP2 pit stops. Normally last year they could do 40 minutes, maybe a smidge more if it was a low throttle circuit. Ooh, big squirm there as the LMP2 wants to get out of the way. Number 24 of the Mercedes, second of the Iron Links prepared Mercedes, that being Amir Naran in number 63.
It was Edward Pearson there in the 24 Nielsen Racing car that had almost a moment.
But yes, lots of safety car at the start. Obviously no fuel burn during the red flag as well. So we have had...
But you've also had the two formation laps and the move to the grid.
Agreed.
Same tank.
Yes.
I think it's going to be, well, we're what, 32 minutes now.
That's all, yes.
Next 10 minutes.
I think we might be able to go a bit further than that. I could see this being a 50-minute opening stint. Now, I look at the time gone in the race, and that's nearly an hour, actually, because we did start on time at midday, but 25 minutes or so of that was denied us because of the red flag. Still absolutely nose to tail for the two leaders. Bijoy Garg's doing a good job in just tempering the storm with Griffin Peebles. They have to go to the wrong side of the 55 Ferrari, but that's then good for the right-hander at turn 12. He did have a look, but not quite close enough again. Drive off the corner for Bijoy was pretty healthy there.
Good drive from Bijoy. As good, if not better, at this stage from Griffin Peebles, because he's had to pass cars multiple to get here. But Bijoy Garg driving a very assured race at the head of this field.
And they are comfortably clear of Ian Aguilera, although it is Aguilera for CLX now into third position. So having got ahead of Matthias Kaiser, and they overtook a handful of other cars as well prior to that point. So because they're to a certain degree squabbling amongst themselves, Garg and Peebles, that is allowing Aguilera to up the pace, and he's lapping faster now.
He's catching them. He's catching them last time around by, what, 1.5 seconds? Better than that, indeed. The gap is under 4 seconds. This is going to be a 3-car battle, I think, within the next couple of laps. Clement Mathieu,
Yeah.
being tracked by Kozjewski in the 75 Proton car. Team manager car 29 is being requested at the race director's office. That is the first year rated by Panis Louis Rousset, currently at the tail of the LMP2 field in that car.
He's totally dropped off, and I don't really understand why. He must have had a slight mistake somewhere, as now, speaking of which, Banksy runs a bit deep into turn 5 in the number 77 Porsche.
It retains the position. I think he'd had a crack but overdid it on Michael Birch. That didn't work, but these two having their own little battle. Indeed was the 209 car ahead of them.
Yeah,
That's the change. That's the change. That's the change to the lead.
Peebles now in front of Bijoy Garg in a load of traffic. We only caught the tail end of that, but it had been bubbling and looked likely over the next few laps, and finally Peebles is set free by Bijoy Garg. So it was the traffic, it was 2 GT cars, and very late on the brakes goes Peebles. Bijoy Garg just left it too late to show any sort of response. Then the number 75 Proton Competition Porsche was right in the way, not in the way, it needs to go through the corner as well. But an awkward situation for Bijoy Garg.
I have to say that was an excellent overtake from Griffin Peebles. Saw the opportunity, was looking to force the minor error. Sort of rehearsed it in the last lap before, didn't he? Pulled the same attempted move, but with the help of traffic managed to get alongside and used the GT car ahead as a bit of a blocker to make good his escape. Cracking stuff. Properly good mid-class racing.
Away goes Peebles. He kind of had to make that move because the problem is Ian Aguilera is catching at speed, and Aguilera will be straight on the tail of Bijoy Garg, looking to prize that opening as well. Into Europol Competitions car, now down to second.
This was PJ Hyatt, by the way, running second in Pro-Am. The car ahead is the last of the P2 runners. This is Kubish Mikowski. Had that issue. Didn't really get an explanation as to what had gone on from there, but he's not recovered much from that. So it doesn't appear to quite have the bite that you'd expect from Kuba. But this is all allowing Giorgio Roda to get away a bit. Giorgio Roda is how far up the field? It's only 2 or 3 seconds, so PJ will want to deal with the Interpol car if he can. As for David Arrigon, well, yeah, he's already 8 seconds up on Abdullah Al-Khalifi, as you'd expect from the Platinum driver. Full factory driver, starting the race from the back as a result of the 51 crew missing qualifying after an accident with his bronze colleague Charlie Samani. It was tagged by a P2 car, the car going into the pit wall at very high speed, significant damage, but they managed to fix that car, get it out here, and it leads the race.
Yeah, there's been some terrific stories already, some not so good ones on that opening lap, in fairness as well, but yes, a lot of drivers who have arrived in the European Le Mans Series for the first time and are getting to grips with it very quickly indeed. There is the 37 car of Ian Aguilera for CLX Motorsport, and as we'd mentioned, he was hunting down the green and yellow car of Bijoy Garg, who, having been forced offline a few laps ago by Griffin Peebles, might have been out in the weeds, out in the marbles, and therefore his tyres not in the best state. But this is the time for Ian Aguilera to pounce if he can. Certainly setting the crosshair on this long start-finish straight. And there might even be an opportunity before the end of this lap to attempt an overtake.
Well, watch that battle. Just to tell you that Griffin Peebles has pulled out a 4-second gap already on Bijoy Garg, so he was being bottled up there by the Interpol car. Shows how good a defensive drive Bijoy was putting in place for a couple of laps. More interclass battles. This is the 24 and the 10. That is for 7th position. Edward Pearson in the Nielsen Racing car. The white shaded into green at the back with the kind of violet trim. And then the Vector Sport car in the hands of Brian Cullen. Still this battle goes on for what is that now? Third place, Clement Mathieu under pressure from Matt Kurzajewski. Racing Spirit Le Mans, Aston Martin, Proton competition Porsche. Gradually getting used, aren't we, to the new drivers, new teams, new numbers, new colours this year.
It's always a fun time because a lot of the time, if cars have done well in certain paint schemes, then you just get used to them being certain race numbers and certain driver combinations. And a lot of the time through the winter period, all of that is shaken up. But generally speaking, after the first race, we still haven't got it, frankly. We've only got 3 weeks to go before the next round to get it all settled in our mind. Tad wide there by Clement Mathieu in that 59 Aston Martin, ahead of Matt Kurzajewski's, whose lines are much more tidy at this stage. He does have experience of these European tracks, I should say, because of 2 years ago being successful as a GT champion in the Michelin Le Mans Cup.
Yeah, as we were saying, it was well, amazing season from I think 3 second places and won all the other races with Alessandro Balsam. Here's the battle for second. This is Bijo Garg under real pressure now from Ian Aguilera, and they're again in traffic. That was his undoing last time. Bijo Garg, as he tried to defend from Griffin Peoples, this time putting cars between himself and his pursuer. Done it again there with the high-class Porsche, I believe. Yes, it is. New additions this season.
Paul Lanchet finding good speed now in what is a hastily repaired CLX car. Blake McDonald likewise. Unfortunately, his opening race in the European Le Mans Series has not gone to plan, and not through anything that he did wrong. The Corvette is at least still putting laps in and is going more quickly than it's managed to this point in the race. Down the inside goes Giorgio Roda in the Duquesne team, LMP2 Pro-Am class-leading car, and he's still 4 and a bit seconds clear of PJ Hyatt,
who has cleared Kubish Schmiechowski, who has dropped back another couple of places.
Right, Schmiechowski, yeah, down in 13th position, inexplicably.
I'm sure we're going to hear from Kuba that there's an issue with that car. He had that run off track, didn't he, to turn 1?
Yeah.
And it's not looked right since then.
And I don't quite understand why Louis Rousset's pace went off the edge of a cliff as well, having been a long-time second-place runner. He's now down in 9th and matching Ryan Cullen's lap times. Oh, he had a drive-through, that's why. So he was one of the 4 cars that had to serve the drive-through penalty. That's my error for not remembering that bit. So they were cars 29, his car, Louis Rousset, car 50, car 63, car 77. So the other 3 cars were all GTs and have all served those penalties now for being under investigation and then being assessed a starting procedure disrespect rule.
Well, after a chaotic start, it's been busy since we went back racing after that first lap red flag, with the time lost under the red flag recovered. We're now 42 minutes into this race. Griffin Peoples leads now by 7 seconds from Bijo Garg, who is still bottling up the rampant Ian Aguilera behind him. Matt Kaiser is a chunk of time back, with Jamie Chadwick almost on his heels now. Giorgio Roda leads in LMP2 Pro-Am, 10th overall. PJ Hyatt's closed another second on Giorgio Roda, so that gap is coming down. Third is Stephen Thomas, but he's 5.5 seconds back for his fellow American. RHGP, Fabien Michel leads in LMP3 from the pole position, almost 14 seconds up on Matthew Richard Bell in the Euro International, the number 11 car, the bright pink Ligier. And then Rinaldi Racing's number 5 in the hands of Jose Fernandez Cortella sits in 3rd place. Of course, has Davide Rigon gone for the back to the front, as you'd expect. Team forced into running their fastest driver. He's done all he can. He is now 10 seconds ahead of pole sitter Abdullah Al-Khalifi in the Team Qatar by Iron Lynx number 62 AMG. With Matt Kurzajewski having gone by the Aston Martin now, he's up into 3rd place in LMGT3 in the 75 Proton Porsche.
Could be about to get worse for Louis Rousset's number 29 car and the 23 United Autosports McLaren, because they are under investigation for not respecting what you have to do down at the first corner if you overcook it and take to the escape road at turn 2. So they're going to be checked that they did that properly and might cop a penalty if they did not. Here's Bijoy Garg again, still being chased by Ian Aguilera for second and third in LMP2. Pretty busy further back as well, with a GT car being caught by an LMP3, but this is the one that's most likely to change in the near future. PJ Hyatt again's not that far away from Giorgio Roda, 1.6 seconds, so there or thereabouts.
It was 4 seconds 3 laps ago, so he is absolutely reeling him in. This pair, though, this is an engaging fight, isn't it? Aguilera looking for a way to grab the advantage from Bijoy Garg, because Griffin Peoples is pulling away 11.2 seconds ahead, and we start with the first of the LMP2 pit stops, the 24 of Edward Pearson and Louis Rousset in that number 9 from FIA Racing are both on pit lane, and that is, what, 45 minutes into this race.
Yeah, so others ahead and indeed behind in the LMP2 Pro-Am category think that they can squeeze a few more laps out of this, but here's the 24 car of Edward Pearson. I wouldn't imagine they're going to change tyres, because Edward's going to stay on board and Louis Rousset's probably going to stay on board for another 40 odd minutes as well. And tyres, although you do get 14 individual tyres, therefore 3.5 sets, you want to try and marry the tyres with the drivers where possible, because they will know how they have been worn over this particular stint. And remember that the tyres were actually allowed to be replenished after the various incidents on lap 1 to avoid any nasty punctures. Here's the number 19 car for John Fowle from 3rd position in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Garg still fending off Ian Aguilera. Nothing wrong with Bijoy's defensive game, is there?
Also pitting, this time from 4th position in LMP2, is Matthias Kaiser, and Jamie Chadwick will follow him down pit road from 5th.
4 seconds the gap as they came down between that pair. Battle for 4th place. In fact, second lead export car and Ryan Cullen's number 10 from Vector Sports also on pit lane. So it's just the lead group now in LMP2.
And in both categories, actually, because these two are going to stay out. So the Duquesne green and black car. And there's the second place fight between Bijoy Garg, Ian Aguilera, whereas the car behind them, that was trying to give a bit of scoreboard pressure, has already pitted. Giorgio Roda staying out will promote he and PJ Hyatt to 4th and 5th overall for the time being.
Yeah, and Hyatt right with Giorgio Roda now, it's half a second. So we've got real battles underway for significant places in both LMP2 classes.
Rounding the right-hander at turn 12. And well, this is the early part of the lap, turn 5 now, in fact, for nose-to-tail Pro-Am runners. Surely they're going to pit together as well, as they both get underneath the number 50 Ferrari of Custodio Toledo. PJ Hyatt, does he push for the overtake before they pit? There's probably not a great deal of value in that. Just wants to make sure that his in-lap is as clean as possible.
Top 3.
Yes, indeed. They do come in all together. Peebles, Garg, Aguilera from 1st, 2nd, 3rd, all in on the same lap.
So it becomes a battle on pit lane between the pit crews. It's another part of what we love about sports car racing, a full team game. And at this point, it's down to the pit crew to execute whatever the strategy says they must as quickly and as cleanly as possible on this pair coming in on this lap, and they are as well. So cracking stuff. Duquesne team, by the way, new service provider this year, RHGP, our race leaders in LMP3 looking after the number 30 car. You'll see there is the RSGP pit with Duquesne right next to them. Bijoy Garg leaving, and indeed Ian Aguilera will be on his tail. Griffin Peoples, 1:07 on pit lane, exactly the same for the 2nd place car, and 2 seconds longer for CLX Motorsports.
Interesting, not seeing any driver changes in the LMP2s. I would be very surprised if there were any, to be honest. want to try and make these pit stops as quick as possible with as few changes as possible. So generally they are just all fuel.
Watching this is that one, that is the Proton competition car. I think we're going to see, yes we do, order restored between the leaders in LMP2 Pro-Am as well. Pretty much identical pit stop times there too. So no errors amongst any of them. There's the 24 car just alongside for a moment. Number 99. So it would have been for position, by the way, with Ed Pearson.
Yes, yeah, one of the early stoppers. And this is a fight off pit road as well.
20 in the 88.
For Horst Felbermeyer and Michael Jensen.
Michael, if you're watching the coverage of the Asia Le Mans series, Dorian Pan there says hello. Hello, Dorian. Welcome back. Suffered an absolutely enormous shuns at Yas Marina. Broke a thumb, I believe, in that, and I know he was looking for the opportunity to talk to the drivers briefing here. The issue was not where his thumb was, it was the fact his thumb was caught by the wheel flailing around in the cockpit, and he had a ring on underneath his glove.
29 laps done, and the lead is 14 seconds. I'm just having a stretch. You were wondering whether I was wanting to get out of the booth. I'm not going to later, but I'm just stretching the legs, sitting down for quite some time. We're doing that red flag. 0.3 of a second is the gap between Ian Aguilera and Bijoy Garg, with Matthias Kaiser more distant though now.
No, he's not. He's closer. He's close.
He is. Okay.
He's closed in by a couple of seconds. He was 11 seconds back before the pit stops. And I think courtesy of that slightly longer pit stop for Aguilera, he's just closed in under 10 seconds now. Where is Jamie Chadwick? Well, she's lost a position to Ryan Cullen, and that's because they did a pit stop in 57 seconds as opposed to 107 seconds.
Looking at what's happening in LMP3 as well, Fabian Michal up against Matthew Bell for Euro International, and the gap there is currently about 15 seconds. Now remember, LMP3 stays the same as it was last year in that 2 of the stops that you make in a 4-hour race must be a minimum time, so you can't breach the 105 seconds that it is here this weekend. There's the 54 Porsche spinning.
Trouble for the high-class car. Is that Dennis Anderson still at the wheel of that car? It is. Dennis at the tail of the field in LMGT3.
So a very good run from Ian Aguilera for 2nd position overall. However, Bijoy Garg has kind of got that covered until this point, though, because Aguilera goes right around the outside at turn number 1, kept it within the track limits as well, and that was more or less a perfect manoeuvre.
I was about to say exactly the same thing. Absolutely perfect. Beautifully done by the Mexican youngster. And Bijoy Garg will be left to rue that moment, but I'm not sure there's much you could do about it. We're hearing it was an incident between the 51 of Davide Rigon on the inside. Don't know.
But that wasn't for position, that was the lap, Dennis Anderson, wasn't it?
They watched this. Is a great angle to watch this. Teed it up, had the better run, up through the outside. Sort of spooked him, I think, off the apex, but he was by. It was a very neat and tidy move there from Ian Aguilera.
The problem for Bijoy is he'd made his one move in the braking area. He'd already committed to the inside line, and that left him as a bit of a sitting duck because Aguilera was so confident about his ability to stop the car at turn 1. Still, this will not give up in LMP2 Pro-Am, and they've actually, because of a bit of carnage happening around them in LMP2, this is now for 8th and 9th places in total.
And they've got 2 LMP2 class cars behind them with silver drivers aboard, and they're struggling to catch this pair. Moment, it sort of looks to me like PJ Hyatt's got the quicker car underneath him. There's the 2 battling away. In fact, that's a change of position behind them. That is Paul Lafargue going by Edward Pearson for what is 8th in LMP2, 10th overall. But Lafargue now will be looking to try to put a move on PJ Hyatt. He's trying to put a move on Giorgio Roda. Great fun.
as always, for a European Le Mans Series race, you never quite know where to look next. You have to have 4 pairs of eyes to deal with the 4 different categories because they're all as intense as one another. Fabien Michel somehow has stayed, though, at the front of his field. Actually, for a majority of the categories, 2 of the categories of the 4, we have retained our pole position cars, they being RHGP and Duquesne team, but for sure the Duquesne lead is under pressure again by PJ Hyatt. It was all changing LMGT3 because Davide Rigon had to be put into the 51 Ferrari. However, without that, we would still have Abdullah Al Khalifi leading the class. He's doing a good job in second.
His first chance really to see the leader in LMP3, RSGP's Fabien Michel, head of the Euro International number 11 car and the Rinaldi Racing number 5. This is led from the start, our pole sitter, and the gap now up to 14 seconds, with the gap second and third up to 18. So big gaps opening up. There's the 51 car. This is our leader in LMGT3 with Davide Rigon aboard that car. I think, if anything, harassing an LMP2 car into that turn in traffic. 13 seconds ahead now of the Team Qatar Bayern Lynx AMG, but remember, have not burned a single second of their bronze time yet.
Michael Burke effectively gets a lap deleted there because of track limits. That's fine in isolation, but if he starts to do that too many times, then penalties can start to work their way in. Paul Lafargue still at the wheel of the second of the EDX Sports cars, and they were a little bit close to some contact there. PJ Hyatt and the red-striped EDX Sport car.
This is for position, by the way. This is for 9th place overall, claimed by Paul Lafargue. He's the silver-rated driver. Pulls away now, previous European Le Mans Series champion Lafargue Jr. See this again, this was mighty close from Paul Lafargue.
Wasn't necessarily once Paul got beyond the halfway point of PJ Hyatt's car, it was more about front left versus rear right of PJ Hyatt's car, so it's over his shoulder. Yeah. Side-to-side contact on the fastest bit of the racetrack is never ideal, but they just about got away with it.
Now it's Edward Pearson trying to catch PJ, as Paul Lafargue powers on in pursuit of Pro-Am leader Giorgio Roda. Roda has taken the opportunity of that little tussle to pull away a little from this battle. DCAR Engineering Jean Clorio, by the way, is in contact here. Not that far back. What is that? 3 seconds back from PJ Hyatt. Excellent start to his LMP2 campaign. Remember, race and title-winning performances from him with DKR in LMP3. Double yellows, by the way, are out, and it's the 54 car
again.
And that looks like there's been contact.
Missing, or at least part of the front bumper is now out of alignment.
It was almost an identical moment, wasn't it?
Just again a little nibble on the rear from Clément Mateur, and then the secondary bit of contact nose to nose has done the bulk of the damage. Although the front of that Porsche is highly modular, so they'll be able to take off the front left wing if he can get it back, and the front bumper, and hopefully it hasn't done any damage to anything more serious underneath.
He is moving, so he's got away from the incident site, so he'll, I'm sure, bring that car back in. Side-by-side contact there between Paul Lafargue and an LMP3 car, it looked like. Let's have a look at this again. Oh, it's the Duquesne car. And then an LMP3 car. So that is him going by Giorgio Roda briefly.
Gave the place back, I think.
He did. And that's left PJ Hyatt back right with him.
Remember, that's all for position. So Paul Lafargue is the awkward meat in the sandwich between the 2 LMP2 Pro-Am leaders. So Giorgio Roda, a heart-and-mouth moment there, because this car could very easily have spun, did it not have such kind of efficient downforce on it, gluing it to the ground. But the problem for Paul Lafargue was he overtook him beyond the bounds of the track, so did need to give that place back again.
Yeah. Paul Lafargue driving quite aggressively at the moment.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's his EDEC family team, but nevertheless, team strategists, team engineers would not have liked necessarily some contact on the first restart lap between he and Jamie Chadwick.
It's the high-class Porsche on pit lane. They'll fuel it, they'll put the tyres on it. There will be some bodywork repair to be done on that car. It's the front bumper area and what looked to me like the left-hand rear, the left-hand front wheel cover. As you say, they are modular pieces. Here we go. Is that? I think that's PJ Hyatt through to the lead. He is. Hyatt is through on Giorgio Roda. And Pearson's gone through as well. Questioning here, Johnny, whether or not maybe there might have been some damage here for Giorgio Roda, because he's dropped back. Watch this. This is how it goes. This was the incident between Lafargue and Roda. No, it wasn't. It's a different incident. He ran wide. And that's allowed PJ Hyatt, as he takes the escape road to take advantage through into the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am, grabs 9th place. Through 2 goes Edward Pearson. Giorgio Roda down now and into the clutches, it seems, there of Jean Glorieux for 2nd place. So PJ Hyatt to the lead of LMP2 Pro-Am. Past the first hour now. So counting down before we start to get the pit stops for LMP3 and LMGT3. Duncan Cameron, in fact, is actually already on pit lane in the 55 car. That seems a little early.
If you're wondering why, by the way, why we're only ticking into the second race hour at 26 minutes past 1 when we began at midday, that is because pretty much on the first lap, if not the second lap, a lengthy red flag was thrown because of 2 separate incidents on the opening lap. One involving 3 LMP3 cars at turn 1 and one involving a clutch of LMP2s just around the bend at turn 2.
Just watching that LMGT3 Porsche Ferrari light up the rear Goodyears. Likely to be the last time we see the Goodyear hard ever here. That's principally come because of the changes to the tyre regulations in FIWC competition. Effectively moves it to a single stint tyre formula. 21 car from United Autosports on pit lane, Daniel Schneider. That is a driver change, Daniel getting out of the car. That's an hour complete for the bronze driver. Ollie Jarvis climbs aboard and will be, I'm sure, eager to get stuck in. The car down in 20th place, back of the LMP2 Pro-Am field at the moment. But Dan Schneider brought the car back in good order. United Mechanics ready to go with tyres for Ollie Jarvis. Let the fun begin after that. All sorts of incidents under investigation. 54 and the 59, the 51 and the 54. We saw both of those involving the high-class car.
Yeah, so that was the high-class Porsche being spun around by the Davide Rigon 51 car. I shouldn't really put it like that because I'm assessing blame and we don't do that until the decision is made. But there was some contact at least, and the result was that 54 Porsche spun. And then the more significant one was at turn 5, which was Clement Matter tripping up over the 54 car, again resulting in some contact. That's 2 separate bits of contact, in fact, and therefore nose damage to Dennis Anderson's Porsche.
22 car, by the way, under review. Pit stop. That is our leader, who, by the way, is 20 seconds up. Griffin Peoples on Ian Aguilera. Here comes the 51 car, and it is going to be a driver change here. Davide Rigon climbing out of the car, loses the lead pretty instantly to Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi, who's done a good job on hanging on in there. I think lost about 12-13 seconds to the Ferrari factory driver. Well, that's no disgrace.
The pit stop that's just happened for the number 21 car, United Autosport's LMP2 car, LMP2 Pro-Am car, sees Daniel Schneider get out and Ollie Jarvis, the Platinum, get in, because Schneider's done his hour now, doesn't need to drive anymore. And of course that will be the case for a lot of other drivers up and down the LMP2 order, whether they're in Pro-Am or not in Pro-Am. So Jean Glorieux gets out and Marlon Hernandez gets on board the number 3 LMP2 Pro-Am car for DKR Engineering.
Also got to the Vector Sport Pro-Am car on pit lane, indeed out. Ken Basie climbs aboard. Francois Perrodo is in an 83. Stephen Thomas is in from 3rd place in the 14. So much longer for PJ Hyatt and Giorgio Roda. John Falb now up into 3rd for the Rossa Racing by Virage car. That's a sign of the pace, by the way, of that leading pair in LMP2 Pro-Am. John Falb, who ain't no slouch, let me tell you, 22 seconds back from Giorgio Roda.
I just think for the leading duo in Pro-Am, they don't want to give up this road position, and there's still half a tank of fuel, if not a little bit more, on board both of those cars. So why break the flow, even though the hour has now been completed, which is the minimum time they need to be at the wheel of those cars. There is scope to carry on until the end of this fuel amount and then think about a driver change. Francois Perrodo does bail out of the number 83 car. Mathieu Vaxivière taking over car 83 for AF Corsa in Pro-Am.
A bit of automotive chess underway at the moment, isn't there? This is the racing car. There's Matthew Kozjewski in the 75 from 2nd place now.
Now, because this is a GT car, Matt can't get out if he's wanting to do his bronze time in one slug. He's got to do another half an hour, as have everybody else as the bronze starting drivers.
Same here for Clement Mathieu. Racing Spec Le Mans. Aston Martin, they're just checking over that car. There was obviously that contact with the Porsche. Fuel goes in. Remember, in European Le Mans Series competition, that is PJ Hart and pit lane. So Giorgio Roda stays out. PJ Hart comes in. And the instant change for the drivers. But boy, has he got 2 very sharp arrows in the quiver of this team with Dane Cameron and Louis Delatraz. Car 9, by the way, is going to reprimand at 1 penalty point for causing that collision at turn 2. That has gone against Jonas Reed.
Well, you said there was contact with the better of the two, better placed of the 2 Vector Sport cars, the LMP2 version.
Side-by-side contact with the 10 car.
Also in on this lap is Ian Aguilera for CLX Motorsport.
Cracking opening stint in his LMP2 career in the European Le Mans Series from Ian Aguilera. More of the same, please. That's been great fun to watch. That leaves Griffin Peebles, by the way, now 27, nearly 28 seconds up on Bijoy Garg after an hour and 7 minutes. In comes our pole sitter and race leader in LMGT3, the 62 car of Abdallah Al-Khalifi. Also in the 2nd place right now, Kessel Racing car, Ferrari of Andrew Gilbert, and Banksy on pit lane as well. And further down the order, double yellows at turn 5-6. That's the 28 car in trouble. And it's 28 into the gravel, and that, I think, in fact, into the wall by the look of it. There is damage to the front of that car. That's going to require some recovery, and that's going to require some kind of intervention. What happened here? It looks like by himself.
Possibly. Can't see another car. Well, there was a GT car already round the corner, so that wasn't affecting things. 2 GT cars, in fact. It was Duncan Cameron in 55, but he's just totally run out of road there, Paul Lafargue.
We're going to be going to a virtual safety car in about 30 seconds.
I just want to deal with the pit stop for car 37, Ian Aguilera. I don't really understand why that car had to pit so early. That was only an 18-minute stint for Ian Aguilera.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds.
Here's the virtual safety car, which will
10,
then be a safety car, by the way, at the end of it.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
18 minutes.
yeah, there's a bit of a mystery for me, because Aguilera came in at the end of what turned out to, well, it's difficult to tell an exact amount, but he was in at 13 minutes past 1, did a stop for tyres, came back out again, and he's done a 17.5-minute stint. And they've taken Aguilera out of that car and put Adrian Clomenil in, despite Ian's rampant speed. I mean, I can't imagine they thought they were losing time necessarily, unless they feel, hang on a minute, going into the virtual safety car, did everybody stop in time? Yes, it looks like they have done. But then there's a question of the order a little bit. If a car's rejoining from a pit stop, should be giving priority to the car over to the left, but we'll need to dovetail in.
Well, potentially who gains quite massively here. Duquesne team, Dorian Pan into the car, at least in part under virtual safety car. If you've not pitted at this point, I think it's just the United Autosports McLaren happens. So that could be a big advantage for Michael Birch out of that and leaping up the order, because he will now, of course, be able to fulfill his full stop under virtual safety car. We're now going to see the LMP3 cars rush for the pits. They will burn long stops at this point, without a doubt. We saw, by the way, Johnny, in the Asia Le Mans series, something different under virtual safety car, which was a number of fast-reacting LMP3 teams burning both long stops under a virtual safety car.
Yes. Yes, virtual safety car keeps the pit lane open, and generally
for 3 laps.
Well, no, virtual safety car, you don't see the.
It's at least 3 laps.
Hang on a minute. The virtual safety car comes out.
Yes.
I always thought it was 2 laps actually.
But you may be right.
But the pit lane is open.
Yes.
For the whole of a virtual safety car.
Yes.
And then when the safety car proper is deployed, the pit lane is closed for the first 3 laps of the safety car.
That's correct, right, with one slight adjustment, which is it's not when the safety car is deployed, it's when we see on the screen the safety car is deployed. It's not always the same moment.
Yes.
But we were seeing teams that were lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time, able to get both of their stops done in those 2 laps under the virtual safety car. Fairly remarkable stuff, but I'm sure they haven't forgotten that.
It doesn't matter when you do those stops.
Manager car 28, we're going to put your car on the side of the track. Tell your driver to stay out of the track as much as possible until T6. Okay, tell your driver to stay as much as possible outside of the track.
So there is the advice. Whether it will be followed, one or two other race directors have become frustrated by certain instructions not necessarily going in and being fully understood.
Just to be clear why, that is all about the gravel that will be collected in the undertray of that car, and Ronald Freitas making it very clear we want CETEC Sports tell Paul Lafargue not to spread that on the racing line, because that could lead to another intervention being required for clean-up.
The race leader of the race as a whole and in LMP2 is still under investigation for a potential pit stop infringement as Paul Lafargue's car gets back up and running again and looks incredibly second-hand on that front right corner. That is the scar of whacking the tyre barrier quite heavily at turn 5.
This is another stop for 55. They came in early, didn't they, with Duncan Cameron?
So away that goes. A fear about a puncture, perhaps?
Maybe, but was that Duncan staying aboard? It is.
Just try and work out precisely when that car has featured on pit lane. Car 55 for Spirit of Race.
In from the lead, by the way, Griffin Peoples. Now, that will be handy for him. A second stop, though, for that 22 car. That's Griffin getting out of the car.
So whilst various pit stops happen legally under this virtual safety car, we are preparing for an actual safety car in the not too distant future, but that does present us opportunity to head down to Steph.
Yes, and I am joined by Ian Aguilera, driver of the number 37 CLX Motorsport. Ian, you were really, really quick during that stint. What made you get out of the car?
We went with a different strategy with a shorter stint too, to see if we could undercut everyone and get a clear track ahead. But it was a really good stint. Really happy with how the car felt, all the work the team put. So I'm really pleased, and I think we've got good chances. This virtual safety car didn't really help us, but still a long way to go. So we'll keep pushing.
Of course, and let's talk about the conditions out there, because during testing and practice it's been very, very hot this week, and obviously it's much cooler. How did you find that affected the car in your stint?
I think it actually helped us a little bit. Our car, I think, runs better when it's on these cooler conditions. We struggle a little bit when it's hotter conditions with the oversteer, so I think these conditions helped us out a lot.
All right, thank you. We'll see you later.
Thank you. Bye.
Well, that provides a bit of an answer to what they were up to at CLX. They were looking to try and pit about half a stint before everybody else in an attempt to, as he says, undercut. So you pit first, you're out further behind your rivals, but then as you rise to the surface, that could mean the parting of the waves. The last thing they wanted, once they'd committed there, is then a virtual safety car. He was putting it lightly by saying that's not really gone our way. I'd say it's a disaster. It's not necessarily unrecoverable, but they're going to have to put their thinking caps back on at CLX.
That was that the 37 right behind Gregoire Saucy, or was that the other United car we just saw briefly?
The other United car being car 21 for Ollie Jarvis, which really should be on the move now.
I think they've lost a lap.
The 37 CLX car you're talking about, yeah. Like I
think
said,
they're right behind him, but a lap down.
I think that idea of putting Ian in, what they were probably thinking was, let's get the Aguilera drive time out of the way as early as possible. So they pitted after the hour mark, but it was actually only 1.5 stints, 45 minutes plus the 20, and it's just not worked for them now.
Now there's a plus side and a minus side here. There will be a wave by, so they'll recover themselves to the lead lap, but they'll be the length of the field behind.
Safety car, we are under safety car.
So
leader keep the speed, leader keep the 80, all cars to pick up the pace to safely catch behind the leader.
So
we are under safety
which
car.
Pit entry closes. You can still leave the pit lane, but you can't come in. The only way you can enter pit lane now is for emergency service, and that will mean that when we go back to green, you have to come in again. So
Car
there's no
63,
advantage.
please pick up the pace. Car 63, please pick up the pace. All cars on track, please increase the speed so that you queue up behind car 22, please.
So this is the good news, is we're getting closer to a restart of this race. It is going to still... It's Gregoire Saucy now, isn't it? The car tucked in behind is the 37, but is a lap down. So that strategy you heard from Ian Aguilera really didn't pay off, did it? New front valance for the 54 now in obvious form.
Maybe about to hear a bit more from Eduardo. I think I might have an answer about the extra stop for Duncan Cameron. With unlimited tyres in LMGT3, why not pit him 5 laps later to put a new set of boots on for this restart? Because everyone's going to be bunched up anyway.
Car 74, please push. Car 74, please push.
So they'd fueled him after a stint of about an hour or so when the fuel ran out on car 55, and then only 5 minutes later it would have been fully fueled then.
Teams can start seeing if they are eligible or not for pass-arounds.
So they may not have done tyres first time around, and perhaps they did this time, knowing that they'd got the luxury. So here's the order. Gregoire Saucy, car 22. From Inter Europol's Bijoy Garg and Jake Hughes. The rest of the order a little bit jumbled, which hopefully will be rectified. We got underway, but the racing itself would actually not last too many corners, let alone laps. Bijoy Garg in the pole-sitting car for Inter Europol competition, over to the right-hand side of the track as he looks at it, left as we do. And then Louis Rousset attempted an overtake, but look further back. Side-to-side contact for Jonas Reed up against the EDEX Sport car, and then he, as sideways, got absolutely walloped.
Confirm the eligibility for the pass-around at the end of at sector 1.
Got absolutely walloped by Georgios Kolovos.
All the other cars, please pick up the pace.
and that was a huge hit, which has left bits of car absolutely everywhere. And then this was an entirely separate incident with Antti Ramo, 2 wheels on the curb. As he hit the brake pedal, that massively unsettled the DKR Ligier, so much so that he was arriving into turn 1 backwards and cleaned out Nick Adcock's M Racing number 68 LMP3 car. There was also big damage to Paul Lancher's CLX example. Paul would actually limp away from the scene, but the aftermath was just unbelievable. And quite how so many cars were able to pick their way through with no damage was very, very impressive. And there was a red flag then for 25 minutes, but that time has actually been added on to the end of this race. There were the 2 EDEC Sport cars getting together on the restart lap, and that was Jamie Chadwick putting her elbows out to fend off teammate Paul Lafargue. Early fighting in amongst the LM GT3 cars, and Davide Rigon, who had to be in the 51 car from the start because the 51 in the end was not qualified yesterday. It was too badly damaged from free practice 2. They were given special dispensation to start as long as Rigon did the opening stint. This was harem-scarum stuff as well for second position at the time, with Griffin Peebles getting a good run versus Louis Rousset, heading towards turn number 4. And then PJ Hyatt up against the green and black car of Duquesne team. And the Duquesne car of Giorgio Roda stayed in front on that occasion. Very last-ditch overtake for Griffin Peebles, which he had been rehearsing for a number of laps before that, but finally got underneath the then race leader Bijoy Garg. Tidy little overtake as well for the 75 Porsche of Matthew Kurzajewski on Clement Mateur. And around the outside for Ian Aguilera to net what was second place at the time and dispatch Bijoy Garg. This, unfortunately, was an overtake not as cleanly pulled off from Clement Mateur, just tagging the back of the 54 Porsche. And Dennis Anderson has really been in the wars, way out wide there for the 30 car, and even more so for Paul Lafargue in the 28 EDEC Sport car, hitting the barrier hard down the hill into turn 5. So we have had changes in LMP2 Pro-Am, LMP2 and in the GT category as well. But here's your current race leader, Gregoire Sauzet. And with far longer on the clock hour done, what we should have done is actually an hour and nearly 47 minutes, having started at midday. But actually we've only been going for just over an hour and 20. And DKR Engineering, United Autosports rather, lead the way from Bijoy Garg 1.3 seconds, and then Jake Hughes, who's been plugged into the Algarve Pro Racing car during that virtual safety car, is running in third ahead of Ollie Gray for Forestier Racing by Panis. So they're back in contention now, particularly because the field's been bunched up. EDEC Sports' Laurence Hoare takes over the 18 car from Jamie Chadwick. Roy Nissani in the Nielsen Racing LMP2 car. Pro-Am is led by Duquesne still, but Dorian Pan now takes over from Giorgio Roda. Just do the rest of the top 3. AO by TF Dane Cameron, number 99, and Marlon Hernandez for DKR Engineering.
I'm going to correct myself on something. We've had the pass-around completed now. There's a fair chunk of cars going around. That, of course, does not include the 37, because they don't get the pass-around because their class leader is not behind them.
Yeah.
It is an absolute disaster for CLX Motorsport.
Yeah, if you are trapped between the safety car with your class leader behind you, then you will get the pass-around. But I think in this type of pass-around, rather than an American wave-by, there's less opportunity for you to gain a lost lap back again. You might get 9/10 of a lap back again, but if you're behind the race leader, you're just going to stay there. So it's incredibly unfortunate. And as I say, Ian Aguilera, clearly somebody above him was making that shout, and it wasn't a bad one before we had that caution. And then the last thing they wanted to see was Paul Lafargue off the road at turn 5, because they would know then that their idea to go off-piste had been the wrong decision. But hindsight, isn't it just a wonderful thing?
So what are we going to see when we get this back to full green flag running? It's going to be Gregoire Sauzet. Bijoy Garg still aboard the Interpol competition car. Jake Hughes, who's been on great form here this weekend, sitting in third. Ollie Gray, of course, title winner last year and was in fine form throughout 2025. And Lawrence Hurt, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In Pro-Am, Dorian Pat leads the way for Duquesne team, but has Dane Cameron right behind her in this order. It's going to be quite the battle. Hernandez for DK Engineering sits third.
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. It's a little bit too early to start asking for blue flags. We are under safety car procedure. It's a disrespect to ask for blue flags at this stage.
So somebody's been naughty on the Discord system. LMP3, by the way, RSGP through all this melee retain their lead. Of course, the gap has come down. Matthew Richard Bell still aboard the Euro International car in second. Team Virage now up to third. And Rinaldi dropping down the order in that exchange, by the way. Just looking here at the... So only, I think, RSGP... No, RSGP, Ultimate, Rinaldi Racing and Inter-Europol all took a long stop during that virtual safety car. As for LMGT3, Team Qatar Bayern Links lead the way now. Still, Abdullah Al-Khalifi at the wheel. Charlie Samani sits second after the lead was taken by his teammate Davide Rigon, but he's got some heavy lifting to do now. For AF Corsa, the 51 car sits second. Matthew Kozajewski sits third in the 75 Proton Porsche. Then the two Kessel cars, 74 and 57, Andrew Gilbert and Takeshi Kimura. Clement Mathieu drops back a little in the Racing Spirit Le Mans Aston Martin.
Let's close those gaps. Let's close those gaps. Safety car lights off is coming in at the end of this lap. Safety car is coming in at the end of this lap.
So we're about to go racing again after a reasonable quelling of the frenetic activity out on the racetrack. Virtual safety car, which has provided everybody to press the reset button to a certain degree. Then a short safety car, and we go racing again in the opening round of the European Le Mans Series here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, with Gregoire Sauzet and United Autosports number 22 ahead of Bijoy Garg, still on board the Inter-Europol competition car. So he is clearly happy to do the full 2 hours that he needs to complete in one go, if you like, without a break. Now here's the fight for LMP2 Pro-Am, and it's first, second and third together. First and second, with a recovering number 25 car from Algarve Pro in amongst that as well. Dane Cameron looking to go alongside Dorian Pan. So Cameron, we're briefly on board with there in the Spike the Dragon car. Pan to the outside line of the pole sitter in LMGT3. And Abdullah Al-Khalifi still at the wheel of that car, back to the lead, in fact, of LMGT3 now, as the rest of them work their way out of turn 3 and into turn 4. But same look of cars, very different drivers. The order remains the same for the time being, Graham.
Yes, indeed it does. Cracking starts to restart there. Dane Cameron looked for a moment as if he had an idea as to how to get past Dorian Pan, but she had a cracking restart, made it as difficult as she possibly could. Put her car where he wanted to put his, and away we go for what should be a thrilling stint now. So 2.5 hours to go, all bar about 3 minutes. 54, by the way, is under review for pit stop. Dorian Pan has just pulled a gap on Dane Cameron here.
Yeah, so weathering the storm, because Dane obviously realised, if I've got to attack nice and early here whilst the tyres are still cold and whilst there's traffic to deal with as well. And as the chaser, when you're in a long line of cars behind the safety car, you can sort of assess who Dorian would be able to pass nice and early. But there were GT cars that wanted to go through turn 3 as well, so she had to make very quick decisions to go to the outside line, and it did work in the end.
Yeah. Dorian has one advantage here, by the way, and that's weight. She is a significantly physically smaller person than a Dane Cameron. There is a weight advantage to take into account here, and if you're a fan of sports car racing and familiar with the term BOP, well, that's sort of one aspect of this is the weight, physical weight of the driver in the car. car is carrying less weight, therefore car will be faster.
Yeah.
But that's unfair in this instance to explain what we're seeing there. That was a cracking defensive run through the restart from Dorian Pan.
There was a championship, might not have been this one in fairness, that actually took that into consideration with
WEC
the minimum weight.
WEC does now.
WEC does.
Yeah,
okay.
WEC does across the
but
drivers.
It hasn't reached the European Le Mans Series yet.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so that's a fair point. Down the inside for the number 54 Porsche on the 63 Mercedes, and that an internecine battle within LMGT3, I suppose. And it's Anders Fjordbach now being put into the number 54 Porsche to try and get laps back on the Mercedes, and does get that move done, although it doesn't improve, as I say, the 54's road position, timing screen position.
LMP3 performance, straight line performance, not unlike that of an LMGT3, makes it tricky. Much better grip through the corners, aerodynamic grip through the corners, of course, by the P3 cars. Here's the 37. This is down back now in 8th place, Adrien Clomenil.
So a couple of pit stops now under investigation. You probably mentioned those already, but again, a long list for the in-tray, and now it is going to be 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 29. Now that's been in the list for quite some time about disobeying the instruction from race direction down at turn number 1. That was when Louis Rousset was at the wheel in the previous stint, but it's going to have to be Ollie Gray, 4th position for Forestier Racing by Panis, who have to take that penalty.
It's 2 penalties of 10 seconds each for the 29. And it's a 5-second penalty for the next pit stop to the leading car for pit stop infringement. The second one for car 29 is overtaking off track and lasting advantage. So the 29 car, the Forestier Racing by Panis car, next time down pit lane will have to sit stationary for 20 seconds before the team put hands on the car.
20 seconds for car 29, 5 seconds to the race leader, car 22. And that is for a pit stop infringement. We knew they were under investigation, but if Gregoire Sauce can build a lead of 5 seconds over Bijoy Garg, it will be less of an issue.
He's at 4.1 at the moment, so that's clearly the instruction. Make it 5, make it more. So pushing hard here in LMP3, that's DKR with the Virage and into Europol cars. DKR engineering car, of course, is a delayed car. It was this car that triggered the incident at turn 1. Accounted for the M Racing car, way wide there from the Virage car.
Had a moment in the middle of the corner. I saw the car jump from one side to the other, and Louis Stern had to correct that. Otherwise, he would have lost it entirely, I think. But yeah, in the end, goes out into the dust. And it's diminishing returns then, because as soon as you hit the marbles, the whole thing gets worse and worse, and you head towards the white line. So he loses only 1 position. It could have been worse than that. Here's the 59 Aston Martin down the inside of the 51 Ferrari. Now, there was always going to be a point where the 51 Ferrari was going to lose time comparative to its rivals, because Rigon's got out now, and Charlie Samani's taken charge of that. So Clement Matter, who stays at the wheel, actually. Yep. This is now bronze versus bronze again, or for the first time, actually, for the 51 Ferrari, but Samani couldn't hold the Aston back.
It's an hour and a half Charlie has to do in this car, correct?
It is.
It's going to be a long stint at this stage. It's going to feel that way to Charlie Samani, because he inevitably, later in this race, is going to be up against full pros.
Yeah, so you'd sooner do your bronze time up against fellow bronzes. So there was a win-win-win at the start for the 51 Ferrari as Rigon scythed his way through the order, but that was always going to bite them later on. Kessel Racing car guy Ferrari in front of the 33 Corvette, and is Blake McDonald still in that? Yes, he is.
So Blake, having had those couple of early stops, damaged the front right of this car, pushing on now. He's got Duncan Cameron behind him. Is that for position? Yes, it is. As the international Ligier tries to make his way through, and he's made that position up, Blake. So the Corvette moves up a position. That is up to 6th place. Next target, a further 1.6 seconds ahead, is Charlie Samani. So it's Gregoire Salsi from Bijoy Garg, Jake Hughes, Ollie Gray with that big penalty looming, Laurence Hurt, Roy Nissany, Vlad Lumko, Adrian Clomenil. That's the top 8, all in LMP2. Then we've got the battle in LMP2 Pro-Am, and Dorian Pan has fended off Dane Cameron and has put 1.4 seconds on that gap. DCAR Engineering's Marlon Hernandez is third, but nearly 6 seconds back.
At a point where some more of the GT cars are choosing to pit, so have we now had the hour and a half? Yes, we have. So that makes complete sense to get Michael Berg out of the 23 McLaren, to get Mike Wainwright out of the 86 Ferrari as well. So 2 hours and 26 minutes to go, 1 hour and 34 therefore done. And I wouldn't be surprised to see quite a number of other LM GT3 cars on pit road in the near future to do exactly the same. How are we doing on the weather front? Because it does look still a little dark here and there.
It's definitely cooler. It seems to be indicating that there may well be weather sparking away that oil gun there out in the front left of the 86 car, Mike Wainwright. Mike will, I'm sure, be getting out the car at this point. Away he goes. Who's aboard that car now? Wayne Boyd aboard is Max Jensen. Denmark empty again. It's ELMS is its debut weekend.
Yeah, so Max Janssen again, an addition to the ELMS, new name for some to conjure with, Mex Janssen, I should say.
It's not the wrong way round, isn't it?
Yeah, rather than Max Jensen, it's Mex Janssen.
You'll probably find next year there will be Max Jensen, just to confuse us even more.
Yeah, and with middle names probably to conjure with too, as the Danes love so much.
37 looking to unlap from the 22, has done so. So that's been a long time in coming, but Adrian Clomenil makes his way by Gregoire Salsi. Salsi does not defend too hard. 50 car on pit lane. This from 10th. Custodio Toledo out of the car. We'll see Lilian Wadu, by the way, in this car later this season, but not for this race. Ferrari have opted to keep her with the GT World Challenge, which had its opening race of the season yesterday at Paul Ricard. So it will be Francesco Castellacci aboard this car. A long time since we've seen Francesco in the European Le Mans Series. And by the way, a huge change coming in sports car racing as a result of that. He's no longer the guy with the fastest looking name in Italy, because he's now Monegasque.
Oh, changed nationality. Okay. Clément Mateur still on at the wheel of the 59 Aston Martin. Yes, and has ended up with rear wheels in the gravel.
Never a good thing.
That looked to be at turn 10. It is at turn 10. But how's he ended up there is the next question. Meanwhile, the Dane Cameron car is being rudely assaulted by number 29 with some laps to try and get back. Now, Ollie Gray's, of course, trying to stay in fourth position, and he hasn't yet. There was a penalty, wasn't there, for the 29 car, but I think for the next pit stop.
All
now, Mateur all on his own, yeah.
All by himself.
So, just shows you that fatigue can start to creep in, because remember, a lot of these bronze drivers have been in the cars since, well, probably 11:30, so maybe 2.5 hours now, although they've only been driving meaningfully for a little over 90 minutes. That could have easily been an in-lap for Clément Mateur.
Could easily have been, but I think we can have to see an intervention there. He can't get after there, and that's going to spoil what was brewing up to be a really nice fight between Ollie Gray and Jake Hughes for third place overall. Full course yellow indeed is coming, and will come in about 40 seconds time.
So you can overtake up until the point where that kicks in, and the team chiefs will be counting the numbers down from the automated
30 seconds
system. So 30 seconds to go at exactly 4 minutes
25
past
seconds.
2. The full course yellow will kick in, but you're racing to that point, and then it's a question of slowing down as safely as possible. Here's the countdown.
Less than 15 seconds. Full course yellow in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow, full course yellow.
And actually, a full course yellow can affect you massively if you're on the main straight, for instance, when you have to slow down, or not at all if you're in a really slow speed corner like turn 10.
Okay, we're going to snatch the car at T10. Pickup is on the way. We're going to snatch the car at T10, and we ask the driver to stay out of the track in order to leave the gravel out of the track as much as possible.
Well, while all that was happening, Ollie Gray has gone into second place, passing Bijot Garg. So he's taken huge advantage as everybody else was just getting themselves ready to where they're going to be. And Ollie Gray's gone for it. He's gone by Bijot Garg. He's in second in the race.
Car 23, I think your car will be the first to encounter the pickup and the car which is stranded there.
So, terrific opportunist driving, as long as it was all completed.
Yes,
at
cross
the point.
to the other side of the track. Yes, cross to the other side of the track and make the brake tests outside of the track. Go on, go on, go on.
So Eduardo Freitas, our Portuguese race director, now
car
wants
59, go forward, go forward.
Wants Clement Mater to just roll
car
forward.
23,
I think the
be
problem
careful
is
at T10, you may encounter car 59 in a critical position.
I think the problem is the engine's died on him. Yeah, so the headlight's flashing on and off.
Now it's gone.
He tries to get it restarted. Now he can potentially just shake the car from left to right on that red
the car
hatched
is
area.
Out. He did what we asked. He left all the gravel outside of the track. I'm just waiting for the pickup to recover, and then we are going to bring this back to green.
Yeah, so Clement Mater doing a good job. He can turn this into an in-lap now. No, he can't, because you're not allowed to make a pit stop under full course yellow. This is different from a virtual safety car. So sort of locked out of the pits, Clement Mater. Lost a considerable amount of time.
Removing full course yellow in 30 seconds at 14:06:30.
Can I just put a vote in for Eduardo Freitas to be the head of the United Nations? Nothing faces this man. Just the calm.
We will remove full course yellow in less than 15 seconds.
Or this lady, perhaps. She's very calm as well.
10, 9.
You asked her for a phone number, didn't you?
7.
Apparently
this is
6,
it.
Said 98.
5.
Doesn't
4,
work.
3, 2, 1.
Not the first time we've had
Full
that
course
problem.
yellow removed.
The number of times people say it's 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Okay, right, I'm ringing it now. And then I turn around and they've gone. Anyway, we're back to racing again, folks. You'll be pleased to hear. And 2 hours and 19 minutes still to go this afternoon. Still the threat potentially of a passing shower. United Autosport's Gregoire Sauce is going to be under quite a bit of pressure from Ollie Gray, who was properly on it, heading towards the full course yellow. We sincerely hope all of those overtakes were done and dusted before we went full course yellow. I think they were. Here's Dane Cameron with a good look on to the Inter-Europol competition car ahead.
That's Nick Yellerly now. That's
Yes.
the car that was having a bit of a struggle, wasn't it, in the hands of Kuba Shmerkovsky a little earlier. But Dorian Pan is now well away in that car.
So that's 4 position between Yellerly and Cameron. Then Dorian Pat, as you say, with a terrific first few moments of her first stint back in the ELMS. Although for the first time ever in an LMP2 car. She ran once at Le Mans in LMP2, but I think actually in the European scene, other than that, we haven't seen her in a prototype.
Not for a wee while as well. Good to have her back. She's more than welcome here. And to all of you listening and watching, it's settling in nicely now.
Not much between these two cars, 34 and 25, Bijot Garg and Jake Hughes. So Hughes was having a good fight with Ollie Gray before he then arrived into second position. Remember, returning in 2026 to defend the title that he won last year with Charles Milesi, and again 2026, co-driver Esteban Masson. But there has been a change in the Forestier Racing by Panis crew, bringing in Louis Rousset as the silver. Because Gray last year was the silver, wasn't he? And
yes, he was.
Then as a result of winning that championship, bumped up to gold, and probably other performances too. So they needed to locate a new silver, and Rousset kind of had a stint to forget a little bit in that opener, but Gray is getting the Panis car very much back in the reckoning. 3.5 seconds now to Grégoire Saucé, the dark blue of United Autosports, number 22.
Yep, so that's developing into be quite the lead battle here between that pair. Garg dropping back into the clutches of Jake Hughes. Trio here, the 24, the 10 and the 19. That is a battle for 6th between two of them. The 19, there was a lap down on these two. Rick Kern at the wheel. Keep an eye on this kid as well. He's impressing this team greatly. He's obviously in the LMP2 Pro-Am, the Rossa Racing by Virage car. Interesting alliance developing here with the Rossa Racing Virage efforts and APR. Trying to develop a alliance that pumps talent up and through sports car racing. It's a drive-through penalty causing a collision for car 51. I strongly suspect that was not Charlie Samani, that was the hit by Davide Rigon on the 54 that's caused that. So currently 5th place, Charlie Samani. That's going to add to his woes. Pit lane speeding penalty, by the way. Drive-through penalty for car 59. It's another car that weekend's going in the wrong direction, just causing that full course yellow, losing the lap by doing so. And now a pit lane speeding penalty coming with a drive-through looming for Racing Spirit of Le Mans.
Bijoy Garg, a little compromise going into turn 1 there, only in the sense that he didn't really attack it at the ideal angle, because again he's having to be in defensive mode to number 25, Jake Hughes for Algarve Pro Racing. Ferrari peeling off there, might well have been the 51 car down pit lane. And now out wide goes the number 8 LMP3 car from Team Virage. Who's driving that right now? Louis Stern still. He's been in from the start, has he not?
So,
and yeah, that car just, very much slower than everybody else because of that run off into the gravel. He did indeed start the race from the front row in LMP3. And just again got out in the marbles, really. There was no contact with the car underneath him. Maybe a bit phased by so much traffic flooding through, including several fellow LMP3 runners. In actual fact, Terence Woodward now ahead of him for Ultimate, number 35.
Car 77, that's the Banksy Proton Porsche, will be getting a 10-second stop-and-go penalty for pit lane speed. So that is presumably a somewhat more fulsome pit lane speed that was recorded on the 77. That car running in 12th place with Herb van Eindhoven, one of the 3 drivers who've done double duty this weekend here at Barcelona, racing last night at Paul Ricard.
So double duty at 2 different meetings in actual fact, because we've got a few that are on double duty doing ELMS and Michelin Le Mans Cup, but it's more impressive to go back and forth to Le Castellet. Actually something you did midweek though as well. Just the 5 and a bit hours there and back again.
I'll do literally anything for a fresh croissant.
That seems fair. Do you want to go there in 3 weeks' time as well?
I think we should.
Okay. Round 2 of the European Le Mans Series over the opening weekend of May. 3rd of May rings a bell as the race day, the Sunday.
3rd, 4th that weekend, I think.
4th.
3rd or 4th.
It's the 3rd. And the 4th being in the UK, a bank holiday. Quick Nick looking on in EDEX Sport, Nick Manassian.
Indeed.
With a wry smile. I think wasn't too impressed with his 2 cars taking chunks out of one another in the early stages.
This is Blake McDonald making rapid progress up the order, by the way. He's now up to 3rd place of the Corvette. That was the move on Andrew Gilbert for that 3rd position. He's got 10 seconds to find to deal with Matthew Kurzajewski in the 2nd place Proton competition car, and a further, 11 seconds, which is the impressive lead built up by Abdullah Al-Khalifi.
Bijoy Garg, 3rd position. Jake Hughes, 4th position. The gap's down to 0.1 of a second now. Well, slightly larger than that at the start-finish line, but you don't really need a timing screen at this stage. And was that in the background, Nick Yellerly? It's the right livery for his car, but he is actually a lap behind this little lot, trying to unlap himself, no doubt. And Laurence Hoare in the car that Jamie Chadwick started, this black and white colour for EDEX Sport. He is very much on the same lap as the Inter-Europol and the Algarve cars, all charging their way into turn 5 together. So yes, Nick Yellerly in the background is not, unfortunately for him, in 6th position. He's actually in 10th and looking to unravel himself on these 3 cars up ahead. Here's Takeshi Kimura in the 57 car, still at the wheel. He could have got out a little while ago, but they're obviously running the car out of fuel, choosing to do it in that way, just as Duncan Cameron is in the 55 Ferrari and looking to be overtaken here by the DKR car, the very much recovering DKR car for Antti Ramo still.
One quick penalty to just bring to your attention. It is 5 seconds to be added to the next pit stop for the 54 high-class racing Porsche. The car's been in all sorts of woes, not all of its own making, but this time they get penalised for pit stop infringement, so 5 seconds next time down pit road for them. Team Garage's Lewis Stern on pit road now. So 10 minutes from the halfway mark, Johnny. Saucy leads this race by 2 seconds with charging Ollie Gray. Bijoy Garg still in the thick of it. So remember, Bijoy part of just a 2-driver crew. At the moment, got to say that's paying off for them.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, they would have preferred, I suppose, the safety cars and the yellow flags to have been in the opening 2 hours, which they have been. Who knows what the 3rd and 4th hours will bring. But with Richard Zegiras very impressive in single lap mode here at Barcelona this weekend, and he was at the start of last year as well, then as long as they're there or thereabouts, and I would definitely say that 3rd place is there or thereabouts, then Richard Zegiras will be grateful to take that car over in the 2 hours that he can do.
It does occur to me, Richard Zegiras and Clement by Giorgio Roda, his blinding 1-lap pace would be fantastic in Le Mans Cup between the safety cars.
That's a very good point, actually, yeah. Suggest that at the end of this one. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, very much together, and they are being concertinaed by Nick Yellerly trying to get back that lap back for his number 43 car. Dorian Pan is also pretty much a full lap down, but that doesn't matter because she is leading the LMP2 Pro-Am division. And although we have had Pro-Am cars win outright in the past, that's not the priority. You still get the full 25 regardless of where you finish compared to other category cars.
And if you win the championship, you still get to go to Le Mans.
That's
the point. They're battling for not just the trophy, but for one of those biggest prizes in motorsport.
With Kaiser emblazoned on the dorsal fin of car number 25. Matthias has now got out, but Jake Hughes takes this car's command now, and Bijoy Garg a little bit wide of the apex, but nevertheless good speed off the corner, looking good on the brakes as well. Jake Hughes is a bit more manoeuvrable, arguably, as now the 59 Aston Martin in GT will get a drive-through penalty.
That will be for the other incident that involved the 54 high-class racing car. That will not be causing a collision with itself, putting it in gravel. That will be the earlier incident that saw the damage to the 54.
And that was at turn 5, you might remember, which was actually 2 separate bits of contact, the second of which was the most damaging for Dennis Anderson's Porsche, stripping it of its front bumper. But it did at least rejoin and is now in the hands of Anders Fjordbach, sadly though down in 13th position and laps away from the GT3, the LM GT3 leader. 2 hours and 7.5 minutes to go. And Jake Hughes will be ideally wanting to get in front of Bijoy Garg in time for the next pit stops.
Well, Bijoy doing a good job of holding off Jake Hughes and Laurence Hoare at this phase of the race. This is that trio.
The other really awkward thing would be if Bijoy's only got fuel, for instance, for the next 6 minutes. So I'm going to check that because he has to go over the 2 hour marker for it to all work, car 34 started the stint at 20-2. It's going to be tight, you know. Yes, there were some yellow flag segments in between, but if they have to pit into Europole competition, the 34 car, before we get to 2 hours to go, then Bijoy might have to be stuck in that car for another stint. They can't put Richard de Giras in with more than 2 hours of the race remaining. How much fuel has he got in that number 34 car? And the other issue is he's being pushed perhaps quicker than he wants to go by Jake Hughes.
Yeah, good point. 75 car, by the way, second in LMGT3 in the hands of Matthew Kozajewski. It's another pit stop infringement, and they will get a 5-second penalty. And right now, Blake McDonald is 9 seconds back. So
here's Hughes on the inside line, threading his way between Cameron and, more importantly, Bijoy Garg, who gets a bit of a side-by-side contact from Cameron. And now way off the road, somebody, that is Hughes. So he's got the place, and then he's made a mistake at turn 13, right through the kitty litter, and all that hard work is undone in a very short moment. And I fear now that the rear left might be starting to lose a bit of air. That might have been an optical illusion. But Bijoy Garg had nothing to do with that. In fact, he got a whack by Duncan Cameron for his troubles, but he has got the place back again because of the Hughes mistake.
Yeah. Initially a great move from him, but then a mistake.
It's not got back up to speed.
He's heading for pit lane.
Well, he's past pit lane, so he's got to go the whole lap around again. Turn 1 this is, and I don't think the rear left is still inflated, or at least it's got a slow puncture, potentially. So that is a full 4.6 kilometres that Jake Hughes has got to do now with that number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. And will hemorrhage time hand over fist throughout it.
It can go wrong that quickly.
I mean, gravel traps are designed to slow cars down, but when you are starting to enter them at 100 kph or so, then you will feel that very swiftly indeed on that set of tyres.
Ollie Gray now on the rear end of Gregoire Saucy, who's now playing traffic hopscotch here, trying to put cars between himself and his pursuer. He's done it there. There's Olivier Panis. Looking like the villain in his lair, wasn't he, in that shot? But an uber enthusiast, much quicker exit for the final turn for Ollie Gray, and this looks at this stage it's going to be easy. It won't be, but he got a much better line, a much better traction off the exit of turn 14, and he takes the lead of the race for SDA Racing by Panis, lead with 4 minutes to go until halfway mark.
Esteban Masson, before we cut to him there, sitting on the left of that shot, was absolutely willing Ollie Gray on. They were teammates last year with Charmy Lacey. They were champions in the European Le Mans Series. Actually, there wasn't contact between Cameron and the 34, but then way out wide went the 25 car. But you're concerned about the EDEC Sport car.
There was contact between Jake Hughes and the 63 AMG. That's what fired him off. Watch this again. He clears Duncan Cameron. There's then the smack. We were too busy watching that. Watch the orange AMG and the APR car. Oh, we don't get to see that. I'm certain there was contact between the two.
Yeah. But I'm certain there wasn't contact between Duncan Cameron and Bijoy Garg in the end. Cameron actually reacted pretty well. I mean, it was a cigarette paper between them. I think Garg sort of swerved left to avoid as well, but we had read that as contact, and in fairness to Cameron in the 55 Ferrari, there was clean air between them. But yes, that will have forced Jake Hughes off the road if there was indeed a tap, and surely that's going to be looked at. Well, meanwhile, Bijoy Garg can still stay out. He's potentially driving on fumes. He only needs to get another probably lap, maybe 2 laps, because remember, it's when Richard de Giras starts his stint, i.e. exits the pit lane, so they'll get about a minute's grace whilst they're performing the pit stop itself.
Looking at this, yellow's at turn 11, by the way. Keep an eye on whose that is. That looks like it's the Kessel Racing car in trouble.
That's contact on the wheel. A gravel trap would not do that amount of damage to a wheel.
I'm absolutely certain there was contact.
So, you know, I was telling you about, I was fearful about the tyre going down. Actually, it's far more likely to have happened by whacking a Mercedes or being whacked by a Mercedes than running through the gravel trap.
74, by the way, is rejoined. A little bit of a moment for Kessel Racing's Andrew Gilbert. Remember as well, through all of this, leading the race is Ollie Gray. He's got to push now. He's particularly got to push because he's got that 20-second penalty to come. 20 seconds a moment would drop him to 4th place.
Is this an in-lap for Bijoy Garg? And if it is, can he enter the pits still ahead of Laurence Roux, who's now being forced a tad out wide by the sister, the little sister at Inter-Europol competition, being the 13 LMP3 car of Alexander Bukantsov. Two together here at turn 12.
It's the Vector Sport car and the 74 of Andrew Gilbert. That's what caused the issue. So that is the Pro-Am car. Jim Bullock-Basie, it was involved with Andrew Gilbert. That will surely be looked at.
And Laurence Roux still hasn't got ahead of Bijoy Garg, but Bijoy Garg's happy to stay out again for another lap.
One lap, and that will
certainly be then in the zone where Richard de Giras can take over for the second half of this race.
All three Inter-Europol cars briefly in the same shot, with the other P2 car and their P3 contender all on the pit straight. So 40 seconds or so from the halfway mark. With the time added, we lost to the red flag at the start of the race. Lost next to nothing in terms of track time here. It's been in amongst some of the interruptions, some great racing as well. And great, Johnny Palmer, to see some new names involved in this. Some names that have emerged in the ELMS competition over the last couple of seasons, like Ollie Gray, but also with that astounding first stint from Griffin Peebles. That's surely a name we're going to be talking about a lot. How much longer before he gets his opportunity for the next stage on the ladder? And so truly, by the way, we've been quite quiet about him, but he's been quietly going about his business and climbing the ladder in LMP2 Pro-Am up to 5th now for the other APR car. There he is, son of course of Jana Trulli. So ploughing his own furrow here in sports car racing. Did great stuff in Asia in the winter. He's had an extensive test program with Algarve Pro Racing. And they are very good at that, unlocking talent through a testing program. He's, I think, their latest find.
So Trulli clearing Marlon Hernandez in his DKR Engineering number 3, and that will put the DKR car down to 6th position. Jem Bollock-Bashi in his Vector Sport car is 4th, although now under investigation after that incident involving the 7 Vector Sport car, his car, and Andrew Gilbert's number 74 Kessel Racing Ferrari. And 74 is in 7th position after that rejoin. Here's the 21 United Autosports cars. That's still Ollie Jarvis. Yes, it is. And he hasn't been able to make that many inroads, actually, as I would have thought he might. But he's very close to Horst Felix Felbermayr within a second now of the German.
Picked up a couple of places. There was a bit of a time gap to make up, and he's been working solidly on that. I'd imagine we're going to see, if we take a bit of a look back, that Ollie's stint times have been pretty good. Here's the 33 car, working that gap to Kozajewski. Remember, that car ahead of him has got a 5-second penalty to be added, and the gap is 5.012, so he's almost half that gap. Blake McDonald, it's another cracking display from him, and it is really good to see talented bronzes coming in as well. It's not just the young silvers.
Yeah.
That make it exciting. It's a new generation of the non-pro talents coming to sports car racing.
Felbermayr is Austrian, of course. I knew as soon as I'd said German, I was wrong. In a German team, a German car for the 88 Proton competition crew, but Horst Felix Felbermayr, both very proudly of Austria, and as is René Binder.
I've been asked to read this statement out, by the way.
Please do.
At this stage, it's as a result of an intervention from, I think what we can call is the envoy from the Danish government for sports car racing, Jens Jensen. I'd like to apologise on behalf of John and myself for describing Mick Janssen as Danish. He is indeed Dutch. So very sorry to Denmark. See, we can apologise to Denmark, see what it's done.
Very good. I mean, it's not as if the Danes need any more racing drivers.
They're exporting them now. It's great.
Yeah, exactly. With fooling us with very Danish-sounding names.
Second most valuable part of their economy, apart from Lego, apparently.
Racing
bacon.
drivers. Yeah.
No, overtaken bacon, I'm told now.
Okay, impressive. Now here's side-by-side action. That is Jarvis gaining, well, getting a lap back. No, that's for position on Rick Kuhn for his Rossa Racing by Virage number 19 car. That's the Virage car that John Faub started from 3rd position in the LMP2 Pro-Am ranks. Rick Kuhn, again, going roughly the same speed as Ollie Jarvis, so they are slowly catching Horst Felix Felbermeier and Marlon Hernandez. Yeah, he's within 1.3 seconds of Horst Felix. That was a big hit, though, from the EDEX Sport car, now in different hands from Paul Lafargue, I think, on the Spike the Dragon AO by TF car.
Is that the 28? That was a big hit.
Well, it certainly was.
It looked. Well, one of two things happened there. Either the front of that car unhooked.
It was Paul-Luc Chatin in 28, definitely, because that's the one with the red stripes. Slamming into the side of Dane Cameron now in the AO by TF car.
I can only believe the front of that car unhooked.
Yeah.
That was otherwise rather blatant.
Indeed. And, yeah, it's been driven quite erratically all day, really, that 28 EDEX Sport car. Most unlike the guys that are generally in that for much of last season.
That 7 car that was involved in the brush with the 74 has broken rear clip. There's also debris on the outside of turn 1. Warning flag to Blake McDonald, and we've got yellow flags out at turn 11. My guess is, that is the 99, of course. That's where Dane Cameron is off. They will not be happy with that.
After an excellent couple of stints from PJ Hyatt, Dane Cameron took over just after the hour mark, and he was immediately thrown into a battle with Dorian Pan. They were 1st and 2nd.
We're going VSC in 40 seconds. We're going VSC at 14:31:30.
And a raise of the eyebrows from both Graham Goodwin and I, because that will mean a safety car at the other side of this virtual safety car as well.
So watch these P2 cars rushing to get by these
25
P3s.
seconds.
It's the AF Corsa car at the back here, and needs to be short.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
So ideal timing, of course, for Bijou Garg.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, it's a gift. Because
Information to pit line. We are doing a recovery at T11, and we are looking for debris at T1.
Yeah, they needed to do a driver change. I didn't quite expect him to be able to do a further 7 minutes after the 2 hours were completed. But now, virtual safety car, you can do a full pit stop there. And this is the time, I'm sure, where Richard de Geros will take over that car, number 34. And they will be in a great position because they won't have to worry about any more driver changes after this. Just fueling the car and potentially one single tyre change, depending on how many of the Goodyear Eagle mediums they have left of their allocation of 14 for the day.
Yeah, well, we're under this virtual safety car. It'll be good to see again 2 incidents I think I need to understand a bit more. One was the run-off by Jake Hughes, which I'm sure was a brush with the AMG. And the other is, I'd like another look at that incident with the 28 and the 99. For my money, there's only 2 available explanations for that. Either something went wrong mid-corner for Paul-Luc Chatin, or else significantly worse.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember there being particularly any needle.
At T1, we would appreciate that everyone bears right. At T1, please bear right. We're sending marshals now. We have double waved yellow flags at T1 protecting the marshals which are picking up the debris.
I don't remember there being any needle between those 2 cars previously, not when those drivers had taken over anyway. Paul-Luc Chatin now in the 28, Dane Cameron in the number 99. Cameron's still not left the scene there and is needing recovery.
It's 29. Now, they had that 20-second penalty, remember? So this is the ideal time to serve it.
Well, the next question is, can you serve a 10-second or 20-second penalty under a virtual safety car?
To
I'm
our
not sure you can.
understanding, T1 has now been clear. Marshals did a great job. We are now working at T11 to get the car back on track. At T11 we are working to get the car back on track, car 99. Team manager, car 99, we're going to put your car on the left verge of the track and ask the driver to stay out of the racing line as much as possible, not to make the track even more dirty, please.
I mean, I absolutely guarantee you cannot serve a time penalty, bearing in mind the next thing that happens in the race is that everyone is bunched up behind the safety car, so it's almost as if you haven't taken it. They surely have written that in the regulations. Virtual safety car is still relatively new, but you certainly can't do it under a full course yellow. And a virtual safety car is sort of a glorified full course yellow, apart from the fact that normal pit stop duties can be carried out. But to serve a drive-through, a stop-go, or a time penalty, nah. I just wouldn't even try that, personally. We didn't see the full pit stop for car number 29, but I sincerely think that car 29, Ollie Gray, stays at the wheel. He only spent 1 minute and 12 seconds on pit lane, so that does not factor in the extra 20 seconds that he would need to have done. Although, having said that, 1 minute and 12. Bearing in mind, Gregoire Sauce did 1 minute and 8 seconds. The longer one was Laurence Hoare in car number 18. He did 1 minute and 21 for car 18. They didn't do a driver change there, so that's lost him a lot of time.
Tyres.
Tyres versus no tyres, perhaps. Okay. Yeah, that might not be a bad shout. Whereas the Gray car, Ollie Gray car, only did fuel. But then Bijoy Garg, who has been in, and they haven't. Now that's surely a driver ID issue because Garg's still in the car.
That can't be right. That cannot be right.
But he only was in the pit lane for 1 minute. So don't understand that either, unless he's going, I'm having a whale of a time. Don't get me out. I want to do a third hour. Just check the notes regarding 2 driver lineups. A silver and a gold, which is what they have. Minimum of 1 hour, maximum of 2 hours for Richard De Gera. So he could have got in the car there. But why then has the car only been on pit road for 1 minute? Can you do a driver change in 1 minute? That would be good going. Although the fuel and the driver change can be done at the same time, can't it? But that rather suggests that if the driver ID is wrong and it is Richard De Gera's in there, they didn't give him fresh tyres.
But yes.
And that doesn't make sense either.
So out
peculiar.
Of the car, by the way, now, after an epic stint, Abdullah Al Khalifi in the 62 car from the lead, Team Qatar Iron Lynx. Has been in the mix from the very start and pits from the lead.
Okay, and now it's starting to make sense in my mind in that Bijoy's not even pitted yet. So the 1 minute was his pit stop an hour or so ago, and he is now in, confirmed by Steph Wentworth, our pit lane reporter. So, sorry, I was misreading that. Bijoy Garg would have had two chances to come in. That's why a virtual safety car generally lasts 2 complete laps. So if you turn down the first opportunity to pit, this was the second opportunity, and now he is in. So I was totally throwing you down a blind alley there, and myself, frankly. But here is Bijoy Garg, and Richard De Gera is indeed ready to take over. They'll surely give him fresh tyres as well. They're going to rip off a tear off from the windscreen, and it is a full service for car 34. Also in Gregoire Sauce and Laurence Hoare. So they're all in for standard stops as well. It was also a little bit about where the cars were on the racetrack, because everybody's restricted to 80 kilometres per hour, and you'd be surprised how long it actually takes to complete a lap. It's north of 4 minutes in some cases. So just have to be patient to allow everybody to go past the pit lane, not once, but twice, generally speaking, under a virtual safety car. And meantime, here's the number 29 car, which we know came in. It hasn't taken its 20-second penalty. I'm very confident of that.
I think you're right.
And on lap 72, Ollie Gray cycled back to the race lead. I say back to the race lead. This might be the first time that 29 actually has led the race. It was second, wasn't it, at the start, but not been in front.
It's a good moment just to take a quick look back at the first half of this race and look at some of the...
Safety car deployed. Safety car deployed. Car 29 is the leader. Car 29 keep the 80 kilometers an hour. All other cars pick up the pace. Safety car has been deployed. We are under safety car.
So to look at some of the outstanding performances of the first half of this race, and well, Bijou Garg, have to say, cracking stint from him. Has not been out in the top 3 or 4, despite the fact he's been in the car longer than anybody else. Cracking stuff from him. Griffin Peebles, an exemplary stint for United Autosports in the 22 car. Great stuff there. Dorian Pan started out very strong indeed in the Duquesne team number 30 car, pulling away from Dane Cameron before he was frankly somewhat rudely nerfed by none other than Paul Chatan.
All cars to increase the pace, to queue up behind the leader, please. Leader is doing a good job.
Good stuff too, by the way, by the aforementioned Abdallah Khalifi, the lead the race in LMGT3.
I have issues with your GPS.
Car 57 was that?
All cars to pick up the pace, to queue up behind the safety car, please. Car 37, that includes you.
Car 37, on our little track map here, there's often a little flashing satellite which says that there's a transponder issue for said car. And for Eduardo Freitas and the timing crew at Alcamel, Adrian Clomanil's car is still circulating, but they've obviously not got a full signal all the way around the track for that car.
So safety car will be deployed on this lap. We'll then get these cars back into one single line, and then the wave by will be looked at. So again, with the wave by, it's for the team to determine whether or not they believe they are eligible.
Safety car is going on track. Safety car is going on track.
And they will then go by the safety car under instructions from the safety car driver. If they get it wrong, big penalty. Let's take a look back, though, at the highlights of the first half of this 4 hours of Barcelona.
Passing.
Yeah, we've just ticked by the 2 hours and 15-minute marker, but just after midday, we got going with the first race of the season for the European Le Mans Series. Good dicing at the head of the field. A little bit of a lock-up there from Paul Lafargue, but further around turn 1, and into the kink at 2, there would be side-to-side contact between Jonas Reed's number 9 car and the Vector Sport car of Ryan Cullen. And the resulting aftermath, well, saw debris strewn across the racetrack. PJ Hyatt, in Spike the Dragon, got around to the right-hand side. From this perspective, it's horrible. Look at that. Kolovos piling into the side of the broadside number 9 of Jonas Reed. Gilles Duquesne not particularly liking to watch that, although thankfully his car squeaked through. And this was Antti Bramo rotating well before turn 1 after he got his number 3 DKR car, number 4 car rather, up on the curb there, and it spun through 180 degrees and backwards T-boned Nick Adcock, whose race sadly did not last much more than a corner for M Racing. Everybody else thrown left, right and centre to try and get through the debris field. Here's with the 2 EDEX Sport cars getting together on a couple of occasions at the restart. In the black car, the white and black car, Jamie Chadwick. The white and red car was Paul Lafargue. And one of the CLX cars trying to squeeze up the inside as well. Meanwhile, Davide Rigon had to start in the number 51 car after that car did not qualify yesterday, and Rigon wasted no time at all in getting to the front of the LMGT3 field. Here was side-by-side Griffin Peebles up against Louis Rousset in the opening stint. And then in LMP2 Pro-Am, way out wide went the Duquesne car of Giorgio Roda, somehow keeping the category lead over PJ Hyatt. Brilliant late gasp manoeuvre down the inside of turn 13 for Griffin Peebles to eventually hustle his way by Bijoy Garg and side-by-side GT cars with the 75 Porsche started by Matt Kurzajewski, and he charged his way down the inside at turn 5. That around the outside was Ian Aguilera on Bijoy Garg as well. And then, again the Duquesne car in strife, eventually giving the category lead back to PJ Hyatt. Hard into the wall for Paul Lafargue. He had been on the ragged edge at certain points, it has to be said, and he went off on his own in the end, down at turn 5, doing some damage to the nose of that car. We would be under a safety car next, as some cars were already rejoining from their pit stop. Side-by-side Corvette and Ferrari down at the first corner, but as we re-emerged, the Mercedes and we think the Algarve Pro Racing car had some contact into turn 12, which would force Jake Hughes out into the gravel. Also, almost in his own moment there, was the 18 car of Laurence Hoare down the grasscrete, but actually not in the gravel trap itself. Ollie Gray late on the brakes down the inside of Gregoire Sauce to take the race lead, much to the applause of those at Panis Racing, Forestier Racing by Panis as they are now known, and Paul-Luc Chatin for EDEC into the side of Dane Cameron, leaving Spike the Dragon in the gravel trap.
Yeah, I've got a good chance to look at a couple of those again. This is the overall order: 29 Forestier Racing by Panis, 74 laps completed ahead of United Autosports 22, the 18 from EDEC Sports, 34 from Inter Europol. An LMP2 Pro-Am Duquesne team lead from TDS Racing's 14, the Algarve Pro 20, and the Rossa Racing by Virage number 19. Euro International take the lead in the last pit stop cycle in LMP3 from RHGP and their Duquesne. Rinaldi Racing, Team Virage, Inter Europol complete the top 5. And Team Qatar by Iron Lynx, Julian Hanses now at the wheel of the car, ahead of Proton Competitions, Ricard Leitz in the 75 car, with Alec Udell right with the Porsche in the TF Sport Corvette. United Autosports McLaren and both the Kessel Racing Ferraris complete the top 6. Having looked at those again, we did clearly see the impact on Jake Hughes with the AMG. That was what caused the problem with that left rear wheel and forced him off track. Also saw a better shot, or at least had better time to actually look at exactly what happened with Paul-Luc Chatin. He was on the curb, came off the curb, corrected and collected, unfortunately. So it was an error from Paul-Luc. Possibly felt as if he'd been forced onto the curb by Dane Cameron, but it certainly was not what it initially looked like in the moment. I kind of looked at the screen. So Paul-Luc Chatin, I think, absolutely was responsible for the impact, but it was a mistake, simply not deliberate.
And I don't think we've had a message yet from race control to say that the incident involving those two cars, yes, it is under review. That's the latest at about 15 minutes ago, actually. I missed that one coming through from race control, but incident involving cars 99 and 28 at turn 11 is going to be looked at, but we haven't yet had a decision on it. I'm sure we can all guess in which direction that decision goes.
I'd be surprised if there wasn't a penalty going Paul-Luc's way.
Yeah.
Is the honest answer.
I was just about to say, it's not going to reflect badly on the car that is stranded in the gravel and it has lost a significant chunk of time as a result of that. So Ollie Gray leads, Forestier Racing by Panis Racing on lap 75. He's just crossed the line now ahead of Gregoire Sauce, but we are going to head in the direction of Step Wentworth.
I am joined by Blake McDonald, driver of the number 33 TF Sport. Welcome to ELMS first and foremost. I would say that was a pretty good stint from you. I kept waiting for you to get out of the car, and it was a long one.
Yeah, I mean, not what I had planned originally, but with the start, I think that was the best we could have recovered to. The car was a bit injured, so I was kind of nursed it the best I could, so not terribly unhappy with it.
We did see you come in for a couple of pit stops early on in the race, so what kind of damage were you carrying?
We got a puncture in the start, and then the alignment was knocked in, so I was wheel was sideways the whole race, basically. It was really hurting my front left, so that wasn't super fun, but managed it okay, and yeah, I mean, hopefully Alec can do the same.
Brilliant, thank you.
Thank you so much.
In the background, by the way, there, just unobtrusively walking the shot. There he is again. It's the other Matt Bell.
Oh, nice.
He drives with Blake, or has driven with Blake in his North American campaigns, and works here with him, part of the management team and coaching, for what I think we'd all agree is an extremely promising bronze prospect.
So is that American Matt Bell that you're talking about, or northeastern Matt
Bell? That's
Bell?
actual Geordie Matt Bell.
Right, okay.
Unless the other
American
American looks remarkably like, no, I don't think he does.
Well, that would be even more difficult to get our heads around. 3 Matt Bell racing versions, and they all look the same as well. The Alec that he mentioned, Alec Udell, who has been a driving partner with him for quite some time, the 30-year-old from Illinois. And was he in Asian Le Mans as well? No, they're making this firm step across the Atlantic, haven't they, to be racing in Europe. The safety car is going to come in this lap. Raced with DXDT Racing at the Daytona 24 Hours and the Sebring 12 Hours last month. But let's concentrate on the restart now. Alex Udell might well be in that Corvette now, actually, car 33. He is, and running in 3rd position. So back to racing action after another virtual safety car, which provided an opportunity for everyone to make a pit stop. Then the safety car plus the pass around, and Forestier Racing by Panis, Ollie Gray, leading by half a second. But remember, at some point during a future pit stop, well, the next pit stop on the green, that car will have to sit for a further 20 seconds. And the Dane Cameron...
not Dane anymore.
Is it not Dane? Okay.
That is
Louis Delatraz, you're right.
He was indicating that he was ahead of...
I'm in first.
I'm in first.
Yeah, I thought it might be Dane, only because was that the 99 passing the 28?
Yes,
it's actually Delatraz passing Paul-Luc Chatin. And as a team collective, I don't think we can be any doubt as to what that Louis Delatraz thinks of Paul-Luc Chatin's driving.
You're number 1, he was definitely saying there in my books.
Okay, well, it won't be forgotten, but Delatraz might feel a bit better about that little outburst, and he has got in front, but of course there are laps between those cars, so it's not reflected as such on the timing screen. Go on.
Very busy amongst this group. Antonio Fuoco there, clattering across the curbs. Car 14 will get a 5-second penalty added to the next pit stop for unsafe release. Car 14 is the 2nd place car in LMP2 Pro-Am. That could have an effect here. Side by side, that's AO by TF with the TDS racing car. Well, here's that same car that's just got the penalty. But as a result of that off-track excursion, with the 99 being hit by the 28, the AO by TF car is what is that, 3 laps down? 2 laps down.
Gray leads by 0.8 of a second over Gregoire Saussa's United Autosports number 22 car. Laurence Rohr up to 3rd for EDEX Sport. Now we have Nick Yellerly coming down pit road in car number 43.
Lest we forget, though, that virtual safety car and subsequent safety car was very bad news for Ollie Gray, because it means he's got that 20-second penalty to soak up, and the field behind are just closer.
Yeah. So not only could he not serve the penalty, as we thought, under the virtual safety car, but everyone's got a chance to catch up all the time as well. So Yellerly in, and is that to serve a penalty, therefore? Oh, yeah, they were under investigation for a pit stop issue. Oh, no, Tom Dillman in. So why did they not do that under the virtual safety car then? Drive time, perhaps? It might well have been that Nick Yellerly couldn't get out because he hadn't done his hour, and Tom Dillman gets on board. But they were under review, under investigation. We still haven't had a decision, so you can't do a drive-through preemptively. It can't be that.
Give an idea just how much more tricky that gets now for Ollie Gray and the Forestier Racing team. If they were forced to serve that penalty now, they would drop to 7th place. So it's going to be about his pace from here on in as to just how bad that 20-second penalty is going to be. Milton Jakobsen, by the way, has passed Semi Megdenif in the TDS car, and he's up into 2nd place in LMP2 Pro-Am. Dorian Pant it is that leads. Tom Dillman comes back in between the two, but he's going to be under pressure from Melty Jacobsen pretty immediately. Got life in it, this race, still. 92 minutes to go. Here is the battle for LMP3. What are we going to look at here? That was side by side between AF Corsa and the 88 Proton, the AF Corsa car going through. There's another penalty coming, this time for car 77 out of the top 10 for Huub van Eindhoven. It's a VSC infringement. And this is the on-track battle for the lead in LMP3. Your internationals De Decker coming under pressure from Pierre-Alexandre Provost in the RHGP Duquesne that led until the last pit stop exchange. And just looking there, I think they've both done a long and a short stop.
I still do not know why Nick Yellerly didn't switch to Tom Dillman under the virtual safety car, because he had done the amount of time that he needed to do, i.e. 1 hour, so that's a bit of a puzzler.
Very odd that they did it under green flag conditions.
Well, he came in during the full course yellow, and they sent him out with still Nick at the wheel, and then under green they did a driver change, so something's afoot there.
Well, car 43, I've never seen this one before, disrespected the dressing regulations. They get a fine. It's either it's fine, I suspect it is a fine.
Well, does that answer the question? Was Tom Dillman ready to go in the car, but he didn't have something right with his kit?
Could it be?
His racing suit was not the correct colour. I mean, it looks green and yellow, so it's perfect for the team, but maybe they couldn't put him in, and they've had to pit Nick Yellerly next time around once that was sorted.
Wouldn't be the first time we've seen a missing bit of underwear.
Yes. Fireproof.
We've seen it multiple times, and and that's trouble for the number 3 car. That's DK Engineering. That car is off in the hands of Marlon Fernandez. Car 4 under investigation, wearing jewellery.
Are they making these race direction messages up now? Obviously they're not, because of what you were telling us about Michael Jensen earlier on at Abu Dhabi having a huge accident, and you think breaking his thumb because he was wearing a ring.
Yes.
And clearly the message has not got to Roman Favre.
I think there was some jewellery you can and can't wear.
Yes, we don't know whether it is a ring, of course, in the case of Roman Favre, if it's a necklace or something like that, but he has been spotted in car number 4 for wearing jewellery.
I think a ring is permitted, just not advisable, which is what Michael's point is. I don't think a necklace is.
So, well, for obvious reasons. If you're trying to get out of the car in a hurry, it could very easily loop itself around a lot of the kit in the cockpit. So those are two of the less usual messages that we've had back-to-back. Car 43, disrespect of the dressing regulations, which comes with a fine, and I wonder whether they had to delay their driver change as a result of that. And now Roman Favre is under investigation for wearing jewellery in the number 4 DKR Engineering car. That was the car that was grabbing all the headlines for the wrong reasons at the start of this race when Antti Ramo was in it. This is why we love the European Le Mans Series. It keeps us totally focused, and the old grey matter ticking along nicely. Side by side between the LMP2 Pro-Am runners. That was 83 on the outside of 14. So 83 has Antonio Fuoco. Yes, that Antonio Fuoco now at the wheel of the AF Corsa car, doing battle with Sami Megatuniv. And the TDS racing car could do little about holding back the Ferrari factory driver. Good tidy overtake there in the braking area at turn 10 for the McLaren as well of Garnet Patterson on Alec Udell in his yellow-fronted Corvette. So that is Patterson up to 3rd position in LMGT3 ahead of Alec Udell. And Julian Hanses continues to lead that class. Now, can we try and get to the bottom of what was going on with the 43 car? Here's Steph.
Indeed, and I'm joined by Nick Yellerly, driver of the number 43 into Europe competition. When Kuba was starting the race, it looked like there might have been an issue with the car. How was it when you took over?
Yeah, so actually there was a power steering issue where we had to keep resetting. I think it happened a couple of times for Cuba, once for myself. Hopefully it doesn't happen for Tom. So yeah, that's the reason why we lost a lot of time. Obviously with no power steering in these things, it's almost impossible to drive. So.
And there's a little bit of speculation now why you guys didn't pit underneath the VSC, as we saw the pit lane got quite busy. Was there a reason for that?
To try and get our lap back, because we were a lap down. So I don't actually know if we've managed to do it. I think so. And yeah, that was the reason.
Right, I'll let you go and chat with the team. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so staying out would have potentially have gained them a lap back, and then they do the driver change when everything's locked in behind the safety car. Thank you, Steph, for providing an answer to that. Still the mystery of the dressing regulations, though, for either Nick or ingoing driver Tom Dillman.
We'll tell you, Tom Dillman's just set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:30.634, but he has not unlapped that car.
So Nick posed the question, I'm not sure whether we have. They have not, but it was probably worth a roll of the dice. Here, nose to tail now, is Alec Udell and Mathis Jobert, who is far more familiar with the Porsche manufacturer, but driving a Ferrari in the ELMS this year, and therefore joining regular drivers in the 57 of Takeshi Kimura, who started the race as the bronze, and Daniel Serra back with the car guy crew. But Mathis Jobert slotting in perfectly, and now he's sniffing around the rear of Alec Udell's Corvette to try and get ahead and into fourth position.
Indeed, it's going to be an interesting season for Matisse. Of course, a member of the Genesis Magma Racing team in Hypercar, and will conduct that season alongside this season in the European Le Mans Series in GT. Quite a year for him. Battle pack here, headed by United Autosports. I think that is that the second place car, Gregoire Saucy, bottling up this little lot.
Gregoire would be in the dark blue United Autosports colours, the car with the red visor, windscreen visor. You just need to see it from the front to confirm that it is car 22 for you.
While we've got Louis Delatraz on full attack, and that is Jobert having gone by Alec Udell, and now being closed by the 74 car of Romain Leroux, another newcomer. This is how he did it.
Formula Ford style overtake from one side of the road to the other, and Udell couldn't react quickly enough, so Mathis Jobert might be on slightly fresher tyres in fairness, and way up the curb then had to go the LMP3 car from Inter-Europol competition.
Louis Delatraz is taking absolutely no prisoners here. I think he's pretty fired up about that incident that puts Dane Cameron into the gravel.
That is, by the way, in the Inter-Europol competition P3 car, Chu Ting Shou, who is a name familiar with fans of the Ligier European Series.
I mean, again, we've had in that era now where, with that Ligier Series maturing well, numbers of drivers making their way through and upwards on the ladder. That's what it was designed to do in the first place. Another bit of evidence that it's working.
Here's the Forestier Racing by Panis car, and yes, there is the 22 Gregoire Saucy machine. So 22, and then in behind is the Duquesne LMP2 Pro-Am leader, a lap down, but that doesn't matter for Dorian Page. He's trying to stay in front of Malte Jakobsen, and the third place car in Pro-Am, Manuel Espirito Santo for Rossa Racing by Virage. First, second and third and 8th, 9th and 11th on the road. Here's a stop for Vladislav Lomko for Vector Sport, pitting from 10th position. And that again is potentially early.
That's damage to the rear as well for that car. That's Alex Udell. And, well, is that evidential? Let's have a look here.
Max Janssen.
Oh, it was. Oh, no, sorry, Max. And it was a double hit, wasn't it? Because he's got damage at the front of that car. There was a separate hit against the front of the Corvette. That's not gone well. That was too much of a lunge, way too late.
The problem is that as the Corvette slid off, it tagged the back of the 74. I heard the gravel, and the Ferraris got locked up into that. That is Romain Leroux in number 74. He was desperately trying to avoid the situation. As the Corvette backed up after the initial contact, it's tagged the Ferrari and ditched that into the gravel, and that's the more pressing issue now for Eduardo Freitas and the rest of his team. At least the 86 Ferrari has made its way back, despite smoking heavily for Max Janssen, the instigator, I would suggest, of all of that. But yeah, 74's not going to get out of there unassisted.
Yeah, that's bad news for all three, isn't it? Something about the body language of those mechanics coming out with the skates.
Here's the Corvette of Alec Udell. Well, he was losing places. Full course yellow to deal with the stranded Ferrari of Romain Leroux. And it's a rear left puncture on the Corvette, says Steph from the pit wall.
There's definitely further damage on the rear of that car. Now, we've not seen the front, but I suspect there's damage to the front as well, because I think it was a further brush. Remember, this is the car that we're hearing from Blake McDonald. There was an alignment problem already.
Yeah.
It's not going to have helped, is it?
Certainly not. And that might explain actually why Alex Udell appears to have been struggling during his first time behind the wheel. So he hits the Corvette, and as the Corvette then goes backwards, desperately in avoidance, Leroux, but he gets walloped as well then by the rear of the spinning Corvette.
So it basically, he's hit front and rear, isn't he? He's hit from the rear by the 86, then the front by the 86. At the same moment, 74's hit the rear.
And the lasting effect is that the Kessel Racing Ferrari can't get out of the turn 10 gravel on its own. So another full course yellow. But
I would be surprised if that's not terminal for that Ferrari.
Yeah.
That was a big hit in a quite vulnerable part of the car.
And the Corvette was already
a shame, because they were all, the cars are all in contention here, and that's going to put them out of contention.
From a geometry point of view, the Corvette was not in a happy state, as Blake McDonald said to us, and that will have made it even worse. So we could well see two of those three cars out of the race now. I sincerely hope that Leroux can continue, because he was well and truly the innocent party, and Leroux, I'm sure, is moving, because that's the reaction from the grandstand at turn 10. So many of the fans here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, fully invested in this race with still over an hour to go, and they desperately want to see as many finishers as possible.
Cracking crowd here again today. We saw it last year. Difficult to get through the spectator tunnel. I queued for an hour before they'd let traffic go in one direction. That was with people coming through for the pit lane walkabout. Sorry, for the grid walk.
Another reason, by the way, why the Spanish fans want that car to continue is because one of its co-drivers is Fran Rueda of Spain, sharing with Romain Leroux and Andrew Gilbert.
We're going to be going back to green flag running in about 20 seconds' time. There he gets the 74 car to pit lane for a look over at least. It's going to be Ollie Gray, and again, this is bad news for Ollie Gray, because he can't make the escape. He has, by the way, restricted the damage with his pace since we went back to green the first time. He dropped now to 4th and not 6th, but we go back to green flag running. It's not going to be that much longer before they have to take the pain, is it?
No, and that is 20 seconds worth of standing still and the team not being able to touch the car. At least they can do it involving another pit stop, so they then, once the cars stop for 20 seconds, they can start the work. They don't have to do the service in an entirely separate pit stop, but nevertheless, it's going to be hugely damaging, because with an hour and 20 minutes, the top 4 are separated by 5 seconds, so they're going to lose certainly a podium position.
It's a change for the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. That was Malte Jakobsen muscling his way by Dorian Pan, and the Peugeot factory driver leads the Peugeot factory development driver.
They, I'm sure, have rejected all of that knowledge and information for this weekend, because they are very much partisan to Algarve Pro Racing and Duquesne team, their employers this weekend. But Jakobsen wasted no time at all. He is a mean restarter and has been since his LMP3 days. As now down the inside of turn 4 goes the LMP2 Pro-Am battle again, but Jakobsen checking out in the sky blue and black car. Dorian Pan's not that far away, though, in the braking area there, still right on the tailpipes of the Danish racer.
I'm absolutely certain he's Danish and not Dutch.
Did have to kind of second guess myself there, but yes, I am. And now there's the Forestier Racing by Panis car of Ollie Gray, still at times weaving around just to generate a bit of tyre heat again, going through yet another heat cycle. So this is where the lead change happened in LMP2 Pro-Am, right around the outside of turn 12. Dorian Pan, in fairness, gave Jakobsen racing room without making it easy for him, and he now scampers away, but not by a huge amount. And now Dorian Pan's under pressure, well, would be under pressure had the 99 car not had its incident with Paul-Luc Chatin, which lost it several laps. But nevertheless, Louis Delatraz wants to get back in front of Dorian Pan, unlap himself, Spike the Dragon himself, on the French woman.
With an hour and 17 minutes to go, Oliver Gray leads Gregoire Saucy by 1 second. But remember, there's 20 seconds of trouble here for the 54 car. 20 seconds still to add to that time. And there's more front damage to that 54. Who's in the car at the moment? That would be Dennis Anderson back in the car.
That's interesting. The 86 Ferrari and the 33 Corvette, we are now hearing from Steph, are officially retired from the race, and that is not a huge surprise, frankly. The 86 car looked to be far too badly damaged with its steering after an over-ambitious manoeuvre from Max Janssen in the braking area for turn 10, clattering into the side of the Corvette, which is also now out of the race. What a real shame for Blake McDonald and Alec Udell.
Quite right too. The point it's about to make is we should get used to, get ready to start thinking about whether or not this might be a win for United Autosports coming. And if it is, by the way, it's their first in the European Le Mans Series since the first race here in 2024, the 2024 season.
So 2 full seasons since the last victory.
Yes.
And yeah, Gregoire Saucy 2.8 seconds clear of Richard de Giras into Europol Competitions car. EDEC Sports, Laurence Rohr, Adrian Clomenil. Things are going a little bit better now for the 37 car. He's still got 16, 17 seconds to make up on the next car, but it was the 37, was it not, that decided to go slightly off-piste just before Paul Lafargue had his moment into the gravel trap at turn 5, and Ian Aguilera only did half a stint in an effort to try and jump several cars. That didn't work for them, but they are still on the lead lap, just a long way adrift now of the top 4.
Esteban Masson getting ready to get aboard that car, so we're going to see exactly where things stand. And we're also going to see, after that pit stop, just exactly how much pace is left in that 29 car. Because they're not going to give this up lightly, are they? So they're doing a good job to stay at the front, but also doing a great job to stay in touch, as they must and need to do, being the 22 United Autosports crew.
Into turn 10, there's the number 20 LMP2 Pro-Am class leader, Malte Jakobsen, trying to also get a lap back on Gregoire Saucy, potentially. Maybe he's just happy to sit there, but the problem is Dorian Pan's not really being dropped by a huge margin, 0.7 of a second this time, so she is keeping Malte Jakobsen within her sights. Here's the Forestier Racing by Panis car of Oliver Gray, and this is a green flag pit stop, so this is where the penalties surely are going to have to be served. So it's not 1 but 2 10-second penalties back to back, and then the team can launch into action. There was a glare there from the ingoing driver to the official. That was Esteban Masson going, come on, quicken up the stopwatch.
Well, here's the point. They've got to time it. The official's checking their timing.
Yeah.
So it didn't feel like 20 seconds.
I don't know. I was talking for a fair bit of time, but let's hope they're okay. They're taking their medicine. It was certainly longer than 10 seconds, so they had realised that there were 2 penalties for 2 separate infringements.
Black and orange flag, meanwhile, for the 54. That would not have pitted after that damage. You may not be aware, I guess. So, pit stop underway for the 29. On for the 37, by the way. Adrian Clomenil is on pit lane as well.
By the way, the first 10 seconds was for disrespecting the race direction instructions at turn 2, so not using the escape road as instructed, and then the other one was overtaking off track and having a lasting advantage. And they may well have both been when Louis Rousset was at the wheel. But nevertheless, following drivers still have to take penalties for their teammates.
And Esteban Masson is aboard, and the pit time is 1 minute and 31 seconds. I'm not sure.
All right, well, we'll soon find out whether there's a question mark as to whether that was enough time.
2 further penalties, by the way. Car 28 drive-through penalty for causing a collision. That will be, I'm sure, the one with the 99. And car 7 a drive-through penalty causing a collision with car 74. That's the Vector Sports Pro-Am car. Again, Basie, we did see that cause damage to both cars. So 28 will tumble as a result of that. It's not the lap or so more than it took to get the 99 out of the gravel, I'm afraid.
So Theodore Jensen goes into the 37 car. The Paul-Luc Chatin car has just made a pit stop. And how many drivers have we had in the 28 to this point? There's been no Joop van Uitert from memory, so he needed to be getting in the next 12 minutes to make sure he does his minimum of 1 hour. Meanwhile, Douwe de Decker leading in the LMP3 division in car number 11 for Euro International, ahead of RA's GP. But we will go to an outgoing driver now with Steph Wentworth.
Joined by Ollie Gray, driver of the number 29 Forestier by Panis. It's good to see that over the winter you haven't lost any of the pace.
Yeah, I mean, when I continue with this team, I mean, I know I'm always going to have the pace, and as a team we had a really strong pace today. Obviously a few unfortunate penalties has put us on the back foot throughout the race, but I'm confident in Esteban to bring it home for some solid points this afternoon.
Move to the Pro-Am category, which is arguably the most competitive category in ELMS. How are you finding it?
Sorry? Pro? I'm in Pro.
That's the one. Of course you are. That's my bad. How are you finding the start of the season anyway?
No, it's the same as last year really. We're just trying to defend our title as best we can. It's going as we want right now. We're defending our title, but I mean, everyone is so strong this year. I mean, quality was so tight, and now we're a couple of hours left, an hour and a half left, and then we'll see how it goes.
All right, best of luck for today in the season.
Yeah, retaining 2/3 of their driving talent from the championship winning combination. Charmy Lacey, bit of a loss actually to this championship, but he is busy elsewhere, so it provides an opportunity for another silver driver coming in, and that's the crucial difference, because Ollie Gray won the title last year. He's not a silver anymore, he's bumped up to gold, and they needed to therefore locate a new silver driver for car 29, and that is Louis Rousset.
And by the way, it's a massive endorsement of the talent we saw from Ollie Gray for them to do exactly that. Aboard the 24 car now in 4th place and going faster than that car has gone so far in the race. Jack Doohan is a new name for the European Le Mans Series. Jack coming out, of course, of F1 with a 131.648. To give you an idea of what that is against current pace, that is about just under 3 seconds quicker than Lawrence Hurt, who was ahead of him, managed last time around. So good early pace from Jack aboard that 24 Nielsen racing car. Malte Jakobsen, meanwhile, is edging away, but I mean edging away, 10th by 10th from Dorian Pam.
Here's Julian Hanses up against Richard Leitz, first and second in LMGT3. Garnet Patterson, as you've mentioned, a bit further back, but yeah, that is spicing up nicely for 3rd and 4th positions. So a likely change for the lead in GT and then for 3rd place, but I'm not sure whether that 10-second gap between Richard Leitz and Patterson is necessarily going to change unless we get another late race caution. An adjustment to the airflow there for Richard Leitz in the number 75 Proton competition car. Not a typically Proton number that, but they're celebrating a big anniversary for Porsche Motorsport in 2026.
This is the battle, of course, for the lead in LMGT3. And Richard Leitz, well, if you're looking for anybody to fight, you've got to fight for you. Ricard Leitz, if Porsche's involved, would be pretty close to the head of the list, wouldn't he? A message, by the way, directed in your direction, Johnny. It comes from Charlie and Scarlett, both most recently ex of United Autosports, on their extended, I'm going to call it an extended honeymoon. God bless you, married last year, touring Europe at the moment. The messages from their camper in Florence, Italy, to criticise your pronunciation of Gregoire Saucy's name.
Saucy?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's a bit saucy, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. I'll bow to their greater knowledge.
I'm sure we've interrupted nothing more than a glass of red wine.
Okay. Well, I wasn't trying to suggest anything with the utterance of the word saucy, but that will help me remember how to pronounce Gregoire's name from this point moving forward. We're on lap 94. It has been far too long since United Autosports tasted victory in the overall division for ELMS. As we mentioned, it could be a 2-year gap, more or less to the day, since the start of 2024 season. Here is no longer Paul-Luc Chatin, probably Joop van Uiten in the number 28 car. No, it is still Paul-Luc Chatin, according to our records. So that car did come in, but they did not put Joop van Uiten on board. Let's just check that I wasn't misreading that, and the 28 car perhaps did it stay out. 75 to the high side now of the number 13 into Europol competition car of Zhou Shunting, and he's running in 5th position ahead of Lucas Fechuri, and that's the 35 Ultimate car. Cracking view of the various undulations of this Barcelona circuit, and that kind of island that sits in between turns 3, 4 and 5. And the 22 car still managing to stay sufficiently in front of the chasing Richard de Gerus, who has been a track specialist for a couple of years now, but at the moment can't make any inroads into Gregoire Saucy's lead.
So just Ricard Leitz allowing the LMP cars around him to fight their own battles before he girds his loins again. That's not a view from Richard's car, by the way, that is a drone. He's good, but he's not that good.
Thanks for pointing that out. I mean, he would be having one heck of an accident if he was peering down at these cars from this kind of height. The drone pilots have been supplying us terrific footage throughout the course of the weekend. Now, the front bumper again has been unleashed from car 54. I'm not convinced that was the original bumper anyway for Dennis Anderson.
Well, that car had a black and orange flag. I don't think race control are going to be very happy with that. Full course yellow is going to come as a result of that. I would not be surprised if there was a hefty penalty coming the way of the 54. We did have a black and orange flag for that car a couple of laps ago, and now it's disassembled itself, unfortunately, onto the racing surface. There you go. So full course yellow comes as the volume of the race is turned down for a while.
By the way, my eyes were not deceiving me. Paul-Luc Chatin did indeed come into the pits, but that was to take a drive-through penalty for causing the collision with the 99 Spike the Dragon Dane Cameron P2 car. So, of course, you can't do anything else other than drive through the pits when you're serving such a penalty. So then Paul-Luc Chatin's come back in again 6 or so minutes later, and this is when Joop van Uiten will take over. Has car 28 rejoined? Yes, with the Dutchman, and there is just about enough time left on the clock in order for him to do his minimum drive time of 64, 65. Well, the minimum drive time is 60 minutes, and he'll have about 65 minutes behind the wheel with a pit stop at some point as well. Question remains whether they choose to take an earlier pit stop, i.e. with about 40 minutes to go, when they can get enough fuel in as possible to kind of preempt a late race caution, or do they run it as late as possible to jump into the pits with 15 or 20 or so minutes to go. A little bit of that is academic, purely because EDEX Sport have had a nightmare with their 28 car, including being off the road at least once. on the flip side, the other side of the wall within the garage, the 18 car is doing a heck of a lot better, running in 3rd position now with Laurence Rohr still at the wheel. But what we haven't had is any of Valerio Rinicello in that car. And again, under a full course yellow, EDEX Sport need to get that car in sharpish from 3rd position to make sure that Rinicello does his minimum drive time.
There's no message on the screens. Team Manager 54, your car is coming in at the end of this lap. I think that's what you might regard as being an instruction.
Yes. Well, you can...
Well, we've gone back to green, and that car's not yet in. If that bit of bodywork comes off, we'd be going straight back to a full course yellow. Just to show the cables are pretty good on these things, because it's still showing the front light.
Yeah, I was going to say the headlight's still on. So
almost there.
Slotting back into position. It really is modular if it finds its way back over that wheel. Yeah. Boom, like a transformer. Still needs a front bumper, mind you.
There's bits still falling off it, mind you, but...
It's like one of the transformers I used to have as a kid, just broken. But it will come into pit lane, and thank goodness the full course yellow's been lifted, been withdrawn, because as I said, Laurence Rohr had to get in. Gregoire Saucy had to get in to get their final drivers on board so that they could do their 60 minutes. And it's still a bit nip and tuck because you've got to get out onto the road again with 60 minutes to go. Although it's timed to the checkered flag, was a concern for car 22 because that will be the first car across the line, of course, and that might be at 4 hours and 1 second. So those at United Autosports will be absolutely desperate to do this pit stop. Well, they're always desperate to do a pit stop as quickly as possible, but even more so here to make sure that Ben Handley crosses the control line at the end of pit road with more than 60 minutes left on the clock, and he's away. And so I think was Laurence Rohr. Well, he'll be a bit further back because he was in 3rd position.
Just keep an eye there. Now, I'm hoping that was a safe release.
But that gives you an idea of the hurried nature of a pit stop like that. Duquesne are probably in the same seat, actually. Yes, because Richard Verschoor also needed to get on board. Now, the time's fine because there's 60 minutes and 40-odd seconds remaining in the race. So they've all got on board in time for their 60 minutes. But the question is about when that 22 was released. Surely you can't be two abreast down the fast lane like that. Well, we'll wait and see. Their one saving grace might be that Richard Verschoor, there he's released, and then the 22 I think should have yielded there. And
I think he should.
Ben Handley is straddling the Goodyear banner, which sits on the road surface. But I do think all that came from the hurried nature of wanting to get all of their drivers out in time for this point with exactly 60 minutes now to go. So if you're running as a 3-driver lineup in LMP2, as so many teams are, all but one of them, in fact, 3rd drivers have to be on board now.
Right, with the final hour now upon us, Richard de Geus leads the race in the 34 car. Remember, this is a 2-driver car only. Peugeot Garg completing over 2 hours. Richard de Geus now aboard this car, and he has a 73-second advantage over Jack Doohan in the Nielsen racing car. Those 2 cars, though, I believe, was stops fairly soon. Ben Handley is in 3rd with the 18 of EDEX Sports in the hands of Valerio Rinicello, sitting in 4th place. Melter Jacobsen is next up, and he leads the LMP2 Pro-Am standings in the 20 from Algarve Pro Racing. We've then got a couple of LMP2 runners, the previously leading for SDA Racing 29 car of Esteban Masson, and Tom Dillman in the 2nd, the 43 Inter-Europol competition Orica. There, of course, is 83 car in the hands of Antonio Fuoco, and Rossa Racing by Virage's Manuel Espirito Santo, the 19 car. They are 2nd and 3rd. So what happened to Duquesne team? That's because of their driver change, of course, and they're down now in 7th place after a fine run from Dorian Pan. Your International still lead, and still just by a small amount. The LMP3 standings with RSGP 2nd, it's still Duhan de Decker and Pierre-Alexandre Provost, with Alize Rodella for Rinaldi Racing, running third place in their number 5 Ligier. Team Qatar by Iron Lynx continue to lead by just a couple of seconds in LMGT3. Julian Hanses from Richard Leitz in the 75 Proton Competition Porsche. United Autosports, Garnet Patterson sits third in the 23 McLaren.
You might have to go back to your notes of overall winners in the ELMS with thanks to Jeff Carter, the press officer of the European Le Mans Series, because he says the 2024 edition of the 4 Hours of Barcelona was won by Cool Racing. Lorenzo Fluxer, Malte Jakobsen and Miata.
Oh, you're right. I'm looking at pole position. You're completely correct.
Thanks, Jeff. Always looking out for us.
All the time.
So it was actually Portimão 2023, so only the previous race to the one you thought it was.
I was close then.
Yeah, indeed. Well, about 6 months out, but the previous race. That was the double-header year in the Algarve International Circuit then.
It was indeed. And they won both those races. It was Phil Hansen, now Le Mans winner, of course. Ferrari factory driver, Ollie Jarvis, back here again in action, and Marino Sato.
And they were known as United Autosports USA that year, so it was the Star Spangled Banner that we heard on the podium, whereas
Wakefield being the 51st state.
It is now, whereas it would be the British national anthem that we would hear if the 22 crew can do it in 2026. I am concerned about that last pit stop and how the car was waved semi into the path of a rejoining car. But I haven't had a message, I don't think yet, that it's going to be looked at, so they may have got away with that. To a certain degree, there were mitigating circumstances because of a late full-course yellow within that race hour, and therefore they had very little time to play with in order for Ben Hanley to get his 60 minutes in. But after a trying day, the stewards might not have a great deal of patience, actually, when they try and explain that. Good to see that the 55 livery, good to see the livery of that car up close for me, because there's been a significant revision with the addition of quite a bit of gold around the rear of that 296. The turbocharged these days mid-engine still Ferrari, powered by a very efficient V6. And there's the Mercedes that has really bossed the day to this point, particularly with bronze driver Abdullah Al-Khalifi at the wheel. Julian Hanses in as the second driver. We haven't yet seen Adam Christodoulou pilot that number 62 Mercedes. And from a driving limit perspective, or numbers of hours required, I reckon Adam is just hampered by a maximum time. Yeah, there's no minimum that a gold or platinum driver has to do. So he can't do any more than an hour and 15 minutes, but they could put him in at the end for just 5 minutes if they so wished. Although that, I suppose, goes against the other rule, which is a driver's got to be in for 40 minutes at least to get championship points. So that's another thing that will get Adam Christodoulou into that car within the next 15, I would say.
13 car from Europol in and out of the pits for what should be its final stop. Something due it was that brought the car in. I think that was a quick stop from them. It was, a minute and 4 seconds.
Wide for car 5, yes indeed it is, right through the gravel for the Rinaldi Racing car of Alvise Rodella.
Rivero wash maybe from the P2 car that swept it wide, but we're beginning to get to the stage where we can start to call where this is going to be, and it's going to come down to what's left in the tank and what's left on each corner of these leading runners. Into Europol Competition's 34 car, Richard de Geras, looking in good shape here, it has to be said. Also in a great run here are Nielsen Racing, United Autosports. Ben Hanley is 8 seconds back from Jack Doohan. Valerio Vincella just behind Hanley. Malte Jakobsen, meanwhile, in that fight, really. I mean, he's catching both the drivers ahead of him and potentially on track here for a possible overall podium.
Richard de Geras owes us a pit stop when compared to Ben Hanley and to Valerio Rinicella, but if they can leave that even more late than they are doing at the moment, then with this minute and 7-second lead, it's going to be very interesting where that number 34 car fits back in. Last was in the pit lane at about 2:39 this afternoon. So when you bear that in mind, it can't be that far away from needing some fuel. There's been some yellow and potentially some, well, a full course yellow during the middle portion of that stint. There was a safety car at the start of it, so that's brought back a bit of fuel mileage, but the 34 car's certainly due in. Let's head though for a team that have been battling for LMP2 Pro-Am honours with Steph.
I'm joined by Dorian Pan, driver of the number 30 Duquesne team, who's just got out of the car after a very long stint.
Yeah, it was a really good 2 stints. We were fighting with the P2 Pro and fighting for P1 in our category. Very positive pace overall. We went faster and be very competitive compared to the Pro as well. So very happy about the stint and also the team in general. So really positive race. And now we focus on the last hour with Richard. I'm sure he will do a good job, but it would be our first victory, first podium. Hopefully we will fight for the victory at the very end of the race.
Of course, and on pace it's like you never left the series. But what is it like jumping from the GT to the P2 car?
Yeah, very, very different. Obviously, I've been doing a lot of categories in the past, GT and formulas. But the P2 is a proper car. It's very fast, very high downforce as well. And in this championship in ELMS, there is a very high level in that category. So we are constantly fighting with top drivers, and it's how we learn to grow as a driver. So I'm very proud about the pace we have today, and to do a full championship here with Duquesne.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Dorian Pat with Duquesne for this year, back in an LMP2 car. Last time I reckon was 2022 when she ran at Le Mans, but as she said, has not really been in competitive races in a prototype before. However, there are transferable skills from the single-seater action she's been partaking in recently, moving across to these high downforce cars as well. An F1 Academy champion, no less, in 2025.
34 car in from the lead of LMP2. Also on pit lane, by the way, is the previous leader in LMP3. Long-time second place car, the 85 from RHGP. It will definitely be the final stop for the LMP3 car. I think this leaves the 34 needing a splash.
Easily. I mean, if it stayed green, you can't do 50 minutes in a modern-day LMP2 car, despite the extra downforce, but then of course the increased engine ability. They're detuned or toned down for the run at Le Mans every summer, but they're quicker cars and relatively high fuel burn. 40 minutes, maybe a bit of change, but you can never get to 50 minutes. So this is just a question now of inter-Europol competition having to go as fast as possible, and like you say, getting the car in for either a late splash, or do they run for 15 minutes and then just get the car back in again, knowing that there's then enough fuel, can be enough fuel to get in the car for the remaining 35 to 30 minutes. Depends which way they want to run it, but they can't get to the finish from here. I agree with you.
So keep an eye on that one. Jack Doohan then moves to the lead of this race, and he's pulling out an advantage over Ben Hanley. When do they need to be back in from Nielsen Racing? So it's 24 for the 22, the 18, keeping Ben Hanley very honest, the Team Reed Sport. This is, remember, the Genesis Trajectory Programme team that had such a strong start to 2025, the new look squad, and they've been pretty faultless through this. For SDA Racing by Panis, they're just lurking in fourth place. Esteban Masson, quicker than the two cars ahead of him. It's off for grabs here, Johnny.
Well, I knew that pit stop for car 34 was going to bring everybody back to an even keel. And as I say, through a rather unpredictable race, a bumpy ride to this point, it's not been difficult for various cars to get off strategy with one another. Here's the LMGT3 race leader, Julian Hanses. And as I said, there was a priority about getting Adam Christodoulou on board with 40 minutes, at least 40 minutes remaining, just to ensure that he gets the championship points along with Julian and along with Abdullah Al Khalifi. 25 in the offing, remember. Garnet Patterson briefly has cycled to the class lead then in his 23 United Autosports McLaren. Mathis Jobert in the highlighter yellow 57 Ferrari, who is there.
Right there.
That's the gap. First and second for the time being, with in the absence of the maroon and grey Mercedes. Patterson having to go to the high side of a fellow United Autosports car. That was to allow the number 22 car through of Ben Hanley. And thankfully for Garnet, didn't need to open the door, but this might be the opportunity now as Jobert goes the other side. No, he couldn't get through to around the outside of the number 18 EDEC Sport car. I thought that might be the answer. And who's this arriving on the scene? Well, not on the lead lap for Harry King, but nevertheless this might provide a distraction as well, because King and the car guy Ferrari are side by side here. King wanting his lap back again, and Garnet Patterson might be very, very grateful here, as right over the curb there went the 57 car of Mathis Jobert. Got to be showing to not take a lasting advantage after doing that. Jobert chucks up a load of dust into the face of any pursuing cars, as now Harry King is applying pressure to Garnet Patterson, who might be wise just to allow the British driver to go. As we enjoy this, we can go to Steph Wentworth in the pit lane. The Ferrari's in fact, to pit.
I'm joined in the pit lane here by Pierre-Alexandre Provost, driver of the number 85 R-Race GP. And you're a great example of a driver waking their way through the Endurance Championships. You drove in Le Mans Cup last year, and now in ELMS. Is it any different? What are the changes?
Yeah, there is a lot of change. The car is still the same, but there is all the traffic, the P2, more GT, so a bit more difficult. The gesture also of the tires, because it's a way more long race. So yeah, some change, but still a bit on the same topic.
You just got out of the car. How was that first stint for you? Did you enjoy it, and how did you find it overall?
A lot of frustration on my side. Just spent all my stint behind the Road International. The pace I think was mega, but just couldn't overtake because of the dirt. Yeah, we know it's a difficult track on that topic, Barcelona. I try everything on the Fault Course Yellow, VSC on the traffic, but yeah, nothing to do. So yeah, just put the car, let the car on track, try to do my best, and yeah, just now I will just wait to see what Hugo can do for the last hour of race.
Thank you so much.
Pierre-Alexandre Provost of Luxembourg. Hugo he speaks of, that's Hugo Schwarzer, who is the German racer who speaks so well also. I wonder whether Hugo's been educated in the UK, because he kind of has this half and half accent, English and German, but does a lot of his speaking on the track as well. Got a pole position for the first time in LMP3 at ELMS level yesterday, and that 85 R-Race GP car is now running in third position behind Max van der Snel and behind Alvise Rodea.
Change for third, and that is Valerio Rancella, has dropped behind Esteban Masson. It's Masson now harassing the United Autosports car for what is currently second position. We're going to need to see stops from both these cars, but at what point? And inevitably one from the lead car from Nielsen Racing as well. So 11.4 seconds the gap to Jack Doohan. Jack Doohan's rather to Ben Hanley, and then half a second to this pair. Side by side here, though, in LMP3. This is the battle for second place. Hugo Schwarzer under attack from Max van der Snel. And up the inside, Esteban Masson looking to get the move done on Ben Hanley. Hanley's having none of that. He's managed to box up the Forestier Racing man behind the LMP3 briefly, but who's got a better run off the corner here, Johnny?
Just about the 22 car of Hanley. I was busy looking up whether there'd been anything regarding a potential unsafe release, and it's good news for United Autosports fans at the moment that doesn't seem to have been a worry for those within race control. They did, by the way, have to serve a 5-second penalty in the last pit stop for car 22, so it took a bit longer than, for instance, the Nielsen Racing gang or Foresti Racing by Panis. That's the reason why, well, actually, the Panis car is not a good one to compare it against, because it in turn had a 20-second penalty. But yes, car 22 needed to serve an extra 5 seconds, which we'd forgotten, I think, at the time, and that was because of a pit stop infringement. But it looks like the pit stop time suggesting that they did do that. And then these two cars were side by side as they were released. Esteban Masson watching on as the returning co-champion, and there is his man, Esteban Masson, with Forestier Racing by Panis, and Ollie Gray there in the garage keeping a watching brief in car number 29. The gap between Hanley and Masson is next to nothing, even though Jack Doohan leads at the moment for Nielsen Racing.
Jack Doohan is getting in the fuel window here, so he will need a full fuel stop. But if he can squeeze another lap out the tank, he's got to board the 24 car. That puts him in very good order indeed. It's got to be said, his times have been very good in this stint. The key point here, though, is what about the tyres?
Yeah, how many tyres do they have at their disposal? Well, remember, there are actually 2 extras that you can weave into the strategy. They are not joker tyres. You don't have to prove to anybody that they needed to be used. You can use them. So it's rather than 12 last year, now 14. And even just to do left side tyres around here might be a huge bonus because of these constant radius corners at turn 3, turn 4, turn 9 to a certain extent, and then coming out of 13 and 14 as well. It is known as a very high abrasive circuit, high degradation, and therefore tyre management, not just when you're in the car driving, but from a team strategy's point of view, tyre management is so important. Now getting a bit of an overlap on Ben Hanley is the green and black car of Forestier Racing by Panis, and he gets the position, Esteban Masson. There was a squeeze from Ben Hanley, but it was all a bit too late. 2 wheels on the grass, actually, from Masson, but you weren't going to hold him back.
So that is a decisive move. It's recovered all that time lost with the pit stop penalty.
Second place then for Esteban Masson. Now the gap sits at 13.7 seconds.
Remember, they will need a splash of fuel,
because their stints began at 15:25, let's call it. The race due at the moment to finish about 25 past, 4:30. We are running late because of a 25-minute red flag. Grimaces turning to big smiles and punches of the air for the Forestier Racing by Panis fans, supporters, support crew, and that is because Masson got through despite Ben Hanley's best efforts to cut his line off through the kink at turn 6. So, yeah, these cars, both Ben Hanley and Valerio Rinicella, who drives the 18 EDEX Sport car, were looking to try and eke out an hour left of the race, and that seems impossible in an LMP2 car.
Right, now, so to you watching at home. Vote for the Wingfoot Award from Goodyear, the most valuable driver of the race, on the @ELMS_official Instagram story. You'll get some selections from an esteemed panel. Been looking at the action over the full week here at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona. This is Goodyear's way of awarding what they believe to be the best overall all-round performances in the 3 categories that they put the shoes on. That's LMP2, LMP2 Pro-Am, and of course LMGT3. So take a look at the options there. Let us know what your decision is, and ultimately it's your votes that will determine who, at the end of this evening, receives the coveted Wingfoot Award. Lovely statues this year on the podium here at Barcelona. This is a concept, by the way, that you've helped approve for Goodyear, hearing great things about this going to other categories that they look after in the coming months. So take a look at it and let us know what you think. Take your part in what's becoming a valuable part of the podium ceremonies here in the European Le Mans Series.
All three classes represented in this little segment of cars, piling their way into turn number 5. Not quite all 4 categories, but all of the 3 different types of car, if you like, LMP2, LMP3 and LMGT3. And the first of them is the 24 car, the race leader, Jack Doohan. So he has a comfortable advantage of 12 seconds, but he will need to be the first that comes into pit lane because of those top 5 cars. He's the one, this is the car that pitted the most amount of time ago.
Well, the key thing here is, it's the gap, isn't it? It's nearly 12 seconds. Is he going to need 12 seconds more fuel? It's now 11, down to 10 seconds, but is he going to need that much more fuel, and how much longer will he need to be on pit lane? This is going to be very tight indeed. One thing I will say, we've not said much about Jack Doohan in this race, not much chance to have a look at him, but a very impressive debut from him.
Yep.
Esteban Masson, by the way, is absolutely flying right now.
Well, he's got to grips with these cars very swiftly indeed, and a Formula One reserve driver, so still active at that level of motor racing, lots of single-seater experience up through the junior category, and then with some success with podiums here in FIA Formula 3 and Formula 2 as well. So again, similar to what we were saying about Dorian Pan, moving from single-seaters back to endurance racing, but to a downforce car, there are transferable skills for Jack Doohan as well. Just the dimensions of the car that he's had to get used to.
Back to GT, and this is now the number 62 car in the hands of Adam Christodoulou. We saw him take over that car, but he's now being hunted by Tom Sargent in the Proton number 75 car. So it's same battle, different players. Garnet Patterson, meanwhile, 12 seconds back and under pressure from both Ricky Agostini and Daniel Serra. So Serra closing in on Agostini. That's the 50 and the 57 Ferraris, closing in on the McLaren for the final step on the podium. But it's all about the overall win in this class. 36 minutes to go. Christodoulou with, well, there is the gap, 0.271 of a second to Tom Sargent. That Porsche just ever present in the mirrors of that AMG for, what is that, about an hour or more now.
Yeah, so whether it was Julian Hanses versus Ricard Leitz, or now Adam Christodoulou up against Tom Sargent, very similar body language from both cars. I mean, they don't drive at all the same way, but that is the beauty of the balance of performance from the ACO, to equalise the lap time somehow between a big engine in the front for the Mercedes, the 6.2, 6.3 litre V8, and the rear-engined flat 6 for the Porsche. And they find their speed, they find their braking ability in different places, but their lap times are pretty much identical.
This is the battle for LMP2 Pro on the lead here, for sure, with his mirrors full of Malte Jakobsen. Duquesne again versus Algar Pro Racing. We saw it with Jakobsen versus Dorian Pan. That was settled on a restart with a feisty display between the two. This time it's Jakobsen catching Verschoor for the lead. Car 74, meanwhile, emergency pit stop infringements. In other words, that they would not have followed the rules. Probably did not come in under green. We went back to green for the 74.
Well, that will have been after the incident that put the 74 Ferrari in the gravel at turn 10.
Yeah.
And when we were under full course yellow to deal with that, it was put back on the road surface, and I bet it came in straight away.
Yeah, it's getting.
To be honest, the race was already gone for those guys.
Yeah, well, it's 10th place, and the problem is that is a point-scoring position.
Yep.
A 3-minute stop and hold for that car.
But I just don't think they would have gone around again. You know, managed to stay out of the pit lane. I'm not suggesting you can argue with it. That was just circumstantial.
We shot on Ronnie Caldwell, who's on driver coaching duties with Algar Pro Racing. He's desperate to get back in. There's a change in GT3 because the Porsche has gone through. So Proton lead, 75 from the 62, as we were watching the LMP2 Pro-Am battle. I'm still watching that timing screen, by the way, and Jakobsen is still behind the Kane team. This is how it happened. Bottled up a little behind the LMP3. That was a great move from Tom Sargent. Saw that a long way out, didn't he?
Well, there must have been an inside line, yes, provided by the LMP3 look. So the LMP3 just gave a bit of a shove, I think, to Christodoulou's Mercedes, which inched it very slightly wide, and Tom Sargent was right there to plug the hole, plug the gap, and Christodoulou then couldn't get out from behind the LMP3 in order to defend. So a brilliant bit of traffic management there from Tom Sargent, and the Proton competition car disappearing up the road from the Merc.
33 minutes to go, and at the moment Jack Doohan stopped the rot. 9.2 seconds is the gap to Esteban Masson. He closed that down from about 13. I'd say that's another chunk taken out there with a bit of traffic, but Ben Hanley is dropping back from Esteban Masson. Now what's happened there? Doohan's on pit lane, that's why it's come down. So Doohan on pit lane for what will be the final stop with 32 minutes to go. For SDA Racing by Panis take the lead, they will need a splash of fuel, we believe. As will Ben Hanley in the United Autosports car. Here is the 24, Doohan stays at the wheel.
The really interesting one is Richard de Giras, but I still think he needs a very small splash as well. Richard is currently 5th for, well, that make that 4th now for Inter-Europol competition because of the pit stopping Jack Doohan. But Doohan, the first really to be in that fuel window, if you like. We've been in the fuel window for some time now for LMP2. You could have pitted with about 40 minutes to go, but he's run the thing dry, I suggest, or close to it, and then going out for 30-odd minutes, so that if there is a late safety car, he'll be in a very, very good position. But to be honest, from a race director point of view, they'll want to try and avoid any safety car as late as this in the final hour where possible.
Yeah.
So the next car to pit will be the new race leader, Esteban Masson, and he was only a couple of minutes away actually from when Doohan started his stint. So I reckon in the next 2 or 3 laps Esteban Masson will be on pit road for his final pit stop in car number 24 for Nielsen Racing. Then there'll be a bit of a gap before Ben Hanley and potentially Valerio Rinicella appear together on pit lane for Forestier and United Autosports.
So it's 1 minute and 14 seconds on pit lane for Jack Doohan and Nielsen Racing. It's going to come down to fault-free performance of the team. Up the inside goes Ben Hanley. The 77 car looks at turning in, mercifully sees the Orica and ducks out of that. Still Duquesne lead in Pro-Am, by the way. LMP3 Rinaldi Racing lead. RSGP, the 85 car in the hands of Hugo Schwarzer, is ahead of Max van der Snel. They're 2 cars in close contention. That could switch before the end of the race as well. In traffic now for the 29. Leading the race now by 7 seconds from Ben Hanley.
26 laps completed on this stint for race leader Esteban Masson, and to put that into perspective, Jack Doohan on the previous stint managed to do 28 laps. So
no more than a couple of laps to go on this tank for the 29 car. It's been on full attack in this stint from Esteban Masson.
And there was a full course yellow segment within this stint, but Jack Doohan had that in his as well. So it will match up in that respect. Here's the 29, and indeed it heads into pit lane. So it'll be not quite as long as Doohan's stint, but it doesn't really matter. As long as they get in 30 minutes worth of fuel in there, all will be well. And actually a little bit less fuel can go in to Masson's car now compared to Jack Doohan, but only probably a matter of seconds. They won't be thinking about tyres, I'm sure. A quick replenishment of the water bottle, a clean of the screen, and those tyres, I'm sure, will stay with that number 29 car.
Hanley and Rinicella go through, so they're not pitting this time around. Neither too is Richard de Giras. Esteban Masson cycles back at the moment to 4th. And where's he going to be in relation to Jack Doohan? Where is the 24 car? That car is coming down now towards turn 10 as the tyres are readied.
They are doing tyres, but only left side tyres. No, awful. No, they were only just left tyres, weren't they?
For that.
So that's tyre 13 and 14 potentially being used now of your 14 allocation.
That should put him out comfortably ahead of the Nielsen Racing car.
got the tail stepped out, and right in front of him was the Kessel Racing Ferrari parked in pit lane. I don't think that was as close as I thought it might have been, but he needed to know what he was doing there. Esteban Masson, you are allowed to spin the wheels these days on pit lane because of the lack of tyre warmers. So the tram lines are back. That's always good to see in a pit lane.
I'll revise that. I think Doohan is ahead of Masson. In fact, I'm pretty certain he is. It's a peculiarity of the way our tracker actually operates. And he goes through once again. 26 minutes to go.
And Doohan, still waiting for him to trigger. No, he's gone through sector 1, as has Esteban Masson. But on the outlap, I think I agree with you that Doohan is ahead of Esteban Masson.
He is. It's about 4 seconds, I think.
Okay.
4 or 5 seconds.
May well fluctuate because Masson's not. Well, he's got to get those left side tyres up to temperature, of course, and if they're brand new, that will take a few laps. Way out wide again. Was that the 5 LMP3 car again? If it is, if it is, that's the second time at least that it's done that.
Might be the 17. That could have been the CLX car. Here's the 28 car on pit lane. He's not the better place of the 2 heat export cars. Here's Jan van Uteert. Car 55, meanwhile, that's a Spirit of Race car. 10-second penalty for unsafe release. Where's that? That's the 7th place car, David Perel. One of the other 2 drivers doing double duty this weekend. Contested the endurance race down at Paul Ricard in a GT car last night.
Away for the final time for Joop van Uiteert, so 1 blast of fuel there to get him through the final 30 minutes. The 55 Ferrari is going to get a time penalty issued for its next pit stop because of an unsafe release, and that's probably going to be added to the race time. Apologies if you already read that out, but always good to mention things twice, if not at all.
Doohan, by the way, his fastest lap of the race last time around, a 1:31.434, now 8.5 seconds up on Esteban Masson. They're not going to make this easy in any way at all, but they will be absolutely sure of the fact that the pace for Esteban Masson is going to be upped once those left side tyres are up to speed, up to temperature rather. Ben Hanley leads by 7.8 seconds from Valerio Rincella, but we know both those cars do need to stop. Also, we think needing a quick splash, Resha De Geris is a further 4.3 seconds back in 3rd. Then there's 45 seconds back to Jack Doohan. This is going one of 2 ways, Johnny, isn't it? It's either a battle between these top 3, or it's a battle between Jack Doohan and Esteban Masson.
Yes. Yeah, and it's difficult to tell from this way out precisely which direction we're heading there.
And bearing in mind, what we don't know is if we've got any interventions to come in the next 25 minutes. It is the last 25 minutes of an endurance race. We know that's the witching hour. All sorts of bizarreness happens. But either way, it's been a great performance from United, from Edic Sports. That 18 crew's been right there. The 2-driver experiment from Inter-Europol competition has pretty much paid off here today, I think. It's been a spectacular debut from Jack Doohan for Nielsen Racing, and for STA Racing by Panis. Well, take into account that 20-second penalty they incurred on themselves, and frankly, it could have been a reset for their form book last year. LMP2 Pro-Am, still Malte Jakobsen tracking Richard Verscheur in the Duquesne team car. 1.2 seconds is the gap. Car 24, oh, a disaster for Nielsen Racing. It's 10 seconds added to the next pit stop, full course yellow infringement. That's Jack Doohan. And car 25, the same penalty. That car a little further back, Tristan Vautier aboard that car at the moment.
So that's a horror show.
That's basically cost them a chance of the win.
Yeah. because, I mean, they won't serve that penalty in race.
Nope.
It'll get added on once Alcomel see all of these cars home.
Well, effectively what that means at this stage of the race in virtual terms is Jack Doohan is actually behind Esteban Masson.
Yes.
Not ahead of. So he's going to need to push hard now to extend that gap. He is still going quicker than Masson. It looks like that is doable to get it over 10 seconds, but that's exactly what he did not need. And now, as we start to see the timing screen light up with green sectors from Masson, it's the indication that those tyres that he's had fitted to that car are up to temp, and that is going to make life very difficult indeed.
So into pit lane comes Valerio Rinicella, in the EDEC Sport car. This is for the final pit stop for this one side of EDEC Sport. It's been a bit of a disaster for car 28, down in 10th position in LMP2 and 19th for the overall.
Yeah, somewhat self-inflicted, I'm afraid, some of the problems of 28 today. It was something of a missile, wasn't it, at times? There's nothing lacking in terms of its available pace, but there was just something about it that's always right, and some unnecessary tete-a-tete as well with the sister car, more than once.
Yeah, with different drivers at the wheel as well, which will not have pleased one or two within the team, I'm sure. Paul Lafargue off the road many hours ago now in an unforced error into the gravel at turn 5, which did considerable damage to the nose of car number 28, but actually car 18 has kept its nose clean, metaphorically and literally. And Rinicella rejoins now, 5th position then. Final pit stop, what should be its final pit stop, done and dusted. Now I suggested that the 22 Ben Handley car might have to come in on the same lap as number 18. It'll probably be the next one around in actual fact, but certainly Ben can't make the finish from here either without one more visit.
Ben has been stretching away though a little from Richard de Geras. That gap is now 11.6 seconds. This is going to be super tight, but I think right now it's advantage to the 29 car.
Being Esteban Masson for Forestier Racing by Panis.
He's closing in on Jack Doohan, who, remember, is now 5 seconds back with a 10-second penalty to come for Doohan. And it comes down to this, which is that Ben Handley, to retain the lead, has got to be in and out in, what is that, 55 seconds. So that's not just the time on pit lane.
Well, Esteban Masson has managed to do on this lap the fastest sector in that car of any of its 3 drivers, fastest first sector.
Second consecutive lap he's done that.
And yeah, terrific effort. It's actually the fastest within LMP2 as well, so we might have had somebody go faster through that sector in LMP2 Pro-Am. That's the only reason why it's not showing purple. As meanwhile, the Duquesne car, number 30, back to the front for LMP2 Pro-Am. Here's the pit stop for United Autosport, as predicted. 12.5 seconds is the advantage over Richard de Geras, who still has to pit as well, but much closer to the finish. And of course, if there is a very late race caution, something like a full course yellow, that is really what Inter-Europol competition will be grasping onto, the slim chance of that happening, so that they can bridge the gap. You can probably only do 40 minutes of race time, green flag race time, in the number 34 car or any of the LMP2s, and they needed 50. So it's too much of an ask without a bit of yellow.
And he's rolling. Where is the 24? 24 car at the moment is in turn 12. I think he's going to come out ahead of him. There he goes. Now we've got a race on.
So that little bit of fuel that they didn't have to put in, comparatively to De Geras and to Jack Doohan we're looking out for. And there he is, just creeping through shot. That's the 29 car. Yeah, but Doohan went through. I did see him, 24. So Doohan still ahead of Forestier Racing by Esteban Masson.
So 19 minutes to go, leading the race. Richard de Geras, we believe, if this race stays full green, needs a splash of fuel. He's got 35 seconds on Ben Hanley, just fueled in the United Autosports 22 car. 4.5 seconds on Jack Doohan for Nielsen Racing. Esteban Masson charging is only 2.7 seconds back now on Doohan, and he's got 2 fresh tyres on that car. Valerio Rincella, I think, may be out of this, 17.5 seconds back.
So much concentration on all of the timing screens, the data that's coming in to the various teams now. The drive-through penalty being mentioned about the 86 car, but that car is already out of the race, so
Nick Jensen
can't be served
on the Corvette, wasn't it? So that car was put out the race by its own actions. This is the side by side. That was the TDS car, wasn't it? Unlapping itself.
So TDS not really been in the fight today. But anyway, United Autosports, Ben Hanley back on the main straight. Let's call them through. There's Doohan trying to thread his way through the traffic, the blue with the green roofed car. And then it's the 29 of Esteban Masson. They're all on the start-finish straight together.
This is the battle for LMP2 Pro-Am, nose to tail through traffic. And with the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car ahead of both of them. And in comes the Duquesne team car for its final stop. That will put 20 through into the lead, 17 minutes to go. And how far into the stint is Milton Jakobsen? He will need to stop again, I feel.
Yeah, I will double check that, because obviously I've been drawn in to the antics within LMP2. But if Richard Rocheur needs to stop, then maybe Malte Jakobsen needs to as well.
Keep an eye on how clean this stop is for this team. King team rolling now, and that was clean. De Geras 39 seconds clear of Ben Hanley.
It's going to be, no, it's not going to be as tight as I thought it might with Malte Jakobsen. He will need to stop again. That was the 14 TDS car,
but that was
unlapping itself.
Yeah, that was, I'm sorry, clumsy.
On behalf of whom?
On behalf of the 14.
Okay, Scott Huffaker driving that and trying to get in between, because, well, it's the sort of reverse of blue flags, as in, yes, fine if you feel like you're faster, unlap yourself, but you have to do it safely and without compromising those that are on the lead lap.
And he's damaged the 22 car. That was the dive planes going on the left-hand front corner of the United car. Incident between car 88 and 23 under review, forcing off track.
So Doohan getting caught by Esteban Masson, and there's the 22 car as well. Talk about a concertina. 22, 24, 29, all on that short straight coming out of turn 3 and into turn 4.
Well, what have we got here? We've got a car that's up to speed with new left-hand tyres. We've got a car with a compromise in the front left corner, the United car. We've got Jack Doohan, his first time racing an LMP2 car. Ben Hanley, an old hand, wily old fox that he is. What do you think here? I have to tell you, well, that's the Intereuropol team scrambling, so that would appear to be...
Well, De Geras, it has to be De Geras. We knew he had to come in. 50 minutes was way too much. Now out wide goes Ben Hanley. That was not ideal, unless that's his chosen line this late in the race. Did seem to as if he would outbrake himself a tad, but good slingshot actually off the corner. Ben Hanley, no stranger to the more unconventional, perhaps even karting line, just to straighten that car up as early as possible and fire it into turns 11 and 12. Actually worked quite well. So thankfully Ben Hanley's the racing driver and I'm not. Over the line they go, more or less together though. You can throw a blanket over all three of these, and they've all pitted at different times, but because of the less amount of fuel that needed to go into the Ben Hanley car, he's in a slightly stronger position. Which one did they do tyres on? Was that the 29? The left side tyres.
Yeah.
So maybe Masson's going to have a bit more up his sleeve in that case, as we've got 14 more minutes to go. Richard De Geras on paper looks to have a huge advantage, but that will be whittled away very shortly when the 34 car comes into pit lane. It's not bad, this, is it? To have frankly, this is the fight for the race lead, ultimately. It should be. I know we've had a stop-start affair with loads of safety cars and full-course yellows, but nevertheless. Now, Christodoulou down the inside of Garnet Patterson. So Patterson had got ahead of Christodoulou, which I think I'd missed.
Have we seen Wayne Boyd in that car?
Yes, we did. Yes.
Yep.
I remember Wayne taking over
Here's
the
34
second stint.
from the lead. This is the moment that's going to decide what's what. As the other three cars, second, third, fourth, rapid stop from the 34 car. Where are the other trio? Coming through turn 13 now, down towards 14. This is going to be super, super close.
Well, where's he going to feed in, the rejoining Richard de Giras? He's already gone out.
Here they are.
So it'll be the same set of tyres, no question. They're already up to temperature. De Giras needs to be cautious of these two, though, around the outside. And de Giras is still in front. So what can Ben Hanley, Jack Doohan and Esteban Masson do about reeling in that race leader? Now car 30's under investigation. That's not one. It was one duking it out for a podium not too long ago. The Duquesne car of Richard Vauchur, and that's for a full course yellow infringement. But they are high-fiving throughout the Inter-Europol competition crew because this two-driver lineup to this point is working a treat.
Who's going to have the first lunge here? Surely someone's going to have a crack. Ben Hanley's going to try all he can to get onto terms with the race leader. Looks to me as if Esteban Masson's looking racy here. Alga Pro Racing's Malte Jakobsen stops from the lead in LMP2 Pro-Am. 12 minutes to go.
I did have that in my mind to tell you, actually, that Malta shouldn't be able to make the finish, and so it has been. So it has proved.
I would guess the same is the case for the other cars around him, and that was Hanley wide, doing alongside him. He might retain it there, but look at Masson behind. Oh, big hit to the right rear there of Doohan, and Masson just let them get on with it. He's through. Doohan up into third. Hanley goes from second to fourth. That was Hanley running wide, trying to recover it, and a slap to the rear of the Nielsen racing car. But now it's all about Esteban Masson trying to catch Richard de Giras, and the gap with 11 minutes to go is 2.6 seconds.
Well, there was a bit of a question mark over Ben Hanley going into turn 10 a lap ago, was it, when I was talking about it?
Again.
I know it's after 10. But then he couldn't get the car turned in at turn 12, so ran a little bit wide. Doohan's already on his outside, and with Doohan taking up that real estate, yeah, it was Hanley running deep into turn 10, and I was debating it amongst myself whether that was a long brake pedal or whether he'd been deliberately doing that to fire his car out. But the problem is when you've got two on your backside, as he did there, that would just totally leave the door open for those to slot down the inside. So it's a strange tactic, or it's the 22 United Autosports car just getting very, very tired this late in the race, and Ben Hanley was given little choice but to do that down at turn 10.
I think this is all about now the two cars in first and second places.
I would agree with you. That's not Whispering Bob, by the way, on our airwaves. That was Graham needing to cough, which he's done so now. But yes, Richard de Giras versus Esteban Masson. Here are the top two exiting 13 and 14, and this gap is firmly coming down. Remember, left side tyres for Forestier by Panis Racing. They're off the back of a 2025 title after years of trying to succeed there. Can they win the very next race as well?
Well, it's been spellbinding stuff after a messy start to this race. Been some cracking wheel-to-wheel racing, and it's going to continue pretty much to the end here. 9 minutes to go, and up the inside here of the Inter-Europol car. I think he's got it done. He has. Just noting damage, by the way, to the front right of the Inter-Europol car. Yeah, well, from heroes to no.
From heroes to no. And that's all tyres for me. I mean, Masson is a whiz kid, as we saw on many occasions last year too. But Esteban Masson with the bit between his teeth. Richard de Giras, as he proved in qualifying yesterday, is certainly no slouch. But I'm not sure Inter-Europol competition necessarily had the luxury of putting a new set of left side tyres on. Olivier Panis watching it all unfold. Let's hope that the 29 car can get through these back-marking LMP2 cars, or one MP2, one P3, and he can. So he's now put traffic between himself and the second-place car of De Giros.
Olivier Panis absolutely passionate about this effort. Worked hard to revive this again after the championship winning year to this new look effort. Also, by the way, on pit lane, with the second and third place cars at that point in LMP2 Pro-Am back to the lead. Algar Pro Racing's Melty Jakobsen freshly off pit lane with a 10-second advantage now of Richard Verschoor in the Duquesne team car, with Marino Sato third for United Autosports.
There was the overtake again for Masson on De Giros, and Olivier Panis, come see, come ça, maybe he was not so confident perhaps when they sent the car out of the pit lane that this would be doable. But it's like a completely refreshed machine versus its rivals. Esteban Masson now clear by 25 car lengths.
Don't think there's any doubt whatsoever that's the dominant car. The one we should be looking at now is Nielsen Racing, because Jack Doohan is catching Richard de Villegas as well, and I think there's every chance we'll see Jack Doohan on the second step of the podium with Nielsen Racing and his teammates at the end of this race. This is Melty Jakobsen, I think, heading now towards a win in LMP2 Pro-Am. Paced that beautifully. Caught, did not pass Richard Verschoor, but they've done again on strategy what Algar Pro Racing so often do.
There might be a late change in LMP3 though now for the podium, because the Euro International car is into heavy weather regarding its previous and its last pit stop. Did it not abide the minimum pit stop time, which is 105 seconds here in Barcelona, as the 21 United Autosports car arrives on the scene. So this is not the Ben Hanley 22 car that is still fourth.
It's shown as a minute and 44. That could be massive trouble for Euro International.
So a minute and 45 it should have been. They've cut it very, very narrow indeed. It might only be a thousandth of a second under, but that's enough. And Max van der Snel, thinking he might finish on the podium with his co-drivers in number 11, Matthew Richard Bell and Doe de Decker, could be about to kiss goodbye to a podium.
This is the battle for second, and it's gone the way of Jack Doohan.
So how did he get through there? Right round the outside of turn 13.
Cracking stuff. And indeed it is a 1 second stop and go penalty for Euro International, minimum pit stop time infringement, and that will be enough to put Henry Gubidis-Alate ahead of that car onto the podium.
So yes, a very late change. Might not be the final one either concerning the podium finishers. Proton Competitions number 75 Porsche still in the hands of Tom Sargent, leading by just under 5 seconds over Garnet Patterson's United Autosports McLaren. So the McLaren got back in front of Adam Christodoulou, and Christodoulou has subsequently lost another place now to a hard-charging Daniel Serra for Kessel Racing.
That's charging as well. He's closing that gap, not quickly, maybe not by quite enough, but he's closing the lead gap to Tom Sargent.
Just 5 minutes to go now, plus any extra change when you're in the other categories. Don't forget about, I was just about to say, don't forget about the Wingfoot Award, but we have already winners of that, Graham.
We do. Oliver Gray, it will be the Wingfoot Award recipient for Forestier Racing by Panis and LMP2 in Pro-Am. Dorian Pan on her return has got won your votes for the Wingfoot Award in LMP2 Pro-Am. And as for LMGT3, that's going to be Abdullah Al-Khalifi, and I have to say I completely agree with that one. I thought he was spectacular in that car all weekend. Thank you very much, everybody that's contributed through the Instagram channels for the European Le Mans Series and with Goodyear, and we will be doing this all the way through the season for this and in LMGT3 in the FIA World Endurance Championship as well.
So for 3 of the 4 categories that race in European Le Mans Series, the Wingfoot Award will be a closely observed title to win in each individual race, and there'll be an extra podium at the end of today for that as well. We're into extra time, and if you missed the red flag earlier on, it was a lengthy one, 25 minutes or so, hence why we are beyond the 4 o'clock time now. Adam Christodoulou is still battling hard with Daniel Serra. He's got back in front of him, in fact, so the AMG now leads the car guy Ferrari for this crucial podium position.
absolutely wants that podium, doesn't he? Absolutely wants the podium. If he does, of course, he'll have his co-driver Abdullah Al Khalifi on 2 podiums for LMGT3 and for the Wingfoot Award. Through comes the 24 car of Jack Doohan. That's just allowed Christodoulou a little bit of breathing space.
So Doohan slotting through and remaining in second place. Jack Doohan ahead of Richard de Giras, having picked off the Frenchman just a handful of laps ago with an excellent move around the outside of turn 13. Now de Giras has little choice but to sit between these two battling GT cars for 3rd and 4th places. Way in the background there, I just noticed the Louis Delatraz car still stuck in quite a bit of traffic, but unfortunately there's nobody to fight with for him because he's in isolation with laps between the cars in front and behind.
Yeah, Daniel Serra having to hang back, but he's immediately back on the boot lid of the AMG. Just under 3 minutes to go. Couple of laps more for Christodoulou to fend him off. I think he's doing more looking backwards than forwards at this stage. Looks to me as if the Ferrari is the quicker car, but undeniably at the moment the AMG's the wider one.
Into the deep compression at turns 7 and 8. Just using that sausage curve to bounce the car back into line, a bit like a Swedish snowbank. And through the right-hand kink at 9, they're going to be monstered now by Ben Hanley in the number 22 United Autosports car. And this might be an opportunity for Serra to the outside line at turn 10. If he can stay there, which he can't, but that, well,
I think he's got it. I think he's got it.
Yeah, inside line then for turn 12 as the track switches from one side to the other, and he will be able to force himself ahead of the AMG, not for the first time. And Adam Christodoulou can't cut back into line because of the number 19 Rossa Racing by Virage P2 Pro-Am car for Manuel Espirito.
He's got to be careful here because he's got Ricky Agostini right with him now as well for the next place down. So another Ferrari ready to do battle on what should be, where are we with the overall leader?
Just heading into turn 4 now.
Penultimate lap.
So 1 minute and 20 left. And well, it remains to be seen whether it's this lap and 1 more or 2 more. But yeah, you'll reckon it's the penultimate lap. Yeah, I think I agree with that.
Yeah.
Down into 7 and 8. And with 1 minute to go, there will be less than a lap time left on the clock. And hang on a minute, is Jack Doohan out of fuel, or is there an issue? No, it's a tyre, I think. It's the rear right tyre that's going down, or is the wheel coming off the car? But whatever the issue, it's suspension failure.
Is that where the hit came with? That's where the hit came from the United car earlier.
So Jack Doohan and Nielsen Racing have lost 3rd position already to Ben Hanley. Knew it couldn't be fuel, even though I was throwing that question out there because we'd called them all through the fuel window. But all of a sudden that car is steering from 3 of its corners, and Jack Doohan is going to have to hustle that car, well, as delicately as possible to the pit lane. I fear there's not going to be much that Nielsen Racing can do about that, though. And finally, the suspension has given up after a hit a long, long time ago. Here's the 29 car, Esteban Masson, and this indeed is called as the final lap in LMP2. LMP2 Pro-Am being led again by Malte Jakobsen as everybody behind him had to make their equivalent pit stop. So Algarve Pro Racing cycled back to the front in Pro-Am. LMP3 being led by Rinaldi Racing with currently Mikkel Garda Pedersen, car number 5. And this is already when the suspension had given up the ghost for Jack Doohan.
Yeah, clearly gone. It was, I think, that corner that was hit in that exchange with Ben Hanley. What was that, 20 minutes ago?
Yeah, okay, it wasn't that long ago, was it? But when he was out in the gravel out of turn 12, yes.
Esteban Masson leads now by 12 seconds. Last lap, Richard de Giras. Ben Hanley now in 3rd place.
So it's either suspension or an upright. I don't think the tyre was losing air, but with that wheel at a peculiar angle, Jack Doohan is, well, still circulating. They want a result, of course, but it's not going to be as good as Forestier Racing by Panis, who were champions in 2025 under a different guise, but they come back with a new partnership, and it's like they've never been away, taking the first victory in the 2026 season here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Forestier Racing by Panis for Esteban Masson and his co-drivers Louis Rousset, who's new to the team, and Oliver Gray. Meanwhile, winners in LMP3, Rinaldi Racing in car number 5 for Jose Fernandez Cautela, Alvisa Rodela and Mikael Garda Pedersen. GT's home and hosed as well. Tom Sargent in car 75, sharing that car with Richard Lietz, and the man that started, Matt Kurzajewski, with an excellent stint. He was getting the elbows out, plenty of overtaking for the American to do in the early stages. And here is the final of the 4 categories, which is a few corners yet from home, Graham, but Algarve Pro Racing know how to win LMP2 Pro-Am races.
They most certainly do. It's been a stellar way forward for them this season. Enzo Trulli with Malte Jakobsen, and also in the 20 car course starting this race. As Michael Jensen comes back from a little bit of injury at the end of a spectacular end to the Asia Le Mans Series for Michael, but he'll be delighted with this race win in LMP2 Pro-Am.
Terrific. So all 4 of those winners provisionally confirmed, as in they cross the line, they see the checkered flag, and Jack Doohan did make the finish. I'm just trying to work out precisely where now. He's down in 7th position.
Yes. Now
Al Kamel incorporate all of the various sitting penalties, and that will take Euro International off the podium in their number 11 car for Max van der Snel, and instead promote car number 13, who have been through the mill this weekend, the Inter-Europol competition car, having qualified in 2nd. Then the officials deemed their front splitter was not legal, so they were put to the back of the grid, and Henry Cabides, Shou Chunting and Alexander Bukantsov finish in 3rd position at the end of an extended 4 hours of Barcelona, finishing behind RHGP, who had a strong showing, but they did not convert their pole position from Hugo Schwarzer into a race win. Nevertheless, it's a decent points haul of 18 plus the point from yesterday for the pole, so 19 points. They'll be right with Rinaldi Racing in the championship as we head to Le Castellet in 3 weekends' time. The podium in LMGT3 completed by United Autosport's McLaren, number 23, and the Kessel Racing Ferrari, Daniel Serra, after Serra and Adam Christodoulou had a ding-dong fight back and forth for several laps. And Riccardo Accostini, as you'd mentioned, was under 0.2 of a second off the back of Christodoulou at the flag for 4th and 5th places.
A big up as well, by the way. Garnet Patterson closed that gap to the lead car in LMGT3 just 3 seconds at the end. That was cracking stuff. Car 3 got another penalty, I think one of the Gagler penalties that came the way of the Deco Engineering car. Number of achievements to mark. Louis Rousset, his first ever overall win in the European Le Mans Series. First wins in LMP2 in Europe for Michael Jensen and for Enzo Trulli in that LMP2 Pro-Am winning car as well. Rinaldi Racing, that was a great race from them. You know what, we barely mentioned them. And a race I think won on pace and strategy. Car 30, by the way, gets a 10-second penalty. And that drops them from 2nd to 3rd. Antonio Fuoco with Mathieu Vazevier and Francois Perraudot will get 2nd place. A 10-second penalty for a full course yellow infringement.
Listen to that.
It's great.
Huge round of applause from the grandstand here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya, as the cars, don't be alarmed by this, by the way, the winning cars and the cars on the podium will now go in the wrong direction down pit lane, guided by our fabulous members of the RACC, and thank you to all of their efforts for not only 3 days of this race meeting, but also the 2 days of the prologue as well, keeping everyone safe.
Huge amount of track time here this week. There's been times when you've been grateful for when they switch the things off.
Says the man who's going to head straight to another prologue in the coming week.
And it's worth saying at this point, thank you for joining us for the European Le Mans Series this weekend. It has been a cracking race here. Car 17, by the way, gets a drive-through penalty converted. Just double-checking what car 17 is.
CLX Motorsport, who've had a bit of a nightmare today, down in 8th position in LMP3.
Remember, next weekend, the delayed start to the FIA World Endurance Championship, and that will take place at the fabulous Imola circuit. We've got the prologue test at Imola on Tuesday, and after that we look forward to the 6-hour race that will start proceedings with a new look in a variety of ways for the World Endurance Championship. New drivers, new cars, new teams, of course, and a new platform to watch it on, FIWC TV Plus. Keep the faith with that. There have been some difficulties in the rollout in some ways, but not entirely in their hands. But you'd be very welcome catching up with the team for that. Martin Haven and Davidson, myself, Bruce Ioani on pit lane, of course, and joined for this season, all season, by Sheridan. So delighted we're going to be back with that. But as, how can I put it, the hors d'oeuvre for that, this has been a spicy affair.
It certainly has, and it's been a great chance if you're a GT fan to see some of the Evo versions of the cars that we would ordinarily have seen at the Qatar 1812 kilometres, but this is their ACO debut, and then we'll see them in a week's time in Italy. Imola's also a stop, don't forget, for the ELMS. That will be after Le Mans in the first bit of July this year, with again 6 different countries on our calendar for ELMS. Just look at what it means to all of these winning category drivers, though, and particularly when Esteban Masson climbed out of the number 29 car and straight into an embrace for his co-drivers Ollie Gray and Louis Rousset.
The Rinaldi racing car is rather trapped in the train. They'll get that where it needs to be. Other quick thing to mention here, thanks for being with us on this broadcast. If you've enjoyed it, please see about coming to a race. You will not regret it. There's all sorts of reasons why sports car racing is special. One of them is the access you get, and another of them is it's remarkably cheap to get in. We'd love to see you, your friends, your family at any of the remaining 5 events this season for the European Le Mans Series for what was a spellbinding full weekend of race action. Trust me, you'll be made to feel very welcome indeed. Special place to be as a race fan.
And I think I heard our explainer at the top of the show correctly from Steph Wentworth that the least amount of ticket, or the smallest price for the tickets available this year, €8.
That will be about right. I mean, you know, if you want to come and just sit on the trackside in a grandstand, you know, with your family, it's ridiculously cheap. There you go. The Rinaldi car has been freed up from its trap on the start-finish straight and will make its way to the bottom of the podium, as it absolutely should. Their first year, by the way, in the LMS with this Ligier chassis. New look for them, new look team as well. And a great win from this squad. That will need a bit of help, I think. Turning circle, not as good as a London taxi on the Ligier. But yeah, there you go. The 2 drivers, other drivers there waiting patiently. It's Melter's mum. Runs over the water. He'll be in action next weekend with Peugeot. How much longer before Enzo truly follows that career track? Not that long, I don't think.
The difficulty now is threading that number 5 Rinaldi racing car through an already quickly assembling crowd.
It's
by
fine.
Winning circuit.
It's fine. They've got the international sign language, and also shouting can help.
True enough. And yeah, the officials will be able to get that car through. And if not, the drivers will be very, very close to the podium. But there they make a great sight. So still at the wheel is Mikkel Garde Pedersen of Denmark, Alvise Rodella of the UAE, at least flagged of the UAE, and Jose Fernandez Cautela of Portugal. So he will certainly have enjoyed getting a near neighbouring country win, but there will be the Portuguese 4 hours of the Algarve to look forward to for bronze driver Cautela as well for Rinaldi Racing. But they have started as they would have wished, and will have a 6-point lead in the championship over 85 RACE GP.
Good stuff. One final word, by the way, about the followers of the sport. It's always been positive, sports car racing. You and I spend an awful lot of time in commentary booths around the world and checking in on people saying whatever they want to say about the show in front of them. Keep it up. In this world where at times there's I don't know, a bit of an edge communication. It's always been a positive and a welcoming place to be. So whether or not it's on any of these commercial social media channels, the RWEC guys, you're always welcome. Keep it up. Let's go and talk to race winners.
And finally joined by the overall winners here in LMP2, it is the number 29 Forestier Racing by Panis. A huge congratulations. You've started this season as you finished it last season, and that is winning.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? It was an incredible race. Quite a lot of actions. Not started as we wanted, but Louis came back at the end of his stint to give the car in a pretty decent position to Oli, which just did an amazing job as usual as last year. And he proved it again. This guy is just so quick. And then, yeah, we were quite on the back foot, even with the good comeback. And then after, I don't know, I managed to push until the last lap. And it was incredible. I didn't know who I was fighting. I just went flat out the whole stint and it managed to secure the win. So really happy, good points. It's only the first one. And for sure, we have long races ahead. So, yeah, thank you.
Congratulations to you all. Well done. Enjoy the celebration.
Thank you.
Esteban Masson on the left, Oliver Gray in the middle, and Louis Rousset on the right. We heard from Ollie Gray partway through the race, of course. At midday today, the first of 6 European Le Mans Series races got underway for season 2026, the 15th year of this thing being called the European Le Mans Series. A record entry of 47 cars, and Bijoy Garg got the jump from that pole position versus Louis Rousset in the opening stages. But look further back, Jonas Reed, after contact with Ryan Cullen's Vector Sport car, spins and gets absolutely walloped then by a totally innocent Georgios Kolovos, piling into one car and then getting collected by a further machine. So bits of LMP2 car left, right and centre. And whilst that was kicking off there, Antti Ramo swaps ends and ends up cleaning out Nick Adcock in the number 68 M Racing car. Adcock's race lasted a corner, if that, and a lot of the GT cars then were left to just pick their way through the pieces, but there was further contact in the LM GT3 field as well. Little choice being given to Eduardo Freitas and his team but to go red flag, and it would be a 25-minute red flag, but we did at least get that time added on at the end. The racing could truly begin from this point, and a terrific fight out front in Pro-Am between Giorgio Roda and PJ Hyatt. The gap had closed from yesterday's qualifying, certainly. Down the inside, Griffin Peebles for United Autosports on the long-term leader, Bijoy Garg. Tidy little overtake there from Matt Kurzaszewski on the 59 car, but this was not a tidy pass from Paul-Luc Chatin, who got the nose of his car up on the curb, which then spat the car to the left and into the side of Dane Cameron's number 99 Spike the Dragon car. Side by side, Dayglow yellow cars for the 57 Ferrari and the 33 Corvette, with similar, although not identical, driving lineups for 2026, and more action, great action in the LMP2 Pro-Ams. This was good drive off the corner for the 29 and eventual winners, Forestier Racing versus United Autosports' Ben Hanley. And a terrific dice as well with Adam Christodoulou up against Ricard Leitz in the closing stages in GT. In amongst all of this higher paced action, we did have a variety of full course yellows, virtual safety cars, and a number of actual safety cars too. Here, crucial, perhaps damage, picked up to Jack Doohan's car after he went around the outside of Ben Hanley, but contact, as you saw, was made, and whilst they were battling, Esteban Masson cleared the two of them. And on fresher tyres, at least on the left-hand side, Masson then shot to the front of the race. However, the contact on Jack Doohan's Nielsen Racing car would come back to bite him. We'll get more on that in a tick, as Adam Christodoulou was at loggerheads with Daniel Serra, with the Carguy car squeezing into third. Here's where the suspension broke, though, for Jack Doohan's car after that earlier contact with car number 22. The win going to Forestier Racing by Panis, the rebranded champions from last year, for Esteban Masson in the number 29 car, with Louis Rousset and Ollie Gray The win in LMP3 went to Rinaldi Racing, Jose Fernandez Cautela, Alvisa Rodea and Mikael Garda Pedersen. Winning in Pro-Am, it was Algarve Pro Racing, and the win in GT to Proton Competition. And as the podium presentations are slowly being organised there, we've got to make sure that all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed, of course, as per the provisional results. Then Forestier Racing by Panis win it after 135 laps. A gap of 13 seconds or so over Inter-Europol Competitions effort, number 34. They took pole position with just the two-driver lineup. And Ben Hanley, United Autosports number 22, finishing in third with Griffin Peebles and Gregoire Saucy. Then in Pro-Am, Algarve Pro Racing, as mentioned, the number 20 car had to make a late pit stop, but thankfully all around them did so as well. So that cycled the number 20 car to the top of the shop again with Michael Jensen and Enzo Trulli. The win in LMP3, Rinaldi Racing in car number 5, and LMGT3 take the win with Proton Competition. And the gap was only 3 seconds, as you made the point, Graham, back to Garnet Patterson. So a handful more laps on the clock might have given a different result.
To the podium come the 22 crew from United Autosports. They give it a good old go, didn't they? Gregoire Saucy, we should say. Thank you very much to Charlie and Scarlett for reminding us of that. Garnet Patterson, I thought, was an absolute star there, and Ben Hanley anchoring that effort at the end. Coulda, shoulda, woulda been a winner here today. Bijoy Garg and Richard de Cheras, though, this is an interesting storyline to follow the rest of this season. Two-driver squad almost worked today, but not quite, and it didn't work because of the pretty superhuman efforts of this trio. This is our first winning squad of this year, Johnny.
Here they are then, no stranger to the podium with the exception of Louis Rousset, but he's going to have to get used to winning races like this because this is what Panis have been doing with great habit over the last couple of years. A title finally in 2025, and all three drivers now standing on top of the podium for Forestier Racing by Panis. Forestier Racing by Panis. The national anthem's still going, actually. Probably shouldn't talk over us. Bear with us, folks. Here we go. Well, Ollie Gray had put his cap on, the Goodyear cap, in readiness to properly celebrate, and now he can. And Esteban Masson as well wanted the full version, I'm sure. He and Louis Rousset, the Frenchman, and Ollie Gray of the UK. But Ollie Gray moving from silver to gold rating for this year, so there needed to be a tweak in the driver lineup. And I have to say, Louis Rousset has slotted in perfectly.
Trophies being presented by Matthias Kipp, the head of Goodyear Racing. And I think generally smiles on this podium. I think everybody's fairly happy with their day here. Unlucky not to be there, I think, Nielsen Racing. They will be gutted about the way their race ended. And I have to say, the pace of Jack Doohan at the end of this race was an eye-opener. Didn't think he got his head around these cars during the days leading up to this, but boy did he show that when the race started, he's got it. That's one to watch for the remainder of this season, for sure.
Yeah, and single-seaters are sometimes a little fragile. These cars are built perhaps more robustly, but it just shows you that a fairly innocuous bit of contact, which he got away with initially, can then come back to bite if you're heading over the curbs and, you know, got a good sort of 30-odd minutes of that stint still to go. Then later down the line, that's where the damage can bite. So he will have learnt a lot from that. Not suggesting he could have done much about it, to be honest. It was a good fight with Ben Handley up until that point. So it'll be a lead of 6 points for Forestier Racing by Panis from inter-Europol competition because of the IEC car getting pole position yesterday. And in third place then, United Autosports, Ben Handley, Gregor Sulci and Griffin Peebles on 15 points ahead of Jamie Chadwick, Lawrence Hoare and Valerio Rinicello, who finish in 4th position. Awkward for the Kuba Śmiechowski, Nick Yellerly and Tom Dillman car. They were trying to get that lap back again, but they do still finish in 5th place. Here is Steph Wentworth in the meantime with more reaction.
Joined by the winners in LMGT3. It's the number 75 Proton competition. What a fantastic victory. GT3 was all over the place today, so it was really hard to call, but you came with a fantastic victory.
Yeah, absolutely. These two did great. Out of the car for a year and a half, so to come back, new car, new group of guys, team did a great job. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't be here. So glad to be back.
Hi, great job as a team. Congratulations. Enjoy the celebrations.
Thank you very much.
Understated stuff from Matt Kurzejewski. He certainly played a full part in that today, but Ricard Leitz took the fight to the rest, and Tom Sargent at the end gave them the punch, didn't he? Great stuff from Proton competition of Porsche. A race they did not look like winning for some little time, and a lot of that credit has to come from a gentleman that we will not be seeing on the podium, because the Team Qatar car eventually finished 4th. But Abdullah Al Khalifi, for me, the undoubted star of the start of this race, but didn't turn out that way at the end. But they've got decent points. That again gives me hope that we've got a good season to come here.
Yeah.
Strong performance from United and their McLaren. Strong performance from Castle Racing. But clearly, Proton have got something to offer here. Third on the podium, Daniel Serra with... Oh, good. Oh, there you go.
Go on, tell us.
Getting.
Michelle Getting. Well done. What I will say about Al Khalifi is, every time he extended the gap, there was a safety car. So all of the hard work he was putting in is not actually represented in the result here. So that Mercedes is going to be really very strong this year if he can keep copying those opening couple of stints.
57 crew then, third on the podium. Takeshi Kimura, of course, with Matthias Schubert. He put in a stellar stint, and Daniel Serra second for the United Autosports 23 crew with Michael Birch, Garnet Patterson and Wayne Boyd, but it is Ricard Leitz, Tom Sargent and Matt Kurzejewski for the Proton competition number 75 Porsche. They are on top of the podium. Congratulations to
to the winners in LMGT3 then. Proton competition in the 75th anniversary year of Porsche Motorsport has certainly begun their campaign in the ELMS in the perfect fashion. And their three drivers in car number 75 of Matt Kerzhezhevsky, Tom Sargent and Richard Lietz. We just heard, in fact, from Matt chatting to Steph Wentworth. And the presentations then for this second podium being conducted by, just bear with me, LMGT3s. It's the Mayor of Montmelo, no less, Pierre Rodriguez. So thank you so much to him, the Mayor of Montmelo, presenting the trophies to the LMGT3 top three.
Being Mayor must be top.
Montmelo, I mean, it's such a cool location as well. Great that local governments, local organisations embrace an event like this as well and see it as a crucial part of their tourist industry, which quite rightly is.
I mean, joking aside, there's so much that has to go into accommodating any event with thousands and thousands of people in one place. It can't be done without the assistance of all sorts of people around with the ability to organise things, which is something I can't do.
Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, you've had a bit of a fluff today, from what I've heard. Car 75 gets 25 points for a race victory. United Autosports McLaren, 18 points, so 7 back. This is the standard FIA points scoring, with in third position Daniel Serra, Matisse Jobert and Takeshi Kimura from the car guy number 57 Ferrari. Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi, Adam Christodoulou and Julian Hansis got yesterday's pole. Well, Al-Khalifi did, more importantly, is in that bronze session, so they get a point extra to add to their 12. And Custodio Toledo, Francesco Castellacci and Ricky Agostini there next. Here's Steph again.
Now joined by the winners in the LMP2 Pro AM class, it's the number 20 Algarve Pro Racing. A huge congratulations, what a win. Enzo, a first race in the European Le Mans Series, and what a way to start.
Yeah, first race, first win, amazing, but it wouldn't be possible without these two guys. We worked really hard in Asia Le Mans, and then also here, Michael did amazing. He didn't drive for 2 months after his crash in Abu Dhabi, so, he went back in the car and he felt good immediately, so that was really important, and Malte drove an amazing stint at the end, so yeah, all perfect. Let's see if we can continue like this.
Huge congratulations, enjoy the celebration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done to all involved within Algarve Pro Racing, who again have had some driver selection choices to make. Michael Jensen, Enzo Trulli and Malte Jakobsen will be on the top step very, very shortly, but they're certainly not going to have it all their own way this year with some strong teams. Antonio Fuoco eventually got the 83 car up to second place, and remember that 83 car was in real strife when Francois Perrodo was at the wheel. He had to make a very early stop. I think one of the cars getting tangled up potentially in that first corner incident. Perrodo was on pit road very early on, I seem to remember, and then it was a recovery drive after that, so to come back to second is mightily impressive.
I think it was Francois that went through the gravel trap in semi-avoidance, so I think he possibly got caught up and may well have had a brush and some subsequent damage. Antonio Fuoco, Francois Perrodo, Mathieu Vazevière emerge. It'll be second here to the Duquesne team effort, which looked as if it could have taken the win, didn't it, today? A little wee while. Giorgio Roda, Richard Verschoor and Dorian Pain, but it will be Double Dane, Michael Jensen and Malte Jakobsen and young Enzo Trulli. He's going to enjoy this moment. His first sports car race win in Europe.
Not only does he look like his father, Jarno, he also sounds just like him as well, I thought, when Jarno was in Formula One 20-odd years or so ago. So it'll be those three drivers to the top step and the national anthem of Portugal.
Portuguese members of the Algarve Pro racing family. I wonder how much as a proportion, the number of times that tune has been played in sporting events is down to Sam Stu Cox. It's a question. There was an astonishing story there. Stephen Bickley, by the way, the brand new program manager, the endurance program manager for Goodyear Racing, was introduced to Stephen earlier today, and not the last time we'll be seeing him on this podium. Stick around for the final podium of the show, but great to have him on board as Goodyear reshuffle the deck chairs with some exciting plans ahead for this massive international brand. Great partners here in the European Le Mans Series, and for that matter in the WEC with LMGT3. Likely have seen what they hope they're going to go for next.
So doing a good job in handing those trophies out. This will be a regular feature, I'm sure, in Podium still to come this season. And as you say, not the last we're going to see of Stephen in this podium segment anyway, because there is the Wingfoot Award to think about, as well as the pyrotechnics are unleashed and the bubbly gets sprayed as well onto this very smart podium, imitating the track map here at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. And the way that it juts out makes the viewing of it very, very easy to be done from that main grandstand. Still a lot of fans this end of the grandstand witnessing the podium too.
Yeah, it'd be great, the fans here. It's always great when you can hear the fans above the engines. Yes. We've heard that a number of times here. It's not the first or even the second time in succession we've had great support here at Barcelona. Not always been the opening round of the European Le Mans Series, but it has been our traditional home of late. There are the LMP2 Pro Championship standings. Algarve Pro's 20 with the 25 points. They, of course, with 18, 16 for Duquesne with that point for the pole position. And it is indeed Enzo Trulli, Milty Yakis and Michael Jensen who lead the points from Antonio Fuoco, Francois Perotto and Mathieu Vazier-Vier.
And there are the rest of the points finishers today, all the way down to Lorenzo Fluxer, whose younger brother is now in action in ACO Rules Racing as well. We saw him yesterday having a decent day here at Barcelona. Final podium to think about, though.
Joined now by the winners in LMP3. It's number 5 Rinaldi Racing. A huge congratulations. What a fantastic race from you guys.
Yeah, it was, especially for me. I mean, it's my debut in the championship, and I couldn't be happier, really. These guys did an amazing job. What a teammates they are. And our team just did an amazing job. So happy today, just going back home, feeling like top of the moon.
Well, you can enjoy the celebrations, relax. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
And Cartella, I noticed, with the Sporting Lisbon football badge on his race suit there. So clearly he's a big fan of that team who didn't have such a good result in the Champions League recently. But throw that in. I'm not an Arsenal fan, but throw that in. Yes.
Who is?
Well, they do seem to be self-destructing a little bit. Still think they might win the title, though. Anyway, I've changed sports seamlessly. Let's get back to the Michelin-shod LMP3s. And the podium. Third position for the number 13 car then of Alexander Bukantsov, Henry Cabides and Shou Chun-Ting. In second position, the 85 RHGP crew of Fabien Michel as the bronze, who started the race. Pierre-Alexandre Provost of Luxembourg, who had a chat with Steph partway through today's race. Hugo Schwarzer, who had a terrific performance to get the pole position for RHGP yesterday. They couldn't quite convert that into the race victory, missing out on it, though, by 12 seconds in their Duquesne to the Rinaldi Racing squad of Jose Fernandez Cartella, Alvisa Rodella and Mikael Garda Pedersen. They step forward now after the introduction from the circuit speaker, and they will stand on the top step of the podium to rapturous applause from the LMP3 crews down below. The nice thing about this is that the places were so hotly contested that we've got 10 individual teams in LMP3, so there can't really be a kind of real dominance, and it could be a real yin and yang type season. Let's pause for the final national anthem on the podium. Eventually, we reached the German national anthem for Rinaldi Racing. A bit of finger trouble, perhaps. We've all been there. The number 5 car then taking the race victory for LMP3. The champagne flies, and congratulations to all involved in that LMP3 division. It's very easy to actually kind of overlook what was going on there, and as you quite rightly said, we didn't really mention the number 5 crew because they were just going about their business perfectly. The LMP3 trophy is presented by Alexandre Cobo, the technical advisor for Michelin Motorsport. But yeah, if they can have 5 more races like that, underneath the radar, if you like, but getting very healthy points, Rinaldi could be up for a good year here.
But remember, we lost 3 potential front-running teams at Turn 1, and I think this could be a very different looking season by the time we get to halfway, and hopefully different again by the time we get to Portimão. What I do think from this this opening encounter in all 4 classes, Johnny, is we've got a cracker of a season ahead.
Yeah.
There are clearly teams of quality in all classes. We've had battles for pretty much every podium place all the way through these races, and we couldn't really call it until the end. It was Esteban Masson that put the death punch to the hopes of the people around him with that stellar run. They had enough time to get those tyres on, which I think made the big difference at the end of the race. Every reason to expect in clear running the 34 car and that 2-driver crew has got a chance. United Autosports put up a great shot too. And then you look further down to teams that perhaps didn't have a clean run. There's 4, 5, 6 teams in LMP2. Something similar in LMP2 Pro-Am, pretty much the whole field in LMP3, and God knows how many in LMGT3 on any given day that could be in the hunt for a podium or better.
Bodes well, as you say. Let's have a look at the points then in the early stages for LMP3, and it is a gap of 6 for Rinaldi Racing over the pole-sitting team RAce GP. Into Europole competition, finishing 3rd on the road and 3rd in the points, ahead of the 4th place car and 4th place crew of Euro International, who had to take that last minute penalty. So Doe de Decker, Matthew Bell and Max van der Snel finishing ahead of Daniel Nogales, Louis Stern and Matteo Quintirelli. And through they go down to 10th position, where you get a point, which could be very crucial as well. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award then, the winners of each of the 3 individual categories. And this is where we welcome Stephen Bickley again back to the podium, the Endurance Programme Manager for Goodyear Racing. So we are expecting Oliver Gray and Dorian Pain and Abdullah Al Khalifi as the 3 winners of the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. And they are just about to be called forward fairly shortly. I can see Dorian Pain waiting in the wings.
There's Donna in the background there. And Stephen waiting. That I think is Ollie at the back.
La vencedora es el número 29, Oliver Gray, el británico Oliver Gray, vencedor LMP2. Ahí está, el apartado de Goodyear.
So there's Ollie Gray, part of the winning lineup in Forestier racing by Panis's crew.
Worth saying, by the way, this is a fan award, and I love it. I love the fact that people are giving their time to invest their time in endurance racing. You know how passionate I am about this. I'm a complete softie for it, but Goodyear have put forward an idea that is built around fans' passion for it. That's a really good thing.
Yeah. Because it gives fans an opportunity to get truly involved as well, to see their favourite drivers in front of the crowds on the TV, on the app, and here at the circuit as well.
That's going to be a picture that goes home to Qatar, and what's a tricky old time back at home in the Gulf, and let's hope that brings a bit of joy in amongst the bad headlines that are around at the moment. And Abdullah should be justifiably proud of his efforts today, writing pages in the history of his home nation and their federation. And Dorian Pan, welcome back, young lady. You're very welcome back.
Dorian Pan with a very smart Wingfoot award about to be presented by Stephen Bickley as well, the Goodyear program manager, the endurance program manager for Goodyear Racing. And welcome to him from all of the paddock here at the ELMS into his new role too.
Nice trophies.
They are, in the shape of the Goodyear Wingfoot.
Indeed.
Funnily enough. And I'm sure, later on in the year at Le Mans, to see the blimp, maybe.
Blimp will be at Imola next weekend.
It'll be at Imola next weekend as well, even better.
Yep. So, yeah, I had a nice invitation, which I'm not going to take up.
What, to go in it?
Not going to tell you. I've been before.
You had a nice invitation to do, but you're not going to tell us what the invitation was for. Okay, well, on that note, folks, on that semi-bombshell, thank you so much for your patience to begin with, because we had 25 minutes of not a lot happening after all of this was kicking off at turns 1 and 2 and 3, and Gilles Duquesne was whipping the air, going, yeah, that's not really how we want to start a motor race. But those walking wounded and those cars that were not involved were able to take the restart, and it was, well, there was no real let-up, to be honest, for the full 4 hours, thanks to all the organisers that managed to make sure that we could do the full distance as well till just before 4:30, and it sets up things very, very nicely for the remaining 5 European Le Mans Series races. Of course, we'll see many of these teams at the 24 Hours of Le Mans as well in June. But the next one is a mere blink of an eye away in 3 weekends' time, where we head just up the road, actually, as you did only a few days ago, Graham, to Le Castellet, the other side of Marseille, to the highly positioned, steep hill roads to get up to Le Castellet on the high-tech test track of Circuit Paul Ricard, where there'll be plenty of scope for this type of overtaking, I'm sure. The Mistral straight, the senior right-hander, but there's the much slower speed corners as well at each end of the circuit. Very different from here in Barcelona, and we won't need the hard tyre for the GT cars either, so a bit of an end of an era for this weekend for that Goodyear tyre as well. From Steph Wentworth down in the pit lane and at the podium, from Graham Goodwin and from me, Johnny Palmer, we'll see you in just 3 weeks' time. Bye-bye for now.